very quick and then
words and then you
Yes.
start with the
Yes.
I just want to get them all started on time. She wants to be Mediterranean
okay.
in German.
So you will present the first station, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Pardon?
Tu voudras t'installer où
Côté de Nicolas. Avant que quelqu'un ne s'assoie. Trop tard.
Je te mets ton carnet sur...
Ah oui, ouais, je veux bien.
Carnet et tout. J'ai pas vu les goodies, moi.
Ah, c'est vrai, t'as pas eu le temps de voir les goodies, un petit carnet, petit sac.
C'est ça qui a l'air joli aussi. C'est à l'eau. J'ai emprunté pour la journée. Tu t'es installé quelque part? Pas encore. Pierrette Talette, bon.
Pierrette Palette. Ouais, c'est rien du tout. Hein, mais... It's time?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So, on behalf of Pierre Tallet and Abbas Zouache, who cannot be here today, I warmly welcome you at the Ifao. We are delighted to host you for the last 2 days of the international conference Placemaking in the Desertscape, organized by Christina Alou, who is an Ifao PCMA doctoral fellow. First of all, I want to thank Christina for the organization of this event. I share an office with her here at the Ifao, so I've been witnessing her hard work since last September. We've already had a great first day at the PCMA yesterday, so bravo for what you've achieved. I'd like to thank also Amr Bagat and Cinderella Fayez for their wonderful work on the communication and technical aspects of the conference. The communications we're going to listen to today will give us new insights on sites that are still being excavated, such as Wadi Sikait, Berenike, Goza, and Wadi Aloudi, to name only some of them. The high number of these sites, as well as the many questions raised throughout their study, shows how lively research on the Egyptian-Sudanese Eastern Desert is. These excavations also give us access to material in context, which is extremely valuable to understand the long history between mankind and the desert. But first, I leave the stage to Salima Ikram, who will present the first session of the day. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Well, welcome to the second day of this lovely conference. And now we are at the Ifao, so I hope you mentally are in the right place. So today, the first talk, our keynote lecture, is going to be Maël Kepi, accompanied by his camel and his quartz. So he's going to be talking about this canvas has never been blank, Desertscapes as a palimpsest, 4th millennium BC to the 20th century AD. So he has a very small time frame that he is going to cover within the allotted time to him. I don't think I really need to go further in his introductions because we know he has been working with nomads as well as is the head of other Eastern Desert in particular endeavors that most of you in the first session are involved with. So Maël.
Thank you very much. Perfect. So hello everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today to take part in this conference and to meet or see you again. I would like to thank Christina Alou for inviting me to give this keynote lecture, thus giving me the opportunity to make my current working hypothesis available for discussions and debate. I would also like to thank the Ifao and the PCMA and all the staff involved. And I would also like to thank, of course, all the colleagues with whom I have had the pleasure of collaborating and exchanging ideas since 2011. as the content of this talk owes a great deal to them. Special thanks to Yann Callot, Bernard Jayer, and the late Morgan de Dapper, who have been my mentors in the field of geography and geomorphology, as well as Bérangère Randon and all the members of the Desert Network Project, and also to Marie Bourgeois, Julienne Cooper, Hélène Cuvigny, Laurent Gagnol, Maria Carmela Gatto, and Joachim Le Baumin. The hypothesis I will be developing in the next minutes would never have emerged without the exchange I had with them. Before I begin this keynote, I think it's necessary to explain the title and the metaphor I'm using. Strictly speaking, a palimpsest is a parchment from which the first text has been scratched out and erased, at least partially, to make way for a new text. In archaeology, it refers to the succession and sometimes juxtaposition of layers of occupation. In geography and geoarchaeology, it is applied more broadly to all traces of natural processes and past human activities. This is this wider definition that I will use. Due to very active erosion processes in arid environment, desertscapes are incredible palimpsests. And in the same place, on the same ablation surface, we can observe Cretaceous fossils at the same time as the remains of Paleolithic industry, later prehistoric and protohistoric material, remains from the ancient, medieval, and modern times, as well as tins or plastic bottles abandoned the day before. Regarding natural features, from the top of Tom Gebel, one can admire the result of millions of years of morphogenetic processes, as well as sand nebkas formed by wind in only a few were around small bushes. The eastern desert of Egypt is probably one of the most impressive of these desertscape palimpsests, as some of the Precambrian outcrops of the Arabian-Nubian shields that form the Red Sea Hills or Adbai are more than 505 million of years, and 50 million of years, sorry. And as it has been peopled by Homo sapiens for thousands of years, long before the Holocene. This keynote aims to explore the factors responsible for this superimposition and juxtaposition of natural, human, and hybrid elements, which are elements that can only be attributed to the combination of natural dynamics and human action. My working hypothesis is that the canvas of the eastern desert of Egypt has never been blank, and that successive societies, despite their desire to mark the desert with signs of their presence, their networks, and their appropriation of place, all of which accumulated, replaced, or cancelled each other out a long time, have all based their exploitation of the desert on previous inheritances, whether these were tangible or intangible. As far as human activity are concerned, the intensity of occupation of this area can be explained beyond environmental variation by the strategic position occupied by this desert. Long before it became a necessary crossing area to Punt or the Indian Ocean, the Eastern Desert was also, for the whole of the Quaternary period, so the last 2.6 million years, an inevitable passage from Africa to Asia by land via the Isthmus of Suez, or by sea via the Red Sea. This situation holds true for the entire period, with the possible exception of some of the glacial maxima, during which it is not excluded that the Bab el-Mandeb Strait closed, offering a second land passage. Before I talk about the content of this presentation, I'd like to point out that what I'm about to say is an overview of the direction in which my work and research are heading. What I'm going to say must not be generalized, as this hypothesis is still really work in progress, and I am currently testing them. I can't resist concluding this introduction with a quote from Théodore Monod. Ne pas dire au Sahara, il y a des arbres partout. Ne pas dire non plus, il n'y en a nulle part, du danger des généralisations imprudentes. It means, do not say in the Sahara there are trees everywhere, nor say there are not anywhere, the danger of making unwise generalizations. This is probably the most valuable piece of advice for anyone wishing to study the relation between societies and environment over the longue durée, given the diversity of environment and societies and the complexities of their interaction. So, during this talk, I will start with a review of the main geomorphic and hydrogeological units of the Eastern Desert and of the Holocene climatic and environmental history. I will then propose a reflection on the different form of territorialization and place appropriation that exist among nomadic and sedentary population. Following these overviews, I will present some example or case studies and reflection on the successive and/or simultaneous appropriation, transformation, and reuses of some of the watering place, roads, quarries, harbor, and mines of the Eastern Desert from the end of the 4th millennium BC to the beginning of the 20th century AD. So let's start with the geomorphology and the environment. The Eastern Desert of Egypt, located between the Nile and the Red Sea, is an hyper-arid area. It receives less than 25 millimeters of mean-annual rainfall and even less than 5 millimeters in most of it. One of the specific features of hyper-arid climates is the very high inter- and intra-annual variability in rainfall. This means that several years can go by without any significant rainfall, and then a single year can concentrate the equivalent of several decades of rainfall. This variability is expressed on different time and space scales, making it particularly difficult to assess and model. This feature also complicates all paleoclimate reconstructions. The Eastern Desert is composed of the following major geomorphological units. A large sedimentary plateau in the western part, which extends very far across the Nile into the Western Desert, and which is divided into two parts. To the north, the Eocene Plateau, marked by its limestone geology and karstic system, and to the south, the Nubian Sandstone Plateau, formed mainly, but not exclusively, of Cretaceous sandstone. To the east of this extensive plateau are the Red Sea Hills, which are not hills, obviously, but mountains, also known as the Atbaye. They are made up of a series of Precambrian formations, either metamorphic or magmatic, belonging to the Arabian-Nubian Shield, which continue on the other side of the Red Sea. Folded sedimentary rock follow to the east, but only in a few areas. And finally, the coastal rock zone is marked by a gentle slope, composed of quaternary deposits and evaporite formed during the Miocene. These major areas also correspond to the main hydrogeological regions. The plateau corresponds to the extension, to the east of the Nile, of the Nubian and post-Nubian aquifer system. Water points are rare there, but this does not mean that there is a lack of water. In the contrary, in the Nubian Sandstone area, their number is limited by their high quality. Because of the reserves contained in the underground and the artesian nature of some water ponds, meaning that their water could rise naturally up to the ground, there was no need to multiply the number of water points. In addition, good grazing land is relatively scarce because rainfall is even rarer in this part of the desert, so there is less need for off-road watering point and less rain-fed water pool. On the limestone plateau, the situation is more complex because the elevation are higher and karstification can carry rainwater very deep down very quickly when there is some cracks in the rocks. Water source based on underground reserve are thus rare, but some points where surface water is concentrated are very well known by the Bedouins because the formation of canyon and other karstic form is conducive to the conservation of resources over long periods. And the nature of the limestone allows maximum transfer from rainwater to natural reservoir, minimizing infiltration. Conversely, in the Red Sea, the multiplicity of water points highlights the need for more water points, either because they are less reliable or because the exploitation of the Atbaye requires a wider distribution of water points and a denser network. On the coastal area, to conclude for the water resource, wells are not rare, but their water is often brackish. As a result of this uneven distribution of water resource, as well as differences in the way the different areas are exploited, the landscape and environments differ greatly, with some microenvironments that are surprising, to say the least, such as the Umdisi Kalt with its reeds and catfishes, or the groves of the Wadi Gemal covering several hectares, in stark contrast to the ambient lack of vegetation in the desert. In addition to spatial variability, changes can occur over time, either as a result of the interannual variability or of longer-term environmental changes. Without going too far back in time, it is necessary to take into account climate changes over the past 2.6 million years, which correspond to the Quaternary, corresponding to the Pleistocene and Holocene periods. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that the Anthropocene, which we often hear or read about, is neither a geological stage nor an age, since it has never been validated by the International Commission on Stratigraphy. But it is an interpretative paradigm and a very useful one for the interactions between societies and environment. The Eastern Desert, like the Sahara as a whole, alternated between wetter and drier periods, mirroring the development of glacial and interglacial periods in Europe. However, this general pattern is corrected by what we call the Milankovitch parameters, which are of shorter periodicity. The Milankovitch orbital parameters that give rise to the eponymous cycle are eccentricity, with a period of 400,000 years, and a secondary cycle of around 100,000 years. Obliquity, with a period of 41,000 years, and the precession of the equinox, with a periodicity of 26,000 years. The discrepancy between these three periodicities explains the existence of naturally more or less pronounced climatic cycles. Overall, the Sahara has been drier and much more extensive towards the south during each period known as glacial maxima, and wetter and more contracted during a period of warming. This is what Pierre Rognon has poetically called the ballet of the pluvial and the arid. Dry period, much drier than the current one, are responsible for some of the large Orient structure we still see today, while wet period, at least some of them wetter than the period known as the African humid period, help to reactivate river networks, at least temporarily and perhaps permanently. Above all, they help to recharge and refill the major aquifers. The Holocene, which began a little under 12,000 years ago, corresponds to a period known as an interglacial and therefore of more contracted and less arid desert. However, the climatic evolution of the desert is not linear, and shorter-lived pulses linked to the Milankovitch parameters mentioned above, as well as shorter oscillations such as the El Niño-La Niña alternation in the Pacific Ocean, occurred during the Holocene. The most marked of these is probably what is known as the African humid period, or Green Sahara, or Blue Sahara. We could debate these terms at length. For my part, I prefer to call it African humid period because the term avoids the excessively coarse and obviously false image of a uniformly vegetated desert or one with water almost everywhere. It would even seem more accurate, so I admit much less elegant, to refer it for the Sahara as the Saharan slightly less dry period. The desert did not disappear completely and everywhere. However, this period ended between 6,500 and 5,800 years ago, and the climate was less arid. Surface water sources were more numerous, extensive and durable, and vegetation cover was more developed than today. The pasture of water points necessary for the maintenance of the earth were distributed more widely and cover large areas that are currently desert. But climate alone is not the cause of all the transformation in the Eastern Sahara and the Eastern Desert of Egypt. Although the fashion effect to which research work is subjective, in particular in order to obtain funding or to produce attractive narrative for publication in the biggest journal, may give the impression that it is. The data most often used to give indication on the local to regional climate of the Egyptian desert in most publications are in fact data that give information on the existence of a more or less desert environment without being sufficient in a rigorous analysis to relink it to the climate. For example, certain deposits considered to be evidence of wetter period have been studied without sufficiently taking into account that their existence might be linked to environmental factors other than climate. For example, at least two perennial watercourses still existed in the 19th century AD in the Egyptian desert. One in the Rarga Oasis, corresponding to a canal over 8 kilometers long that came out of the well called Ain Estarab, and the other in the Eastern Desert, a river flowing over 1 kilometer and 800 meters from the natural spring of Ain el Rasal, corresponding to the Ainos or Tadnos fonts of Pliny the Elder, towards the present-day town of Qusair. The flow of this spring is still sufficient to maintain a wetland area of over 10 hectares. If we were to find deposits corresponding to this type of feature, we would probably interpret them as evidence of milder climate, whereas one is the result of human activity and the other of subsoil water resources. These two types of factors have indeed a major influence. There is, in fact, a general and progressive depletion of underground water resources since the end of the African humid period at least. For example, the Nubian sandstone aquifer system and the post-Nubian aquifer system have not experienced significant water research for about 7,000 years. Both aquifers, which cover most of Egypt, of eastern Libya, northwestern Sudan, and northeastern Chad, naturally drains towards the Nile Valley, where the deep Nile Canyon, dug during the Messinian crisis more than 6 million years ago, slices through the strata of the aquifers. During this period, the Strait of Gibraltar closed, isolating the Mediterranean from the Atlantic Ocean and leading to its almost total evaporation. The result was a major incision of all the major Mediterranean rivers. The canyon thus formed in the Nile Valley is 170 meters deep at Aswan, 800 meters at Asyut, 2.5 kilometers north of Cairo, and 3.5 kilometers in the north of the present-day delta. So, even at great depth, the now infilled Nile Canyon still forms a discontinuity in the Nubian and post-Nubian systems and capture part of the water they contain. This means that even without human extraction, these two aquifers have been continuously draining for at least 7,000 years. The resulting progressing drawdown over the past 7 millennia has probably played an important role in the drying up of the highest water point and the disappearance of some pastures. Different areas of the Eastern Desert would therefore have been progressively deprived of water depending on their elevation, corrected locally by hydrogeology. With at least part of the Red Seals aquifers discharging some of their water into the Nubian sandstone aquifer system, Adbai too underwent a gradual reduction in underground water resource once a certain, as yet undated threshold was reached in the drawdown of the water in the Nubian sandstone. The second factor that is often forgotten is, as I said earlier, human activities. This obviously includes everything to do with extraction of resource. The Eastern Desert is very rich in mineral and metal resources, which has been exploited for a very long time, as far back as the Paleolithic period in the case of sandstone, but above all on an industrial scale from the Proto-Dynastic period onwards. We speak in exploitation during which numerous expeditions were organized and even sometimes populations settled year-round to work in the desert. This had an effect on the evolution of the desert as a result of voluntary process of appropriation and transformation of the area and as a result of the probably unforeseen consequences of exploitation, in particular deforestation and the associated erosive crisis. But the resources extracted for the desert were not only mineral, and we must also take into account the plant and animal resources exploited for their own through hunting and gathering. The accumulation of these pressures on the fragile and sensitive environment of the Eastern Desert over 1,000 years largely contributed to giving it its characteristic we know today. And we must consider also the presence of pastoralists, whether nomadic or not, in the Eastern Desert of Egypt. Far from only undergoing the aridification, nomadic pastoralists and probably some sedentary pastoralists seem to have directly contributed to the desertification of the Sahara for at least the last 7,000 years through the exploitation of pasture and through soil erosion generated by the movement of the earth. The impact of nomads, for example, over the period covered by this keynote is still very poorly documented, but we already have quite clear evidence thanks to transdisciplinary approach, and it is one of the aims of the Nomad program supported by the Ifao, and which I co-direct with Marie Bourgeois and Julian Cooper to assess it better in collaboration with other researchers. So know that the general weft is set as I describe the general condition of the space of the Eastern Desert, with the general processes at stake. Let's move on to the brush, the techniques and the pigment, or to be clearer, let's study the main ways of appropriation, landmarking, and placemaking. As I said earlier, the Eastern Desert was used, don't worry, I will translate, was used and populated by both nomads and sedentary people. They have different ways of apprehending and appropriating space. I'll start with a few extracts from the definition which Laurent Gagnol and I produced and which will be published by the CNRS Press in the future dictionary called Géographie, un dictionnaire indiscipliné. So the first extract. Etymologically speaking, sedentary people from the Latin sedere, sit, while nomad from the ancient Greek nomas, move with the animals from one pasture to another. Sedentary societies are based on a notion of territorial anchorage and hence on the legitimation of land and territorial appropriation. Sedentary people calls nomads the social groups or societies based on a shifting territoriality where appropriation is not based on a principle of autochthony and or territorial sovereignty. Nomadic societies have mainly been described by sedentary people, giving an often distorted view of them from the outside. Extract number 2. In a restricted definition, we could say that nomadism is a reversible way of dwelling. In other words, nomadism implies the possibility of settling anywhere, making a home anywhere and abandoning it at any time. The abandonment of a place is sometimes definitive, but it is often seasonal and cyclical, obeying to relatively stable rules of occupation and route, which nevertheless vary according to opportunities or major constraints such as droughts or conflict. From a material point of view, it is a form of exploitation of dispersed resource based on mobility. It presupposes being able to move everything you need or adapting what you need to what you can move. In other words, rebuilding, remaking, or hiding things so that you can find them again the next time you move. In this way, nomadism reflects an open and fluid relationship with the land, but one that is not devoid of attachment. It presupposes form of hegemony, or at least political autonomy and freedom of movement. Two more extracts. In a more political sense, nomadism can be defined as a relationship to power that does not involve direct appropriation of land, but rather forms of submission of the human groups that exploit it. In other words, nomadism neutralizes the condition for the emergence and effectiveness of the principle of land ownership and territorial sovereignty. Access to common resource, grazing land, salt pans, oases, etc., is controlled and negotiated, linked to recognized usage rights, and usually made available to sedentary dependent groups who pay tribute for their protection. Sovereignty is thus applied to individuals and dependent social groups. Servility is the hardest and most emblematic form, but interaction with sedentary agrarian or urban societies can take more complex form, based on complementary relationship. The hegemony of nomadic power, based on their military superiority and mastery of distance, also led to different levels of freedom of movement for different groups, with restrictions imposed on sedentary population, such as prohibition of the use of mount, right for passage for trader, etc. Last extract. While mobility implies a certain sobriety and reduced material presence, most of the vestiges of their activity over the course of history have left faint traces that can still be properly retraced on a regional or macro-regional scale. I want to complete this with a quote from Edmond Bernus, an ethnologist and specialist of the Tuareg. Peasants and urban dwellers feel uncomfortable in nomadic zone. For them, it's an uncultivated bush where man doesn't seem to leave any trace or leave his mark. No selected yards, no fallow that represent the temporary embodiment for the land to rest. Farmers and city dwellers feel uneasy in front of the landscape without milestone, without landmarks, so monotonous and repetitive that they are always afraid of getting lost. To the outsider, the nomad seems to domesticate nature so little that he seems to integrate into it. Obviously, this is just a sedentary feeling, and nomadic landmarks are simply of a different type. Edmond Bernus himself demonstrated this in his article, as have numerous publications from the field of geography and anthropology since then. In the field of archaeology, Marie Bourgeois and I have recently demonstrated that their imprint, also tenuous, can be observed better on a regional scale even after millennia. Here are two extracts of the conclusion of the papers that I think are of interest for archaeologists and historians. To use the word of Edmond Bernus, it would appear that the milestone traces and landmarks of nomadism are more numerous in the Eastern Sahara, provided we know how to recognize them. The archaeological and geographical approach, considering both the built remains of nomadic occupation and its impact on the landscape, demonstrates the millennial presence of nomads in the Sahara. Beyond this observation, they even make it possible, with all due respect to the peasant or city dweller described by Edmond Bernus, to identify clear differentiation between areas depending on the intensity and type of exploitation developed there. Second extract, sorry. It would therefore seem that the regional scale is the most relevant and effective for researching traces of nomadism. This is hardly surprising, given that this is also the scale at which nomadic exploitation of the environment is sought out by nomads and applied by nomads. But it goes against our sedentary conceptions. For example, we can see them in the appearance of vegetation, which is unfortunately almost impossible to detect on a tree scale using archaeology, but which can be still observed at a vegetation cover scale. Similarly, in the absence of written record, it is very difficult to collect nomadic place names, except when they have been passed on to sedentary people. Appropriation and placemaking elements that are much easier to document archaeologically can be found if they are looked for, but it is not always easy, as they are quite tenuous, such as isolated earth, remains of camps, and wusum, which are marks put on animal and in some important places by a family, a clan, or tribe, as well as some other signs and inscription or drawing on rocks. Lastly, 40 types of features are much easier to identify, such as path networks, although it is often difficult, of course, to assign a precise date and origin to them. Funerary structures, villages during phases of sedentarization or semi-sedentarization, and quarries and mines, as not all of these originated with sedentary people. For example, steatite quarries, for the period for which an attribution is really possible to either sedentary or nomads, appear to be mainly the work of nomads. The sedentary people, of course, also have villages and even towns, mainly near mines and quarries, but also near the port of the Red Sea. Finally, even in the absence of built remains, it is not uncommon to find large ceramic scatters linked with sedentary activity. And even if they are accidental, they still constitute a landmark that can be reassuring when you are moving with your caravan. It is always something really reassuring to find, okay, there is a lot of poachers from my cultures. I'm at home. I'm on the right road. So to the question of the road, we also find some paths on road as well as major caravan trails or quarry roads, which function in part thanks to the nomad, but responds to the sedentary logic of desert occupation. These trails are generally characterized by the fact that they are largely marked with, for example, cairns or build sites, which are rarely or never found among nomads who have less need for such things. Finally, toponymy, cartography, and inscription provide written evidence of this appropriation and placemaking over a long period of time. So we can finally identify pretty well the sedentary landmarks and appropriation remains of the sedentary at a site scale already, or road scale. For the nomads, we have to check at the regional scale to have any idea of what happened. And to close this part about this theoretical and practical ideas of how are the sign of appropriation, I'll conclude with some major temporal breaks or, on the contrary, continuities. Firstly, the distribution of mineral resources, of course inherited from the geological formation of the region, has been a very strong factor of continuity, even if there is an impact of the demand or the end of the attraction for a resource. The resource is thus always there, but not its exploitation. Among the factors of change, the first that I can see are some threshold in the environmental changes, which may have led to a transformation of the networks of sites and roads through their influence on mostly on watering places and pastures. Also, change in favored animal species played a major role. Cattle herding, for example, had to move to refuge area or southward a long time, leaving behind the driest area. Later, the switch from donkeys to camel as pack animals probably radically changed the movement network, and therefore some of the nodes, the site of these networks, as the camel is a much less flexible animal than the donkey, particularly regarding steep slopes and surface conditions. So now let's see some short case studies and examples all that follows is still a work in progress, and I am really currently working on this topic, so don't kill me. If something seems silly, just tell me. I'm really happy to discuss all of this. First, in the Goza area, studied by the French Archaeological Mission of the Eastern Desert, of which I am no director, the team was able to identify the present-day cultivation of fields by Roushman Bedouins in the middle of the desert in an area with less than 5 millimeters of mean annual rainfall, based on the diversion of floodwater from the wadi when it rains. While some of these fields were set up in places that had probably not been cultivated before because they required greater means, technical means, I mean, others reuse pre-existing fields. The history of this field began even before humans settled in the region. They occupy, in fact, natural depression formed because the tributaries of the main wadis, since the aridification of the region, have produced sediment deposits that are too few compared with those formed by the main wadis. The result is depression at the confluence. The level of alluvial deposit from the main wadis is much higher than the level of alluvium from the tributary. This is why we have this small, very convenient basin. So the result is depression at the confluences, where the water from the tributaries come into abutment with the alluvial plain of the main wadi, naturally forming deposits that are more favorable to plant development and allow water to be stored there if you send some water to there. At a yet undetermined time, these depressions were cultivated and the water supply was improved by diverting water from the main wadis. In one of these fields, I was able to test a sequence showing that the land has been cultivated to a depth of more than 2 meters 70 centimeters. In such an hyper-arid context, this likely means several millennia of cultivation. As desert gardens are mentioned in Ostraka from the Roman period in the Eastern Desert, we might trace this practice back to at least the Roman period. In this case, the trajectory of the space, which become a place, leads to a progressive construction and increasingly thick and extensive deposit. Place transformation and appropriation are cumulative. The second example I'd like to take is that of gold mining. In the same region, we have mainly been able to document operation from the Hellenistic and medieval periods, but we know from some remains observed during surveying, that gold was already being mined in the New Kingdom. In other regions, there is even evidence, of course, of mining as far back as the Old Kingdom or maybe Proto-Dynastic period, and successive remining starting again from previously mined vein and other sites. Today, gold rush has also started again from older sites. In this case, each new mining operation, while influenced by previous spatial structures, often destroys them, at least in part, because mining activity, of course, is destructive. We therefore have a partial cancellation of the original influences through the different periods of exploitation of a site. One extreme example that I would like to mention is the flint resource of Wadi Sanour. In this region, a team led by François Briouat and Béatrix Milon-Reins is studying the exploitation of flint in the early times of Old Kingdom. But the region is also marked by much older industries and by a much more recent exploitation in the 19th century AD to produce flint for the Egyptian army. This is being studied and soon to be published in the BFAO by Pierre-Antoine Beauvais. So it can be very long-lived, and what is interesting there is that in fact it was textual references to this later industry that drew the mission team to this site. And this is why they found this very old mine, because they were looking at the site corresponding to one of the descriptions made by Schweinfurth of this much later flint industry site. The third example that I would like to develop, and which is probably the one with the longest and most continuous trajectory, is that of wells. Many ancient roads, quarries, and mines contain wells, which are generally assumed to have been dug when the sites were first put into use by sedentary people. Sometimes this is what is claimed in an inscription. I'm thinking, for example, of that of Seti the First at Canais, which states that it chose the location of the well to provide water for people. But most of the time, it is dated by association with the remain visible nearby. In the case of Seti I, it is extremely likely that in fact he undertook work on a pre-existing well or spring in an area where water from the underground flows naturally before the drawdown of the water in the Nubian sandstone, according at least to the hydrogeological data from the late 19th century and early 20th century that I have checked. The area was therefore already important before this, and I think that extensive excavation a little further from the site would probably reveal earlier, more tenuous occupation of another kind. I'd also like to take the example of the wells found in or near Roman forts. Many of them are characterized by a large circular depression a few meters deep. These depressions were often thought to be the result of the well collapsing during or after use. I now think that there are in fact older wells predating the fort. In several of them that have been excavated recently or cleared between 1850 and 1920, there is a narrower and deeper well at the bottom of the depression. In Deir el Atrash, excavated by the MAVDO, the French Archaeological Mission in the Eastern Desert, we were able to date the deepening of this well to the Byzantine period, and it is therefore very likely that this narrow, deep well was dug earlier, perhaps during the Roman period. In addition, the depression was partially filled in to build the fort, and the fort layout, despite some collapses, clearly took the depression into account. Other forts seem to have had their layout at least partially adapted to this depression, and the digging rubble is nowhere to be found, which also suggests an older age. In the case of the fort at El Sakia, with its huge well, the construction of the fort happened north of the bank of excavated rubble rather than enclosing the well. And finally, another clue is that the inscription discovered in the fort of Siket, Aphrodite-Taurus, and Dilumoy refer to the search for and discovery of wells, followed by the construction of the fort, and never to the digging of the wells. Lastly, the shape and depth of the large depression are reminiscent of the Neolithic walk-in wells in the western desert of Egypt described by Kobusiewicz, and they are much better suited to watering larger herds than feeding the fort and the caravan park outside them. My hypothesis is therefore that these were probably wells dug by pastoralists at an unknown period, and that the establishment of some Roman fort, at least, contrary to what we have long thought, was not intended to ensure the supply of water to sites and roads, but to control access or even prohibit it to some population. It is therefore an extremely violent form of appropriation, particularly in desert environments. After that, the wells in the fort were dug again, at least in the 19th century, and continued to pull and attract the Trans-Desert Road. Some of them are still flowing today. The route could therefore be partly inherited, in fact, for much earlier networks of wells that were reappropriated and diverted from their original uses, and then that might be as old as the African humid period. But this is obviously something that I will have to check in the next 20 years. One last example, the geographer Laurent Gagnol has clearly demonstrated, based on studies of the Western and Central Sahara, that the most perennial wells are always located at the borders of nomads' territory, not at their centers, because they are shared wells to which the nomads turn only when other water sources are no longer usable. But these wells are those ones most used by caravans. After discussing this with Laurent, I was struck by the fact that the road between Kena and Koptos, and Kousser or Kousser el-Kadim near Sormos, dotted with deep perennial well, much used by caravan from ancient time, along which are the Hammamat quarries and the El Cid and Boumfawarir gold mine, has served as the boundary between the territories of the Maza and Ababda Bedouins since at least the 18th century. It also seems to have been a recurrent northern boundary of the Beja Blemi occupation of the Eastern Desert since ancient time, apart from a few short periods or to specific incursions like raids or exceptional rains in the north. This last example seems to me particularly illustrative of the differentiated appropriation between nomad and sedentary. The road is central for the sedentaries, liminal for the nomads, strategic for both of them, and it can give rise to conflicts, negotiation, or cooperation for the appropriation of the resource between different nomadic groups, as well as between nomads and sedentary. To conclude, I would like to point out that even the chronological framework I have proposed in the title is not sufficient to fully retrace the trajectory of the places, and that much earlier processes have already had an influence on the transformation of space into places and on the way in which they were transformed later. Over the period, we can see frequent and multifaceted reinvestment of all sites. The interruption in the occupation of this site by sedentary people, but while nomads continuously populated the Eastern Desert during the same period, raises the question of the method used to reinvest and rediscover sites, which often seems to have been based on collaboration, conflicts, or negotiation with nomads familiar with the area. So, while the nomad left very few textual sources and what the sedentary people wrote about them forms a large part of the memory we kept of them, it seems that in the desert, it was the nomad, through their knowledge and mastery of places, who were and are the memory of sedentary people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very It's all right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we're going to have to save all of our questions till 12 o'clock, when we're going to have questions and discussions. So we will start the session 4 of the conference, which is placemaking in the desertscape, marking, differentiating, and connecting. Our next speaker is sadly going to be online, and it is going to be Isabel Gonzalez who's going to be talking about an Egyptian occupation network in the 2nd millennium BC. Is she online? And is that...
Yes.
Oh! Yes, thank you. Hello, welcome. Isabel, would you like to begin?
Okay, so I can share my screen. Can you see it? Not yet.
Yes, we can. All fine.
Yes. Okay.
Proceed.
Perfect. Okay, good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank the Ifao, the PCMA, and Christina for organizing this conference. I'm sorry I can't be with you today in Cairo, but thanks to Zoom, I will present you my attempt to reconstruct the network of occupation of the Eastern Desert by the Egyptians of the Nile Valley in the 2nd millennium BC, from the Middle Kingdom to the New Kingdom. The project to model this spatial network was a part of my PhD and also a part of the Desert Network's ERC project, directed by Warsaw, to understand the occupation of the Eastern Desert from the New Kingdom to the Roman era. I'm going to show you the different stages in the development of the model. During their expeditions, the ancient Egyptians left traces in the landscape. These traces, which are visible today, provide us with evidence of temporary occupation of the area and provide a basis for understanding how this occupation was organized. To understand the spatiality and temporality of expeditions, a network model can be proposed. To model this spatial network, we first need to define the nodes in the network. Once these nodes have been determined and placed on the map, we need to draw the routes that will link these nodes, trying to be more faithful than a simple straight line, or by following what just seems to be a practical way according to our modern theory. The model must also show the temporality of the network. Working on the occupation of an area over a period of 1,000 years requires to think about the changes that may have taken place. We have chosen 2 types of nodes to build the occupation network: archaeological sites and watering places. For this project, I have limited my research to the Eastern Desert located between the Suez region to the north and the Aswan region to the south, without venturing into Wadi al-Aki and Nubia. The south of the Sinai was also observed. The archaeological sites selected are 84 precisely located sites, dated to at least one of the following periods: Middle Kingdom, Second Intermediate Period, or New Kingdom. We will look at the watering places a little later. The archaeological sites in the region can be divided into three main categories according to their main function: mineral extraction sites, harbors, and stopovers. Mineral extraction sites were the main destinations, the main reason for sending expeditions. Harbors on the Red Sea are extremely rare. For the period I present, we have 2 harbors identified with certainty: Ain Sona in the north and Massaga in the center, while a third is presumed by the presence of a Middle Kingdom stela in the Greco-Roman harbor of Berenike. These harbors are located at the end of a network of land routes across the desert, so they are destinations to be reached. But the harbor was also a place of transition between a land route and a sea route to Sinai or Punt. Stopovers are all archaeological sites that do not seem to be related to mineral extraction place and that are not on the shores of the Red Sea. I here consider that they exist only as a stopover between 2 other archaeological sites, for example, on the way from the Nile Valley to a place of extraction or harbor. I have not recorded the cairns that dot the desert in certain places, as these structures are mostly impossible to date from the Pharaonic period without material. It is therefore mainly inscribed sites that have been noted, some of which also feature buildings. Archaeological sites are characterized by the presence of remains, and certain remains are specific to a particular type of site and help to tell its main function. Extraction sites include trenches dug into the surface of the ground to extract shallow minerals, mines to recover minerals at depth, as at Gebel el-Zayt, and stone quarries, as at Wadi Hammamat. The extracted materials in the Eastern Desert from the Middle to the New Kingdom are copper ore, such as malachite, turquoise, gold quartz, galena at Gebel el-Zayt, amazonite at Gebel Megith, amethyst in Wadi al-Udi, calcite alabaster in Hatnub, and grey raki in the Wadi Hammamat. The harbors feature typical structures, long galleries dug into the rock and used as storage areas for the equipment needed for expeditions, in particular dismantled boat parts. But most of the remains found in the Eastern Desert do not directly indicate the function of the archaeological sites. This is the case, for example, with inscriptions, which are very useful for dating a site, but whose content does not always expressly indicate the reason for the passage of the people who engraved and or painted on the wreck surface. Inscriptions can be found near a harbor, for example this inscription from Ain Sona, or in a quarry like in Wadi Hammamat, or along a road, for example the inscriptions of Abu Qub. Similarly, shelters have been installed along the routes and at the expedition destinations. Here is an example of a dry stone hut built at a gold quartz mining site in Samut el-Beda. Rarely, sanctuaries were built in the desert, such as the rock temple of Seti I at Canais, the temple of Hathor at Serbit el-Radim in Sinai, where turquoise was mined, or the sanctuary of probably Horus and Hathor at Gebel el-Zayt, where galena was mined. Mineral processing areas and workshops have been discovered at mineral extraction sites and in the harbor of Ain Sona. In the processing areas, tools are used to crush the rock extracted from the ground in order to separate the sterile gangue from the coveted minerals. For example, near gold mines or wadi beds containing blocks of gold quartz, the quartz was crushed to obtain a flour, which then had to be washed to recover the gold flakes. This process leaves behind numerous fragments of sterile quartz, which are found in the processing areas and in large slag heaps that mark the landscape. Another type of treatment is well documented at Ain Sona and in the Sinai, the preparation of copper metal from ore through a reduction process in furnaces. The resulting copper balls were melted down to create ingots or objects. We have therefore seen the main types of archaeological sites and remains left by Egyptian expeditions. These sites represent the main nodes in the network, but there is another type of node that is more difficult to identify and must be considered in our research: the watering places. In the Eastern Desert, water can be found in three ways. The first method, which is quite rare, is to find a spring, an area where underground water naturally emerges to the surface. Here you have the example of the hot spring at Ain Sona on the Red Sea. The other method is to find a cut, a place where the rainwater that exceptionally falls in the desert is retained on the surface, in an impermeable basin that holds the water until it evaporates. If the cut is well shaded and sheltered from the wind, the water can remain there for several months. This is what happens regularly in the Khartoum Desert, for example. The last method, when the first two are not sufficient, consists of digging wells to reach the rock layers containing water. These layers are not necessarily very deep. This is the method that leaves the most traces when it is carried out, but floods erase them by washing away sediments that block the well. Moreover, even when a well is found, it is very difficult to date it, because it is rarely associated with material. The only well dated to the New Kingdom is the one at Canais, commissioned by Seti I and described in his temple, but like Miles said, it is not impossible that this area had previously been well known to be suitable for digging wells. As watering places are neither permanent nor easy to date, it is impossible to map them for the antiquity. However, as we must try to understand the issue of water supplies for expeditions, we have to deal with the data available. The position of certain watering places as recorded on modern topographical maps. These points allow us to identify places that are geologically favorable for access to water, and therefore potentially interesting since antiquity. Once the nodes have been positioned on our map, we need to understand how the Egyptians reached these sites and what routes they followed. These routes were almost never built, and the only visible traces in the landscape are fine sandy lines, drawn by expedition members naturally pushing stones to the sides as they went along. These lines are difficult to locate across the desert and difficult to date, and so cannot be used as a basis for reconstructing the long routes from the Nile Valley to the Eastern Desert. To know which path the expedition took, we first need to propose plausible routes that we must investigate in the field. I propose an initial approach for a model of pharaonic roads based on the topography of the Eastern Desert and on the march of the donkey, because pharaonic expeditions were made up of walking men and donkeys carrying equipment and food. To create this model, we need three pieces of information. Firstly, the position and dating of the nodes in the network that we saw earlier, archaeological sites and watering places. We also added the main sites along the Nile Valley, whose occupation has been attested since at least the Middle Kingdom. Then, on the assumption that the slope is the determining factor in the choice of a route, we looked for precise data on the altitudes of the Eastern Desert. We therefore retrieved a digital elevation model, an image file in which each pixel represents an altitude. Here, the white pixels represent the highest altitudes. As our digital elevation model doesn't cover the entire Eastern Desert, my model was calculated only for the center and south of the Egyptian Eastern Desert for 69 archaeological sites of my corpus. Finally, I wanted to find the best routes according to the journey time. To calculate the best route in this case, it was essential to know the speeds at which the expeditions were traveling. Knowing that these expeditions included donkeys, we wanted to use the speed of the donkey according to the slope. As we could not find this data in scientific papers, we conducted an experiment to obtain it. We asked professional donkey drivers who specialize in donkey trekking in mountainous areas in France to fit GPS devices on their donkeys to record their routes. Thanks to several records, Louis Manière, a member of the ERC Desert Networks project, was able to establish the average speed of the donkey as a function of the slope. If we look at the donkey's speed curve and compare it with that of a man, we realize that there is a problem. Donkeys are much faster than men on steep slopes. Consequently, the path chosen by donkey to go faster by taking shortcuts across rocky ridges is too exhausting for a man to follow. We then concluded that for caravans of donkeys and men walking alongside them, it was not the donkey that limited the speed of the caravan, but the man. It was therefore at his speed that the caravan moved forward, and it was therefore the speed of the walking man that I had to use for my model. Of course, this conclusion is the result of just one little experience. It is possible that with smaller donkeys, less well-trained for long walks, walking in a warmer environment, the average speed of the donkey would be lower than man's speed. But in the absence of precise data, I had no choice but to base my route model on human speed. So I looked for all the optimal paths to link all my nodes in the network together. This map shows the quickest route between each point. The density of the routes show that if you take only the slope into account, the desert is not complicated to cross on foot. It's our habit of traveling by car, and before that with camels, that gives us the impression that the Eastern Desert is lined with impossible mountains and that long detours are absolutely necessary to reach a destination. Using this grid, I selected the fastest route to the Nile Valley for each archaeological site, without telling the model which site in the valley should be reached. I have obtained this first map. We can see a network of paths following the main wadis and starting from 5 regions of the valley: Dandra, Coptos, Edfu, Komombo, and Aswan. This result is only due to the gentle slopes near these cities, but the choice of the departure point was also determined by political and economic factors that are not integrated here. I also asked my model to propose paths that would encourage regular passage through watering places, in order to consider the issue of supplying caravans with water during expeditions. I then wanted to find out whether or not the stopovers identified in my corpus were on the fastest routes to the mining sites or harbors. On the first map, you can see the routes from the Coptos region that led only to extraction sites and to the harbor of Marsagawasis. The variant in blue is calculated by also considering the water points. The second map shows the routes from Edfu to extraction sites.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah. The stopovers indicated on the map have not been searched for by the route model. So we can see that some of the stopovers, the diamonds and the circles, are on optimal path according to the model. But a few sites seem to be lost in the middle of nowhere. They don't seem to be on path from the valley to extraction sites. For each of these sites, we'll need to find out more information to determine why they are there. This path model is therefore an interesting theoretical tool to guide our research and our questions about the role played by each archaeological site. Finally, I will present a little more the temporality of the network. Our first approach consists of showing the active sites on the scale of the major periods of the Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom. These two maps show in green the reoccupation of a site that already existed before the period, and in red the creation of a new site. We can see that the New Kingdom shows a massive new exploitation of the desert, notably through the establishment of new gold mines. If we go into more detail about dating, we can draw up graphs showing how the number of sites occupied change over the course of periods, dynasties, and reigns.
It is important to compare the number of sites, the orange line, with the length of the periods, the blue bars. Finally, as we know that expeditions were sent occasionally, it is interesting to find out whether certain seasons were more favorable than others for sending missions. To find out which seasons the teams were present in the desert, we can rely on a few precisely dated texts. I identified 24 dates in the Eastern Desert texts. Since the Egyptian calendar of 365 days was out of sync with the Earth's natural cycle, I converted the dates into the Julian calendar system to determine the period of the year when the expeditions took place. According to my results, it would seem that the Eastern Desert could receive missions throughout the year, except in the depth of winter, in January and December, a period for which I have no trace of occupation in the texts. The Egyptian state could therefore exploit this vast territory at any time of the year, according to its needs, resources, and objectives. To conclude, what I have presented is a first version of a model built to describe the Eastern Desert in the 2nd millennium BC and to help us define new areas of surveys. Research in the region is continuing, thanks in particular to excavations, new studies of the texts, of the environment, and of nomadic people and their interactions with the Egyptians of the valley. So the model will be improved by adding more criteria and data in order to come even closer to the reality of the occupation of the desert by the ancient Egyptians. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, and I'm just going to let Joanna put that right. Our next speaker and the final speaker before the coffee break, which I'm sure you're looking forward to, is Brian Kramer, who comes to us from the Robert and Francis Fullerton Museum of Art San Bernardino. And he is going to talk about the importance of, the caravan calls, Hans Joachim von der Esch's travelogue, and its importance for understanding travel networks and desert resources around Wadi al-Hudi and the Eastern Desert. And so once again, we turn to archival material and ground truthing, as it were. Thank you, Brian.
Good. Can you all hear me? Yes, I think you can. Good. Yes, well, thank you and good morning. Thank you for that introduction, Salima. As you have heard, I'm one of the co-directors of the Wadi al-Hudi expedition, and this project has been examining the area of the Eastern Desert to the southeast of Aswan for about 10 years, around the Middle Kingdom mining amethyst mines in the area. Both Kate Liska and Meredith Brand have given you information about the important discoveries we've been making in this area in this time. But today I'm going to talk to you about something a little different. I'm going to talk to you about some work that has technically been published since 1941, more than 80 years now. It is the travel log of an individual who made a trip through this area of Wadi al-Hudi just before the outbreak of World War II. Hans Joachim von der Esch. Von der Esch left us an account of his trip in one book, which remains today still a bit of a rare publication. It was published in Germany during the middle of World War II. Consequently, it was not widely distributed outside of Germany, and not many copies are out there nowadays. It is one of the first published accounts of the archaeology of Wadi al-Hudi, as that appears to have happened in print. But despite that, it's not referenced very often in the scholarship. It's not very often connected with Wadi al-Hudi. So today I'm hoping to rectify this error a little bit and to make a deep reading of this text, so to speak, to tease out the information that is relevant to understanding the wider region around Wadi al-Hudi in the Eastern Desert. In doing this, I hope to show you how his account provides a very informative window on how people traveled through here and made it a place to live in the time before the automobile. Von der Esch's text shows clearly that a knowledge of the natural resources and pathways through the desert could mean the difference between life and death. And reflecting on the theme of this conference, it can be stated that his account really does give us an added sense of place to the spaces in the Eastern Desert here. It imbues them with a sense of locational meaning created through repeated visitation, through exploitation of specific resources in the desert, and through repeated practices in those spaces that had added meaning through folk traditions and especially through storytelling. Furthermore, in the time that von der Esch visited, he saw many cultural and archaeological features that were never recorded again. So by following his story, I hope to give you not necessarily new discoveries, but let's say old discoveries, newly realized as being important. So who was Hans Joachim von der Esch? His life is actually a very colorful one. It involved international intrigue, archaeology, 2 world wars, Cold War. But many of you may have heard of him today, especially in connection to his work in the Western Desert in the 1930s. He is known especially for his collaboration with Laszlo Almasi in the project, as the surveyor for the project at Gelkebir in the expeditions in the Libyan desert. But von der Esch made several other expeditions around Egypt and Sudan in the 1930s. During World War II, he served in the German Air Force, and after the war, he was an ambassador for the Bundesrepublik of Germany to Syria, and then eventually he would retire to Sweden, where his family moved eventually. And interestingly, nowadays, the von der Esches are quite famous celebrities in Sweden. The account that I'm talking about today appears in von der Esch's monograph on his troubled travels. It is entitled Waynak, the Caravan Calls. As he notes, this call and its response would keep everyone in the caravan informed about where everyone else was. But incorrectly, von der Esch says it's not an Arabic phrase. In fact, it is an Arabic phrase. It appears in several dialects of Arabic, and Waynak means, where are you? It's equivalent to Cairn Feinak. The book contains several stories about his travels in the Eastern Desert. The one I'm interested in here today is the one outlined in blue on his map. He published this map in the middle of World War II in 1941, several years after the events had transpired, and I can only assume that he took information for it from detailed journals he may have kept on his travels. The book, in fact, goes into vivid detail at times, and it sounds a lot like an adventure story. But like the title, we have to assume that von der Esch didn't quite remember everything correctly, and so we have to take some things with a grain of salt. Many of you know that Laszlo Almashi's expeditions were some of the first to use automobiles in the desert. In contrast, von der Esch's trip near Aswan was entirely on camelback, in the company of experienced camel drivers who knew the area well. Strangely, von der Esch provides no direct indication for why he went here or when exactly he was here. But from one anecdote he tells in the middle of his story, we know that he was there in April and May. Now reflect on this. We are exactly the same time of year he was there now, and even a couple days ago in Cairo, it was swelteringly hot. So von der Esch mentions at one point that he was trapped in a cave by a Hamasine, and that since he had a thermometer there, he could register that it went up to 44 degrees Celsius. I really want to know why he chose this particular time of year to make this expedition into the desert. He doesn't tell us that. Also, he doesn't tell us a lot of the information about the people he was with, but he continually refers to them as the Bisharin. And generally, he talks about things that he learned about the desert from the Bisharin. So, as many of you know, the Bisharin are a tribal ethnic group in the southern Eastern Desert. They're related to the Beja people of the Middle Ages, and they have a distinctive dialect of Beja language and unique traditions about the desert. Notably, the area that von der Esch went through is a bit of a border zone between the Bisharin and the Ababda. And the presence of the Ababda at certain points in the story adds a little bit of interest or conflict to give some local color to things. The names of his companions are a little bit hidden in his account. He only refers to one person by name frequently, the man depicted on the right here named Ibrahim. Also, there were 2 men who were just casually referred to as the Gabalain. There was a Muhammad, of course, an Abu Ahmed, and a Hassan. So he was about there with about 5 to 7 people. One person he does reference, sorry, I skipped over him, he's very important. One person that he does reference in particular is a man that he just calls Der Kabir, the old man in Arabic. He explains that this is not so much a name as it can be a title for a caravan leader used by the caravans in this area at that time. Most of his companions were experienced desert travelers, and they were accustomed to being in the desert, even in this probably extreme circumstance that they were there with him. So thankfully, Van der Esch provides a very detailed map of the route that he took through the desert. He refers frequently to making transects and compass bearings along his trip, so he made this map as he went. The map and his descriptions are very detailed, and they're in fact so detailed enough that you can find the entire route in Google Earth nowadays. It's quite easy to put the places he stayed on the satellite. And just as a reference to why this is interesting to me, this is the area of Wadi al-Hudi, outlined naturally in purple. So just to give you a quick overview of what the value of the account is in toto before I go into some interesting details. One thing that the account has in great detail is the information about the transportation routes across the landscape here. These connect important places of interest, and they are used not just by Van der Esch and his companions, but as he notes, by Bisharin, who would cross the desert here. There are 2 major routes through this part of the desert in his account. First of all, there is the land route that connects Aswan with the area directly to the south, following more or less the road that exists nowadays to the Wadi Alagi, and from there, presumably into Sudan and other parts of Africa. The modern paved route of the road follows this fairly well. Otherwise, there is the route that goes to the east in what he calls the Wadi Garara. Importantly, Van der Esch remarks that this main route, this was the main route that was actually used by the Bisharin when they went to the Red Sea area near Shalatin, and that it, from here, connected to Komombo Plain, which I presume goes through the Wadi Ras, and through the Wadi Alawi. Although Van der Esch was disappointed to find by the time he was visiting in the summer, none of the Bisharin were taking this route because it was too late in the year. Another important feature of Van der Esch's travelogue is the reference to the water sources that he finds in the desert, and not surprisingly, these are situated on those routes. Being the early summer, they were very concerned about getting from one water source to the next. Notably, the 2 routes have corresponding wells. For the route between Aswan and Wadi Alagi, they visited the Bir Hebel, and for the other route through Wadi Garara, they visited Bir Abu Hasham. These wells undoubtedly were major attractions in the desert, being reliable sources. Even when they were there, they were full of water. But there are other areas that Van der Esch describes which also have an interest for people who are interested in water and pasturage. Around Wadi al-Hudi, they found a spot of pasturage, and notably there was, in the latter part of his discussion, the source of water at what you find on maps labeled as the Wadi Abu Agag. On those maps, it is labeled a magal, which is equivalent to a qalt, and it's more of a local term. There are several magal around Wadi al-Hudi, and interestingly, the magal in Wadi Abu Agag and its availability for water saved their lives because they lost their way. Between the wells and other points of interest on this route, there are other transportation paths that cross the desert. Perhaps the most interesting one of these connects the area of the village of Dihmit on the Nile with Wadi al-Hudi via the Khor Dihmit through the other wadi called Wadi Arab. He reports visiting this Wadi Arab and that there were cairns and trackways that actually were visible there in his day. Van der Esch actually identifies this as probably the main route to get to the gold mines at Wadi al-Hudi, which are medieval in date. Wadi al-Hudi then leads north into the Wadi Abu Agag, and from there down to the Nile again, to the area just north of Aswan. So en route, Van der Esch also discovered several archaeological sites that, as far as I can tell, have not really been reported on again since 1941. Most of these lie on the route that connected Wadi Alagi with Aswan. The first of these is called Qara, Van der Esch described it as a very old caravan camping site and a resting spot where there was a large sandstone outcrop on a sandy plain. The site has significant rock art that he describes in photographs, including prehistoric images, preternastic animal figures, longhorn cattle, human figures, and even perhaps he describes some hieroglyphic signs and tribal marks. A few hours to the north of Cairo on the road to Aswan, he found another rock art site that he just labeled as a cavern, a hula, within a sandstone outcrop. He estimated there was likely a rest station for travelers that served that purpose for many thousands of years. The rock art around this cavern is particularly interesting because it distinctively mixes preternastic or earlier figures with hieratic inscriptions, which show that they're probably from the early Middle Kingdom. And the predominance of names and titles on these hieratic inscriptions include frequently the title of Au, which many of you know is connected to agents who handle desert areas, foreigners, and perhaps interpreters. The location of the cavern and its clear connection with Middle Kingdom inscriptions draws further interest with what it neighbors in the desert. First of all, this location is very close to the two Middle Kingdom fortified mining settlements at Hisnain. Also, just looking through the Google Earth satellite imagery of this area, it's very obvious to see that there are structures around the hills that are in this precise spot. They're built of stone. There's one spot that looks very much like what we find at Wadi al-Hudi is a mining sondage, a trial excavation for a mine. So the features that you can see in the satellite image show that this isn't just a caravan site. It actually has something to do perhaps with the exploitation of the area for minerals in the Middle Kingdom and probably even later. So near the site of Kara, Van der Esch made a very important discovery that gives information about what the Middle Kingdom activity was actually looking for in this area. Interestingly, he tells us that his guide, Ibrahim, went off on a day excursion on his own to Khor-Dihmit to retrieve fragments of what he called the blue stone, just to prove a point that a story he told about them was right. And he returned with samples of these, and Van der Esch was astonished to discover their amethyst, purple amethyst, not blue, but amethyst nevertheless. And so far, this discovery has not really been acknowledged in most of the literature about amethyst sources in ancient Egypt or modern Egypt. It's an interesting anecdote considering our work in the area has actually reestablished that amethyst is a source. Khor-Dihmit is very close to Dihmit South, which we visited last year, and it confirmed there's significant amethyst exploitation in this area. So put that on your map as another amethyst spot. Yeah. A little bit further to the south, at Bir Hebel, Van der Esch made a few more interesting notes about potential nomadic archaeology in the area. The site has a well, which he noted had a year-round source of water at that time. It is clearly served as a resting station on the desert route between Aswan and Wadi Alagi. Around the well, Van der Esch noted the presence of nomadic graves made in a style that he compared directly with George Sveinfurth's publication at that time of what he called Beja graves behind El Kab. Just looking again at the Google Earth imagery of this area, one gets a sense that this site can actually be quite extensive. Notably, there is a side wadi to the south of the actual location of the well, where you can still see these tumuli ringing the sand. This is the only well, one of potentially two wells on this road between Aswan and Wadi Alagi, and consequently it screams as being potentially an important archaeological site for this region. So the last part of Van der Esch's travels actually brought him right into Wadi al-Hudi itself. He gives a very good description of two of the archaeological sites discovered by Ahmed Fakhri there, and a third site that we only rediscovered last year. The first site that he described in much detail is Ahmed Fakhri's Site 14, a medieval gold mine. His testimony in the photographs he provides in the book is actually quite helpful because nowadays, as you can see from the image on the right, a modern mining company has more or less destroyed the entire site. Also, it is clear that Van der Esch visited Ahmed Fakhri's Site 1, and interestingly, he identified it as having copper deposits. And that's interesting because until last year, no one had recognized that there was actually copper deposits at Site 1 when we were able to find them there, and they're probably being exploited in the Middle Kingdom. So he beat us by 80 years. Moving a little bit to the north, Van der Esch found a site that we only discovered again last year, as I noted. This is Wadi al-Hudi Site 51, and Kate has mentioned this already in her talk. It is a very important desert site. It consists of rock shelters for caravans made out of the eroded sandstone cliffs. These are inscribed with prehistoric and pre-dynastic rock art, images of longhorn cattle, ibexes, hunting scenes, tally marks, grinding slicks, and handprints are common. Van der Esch has a very interesting story about how he discovered the site. It was an accident. He had to change his film, and so he went to a dark place that he could see, and lo and behold, he discovered these rock inscriptions, and he was spooked out by the presence of the left hand inscribed on the wall, which you can see here. He remembered how when he was in Gulf Kabir, this became an omen of bad things to come. And at that moment, a Hamasine appeared. And everyone had to shelter in the caves that are conveniently there to ride out the storm. In the rocks, he consequently provided a lot more details about the site than a lot of the other places at Wadi al-Hudi. Continuing on his journey to the north, Van der Esch also found other sites which are still undiscovered in Wadi al-Hudi and then further north in Wadi Abu Agag. He records the presence in Wadi Abu Agag of large concentrations of prehistoric rock art, consisting of panels of hunting scenes, boating scenes, animal figures of various dates and species, longhorn cattle, ibexes, canids, and images of gazelles that he describes as the finest rock art he had ever seen in Egypt. Remember, he had seen a lot by that point. The two pictures that he publishes of this particular day he was there are not enough to perhaps give it justice to what he describes it as. The exact location of these rock art sites is hard to decipher from his account. He was actually lost at the time that he found it. Nevertheless, they're probably situated somewhere in the box canyons around Wadi Abu Agag. The subject matter that he describes, the images he has, and the location shows that this is very much in theme with the rest of the rock art sites that you find around the area east of Aswan. So we've already heard conversations yesterday about Wadi Ras, Wadi Abu Subera, Wadi Alawi, and Wadi Melek is in this area as well, too. And all of them seem to have very much the same tone of kind of rock inscriptions. But Van der Esch's account really demonstrates that there is still things out there to discover. We, by far, do not have a complete picture of the Eastern Desert, and one day's lost discovery can change everything. It seems that the rock art around here is probably only preserved because of the geology being favorable at certain spots or not favorable in others. So in conclusion, Van der Esch's travelogue of the Eastern Desert in the 1930s shows us a fleeting image of a world where travel was predominantly done via camel and consisted of, or entirely depended on, the experts who knew the local conditions of the water, the pasturage, and the transit routes to make survival possible. The networks of places and routes described by Van der Esch nest Wadi al-Hudi and similar sites in the Eastern Desert into a wider network where people lived their lives, they thrived, they often died, and generally they made the space into their own meaningful places in the desert. It's not possible to give you all the details of Van der Esch's travelogue in the Eastern Desert of interest to archaeologists and others. It is furthermore a printed source that is somewhat rare and hard to read given its Gothic script. I've therefore placed transcriptions of the extended texts that I've talked about today in both the German text and the English translations onto our website at wadialhudi.com. Check that out if you are more interested in what he says in detail. Thank you. And coffee.
Thank you all very much for this morning session, and I think now we can proceed to a well-deserved coffee break. A watering station behind you. to be given by Mohammed Osman and Rebecca Dole, who happens not to be here. So, is she online? Okay, great. And are you going to share it, or is it? Okay, great. But Mohammed's going to be two people for the price of one. And they're going to be talking about landscape and placemaking in the Theban Eastern Desert hinterlands. So welcome, Mohammed.
So thank you very much. I would like to thank Christine for organizing this wonderful conference, and also all the other organizers in the background. And I'm very happy to have the opportunity to talk today. As Salima just said, you have to consider me two people now, Mohammed and Rebecca. And I would like to talk today about the landscape and placemaking in the east of Thebes as a hinterland landscape. So in the beginning, I just wanted to make a small definition. What is a desert hinterland? So it is very simply an arid or semi-arid landscape space that lies under the political or economic influence of an urban center. It doesn't have to be in the immediate vicinity of the center. It can be very far away, like in the Red Sea Hills or something like that. But in our case, it's actually in the very immediate vicinity of Thebes. The desert hinterland can be considered a place for multiple placemakers because beside being a place for economic resources or economic exploitation, it is also a place where people interact in some kind of a frontier, where people are overlapping and interacting, coexisting, and create some landscape or making a place according to their needs and their land use perspectives. This project or this talk is actually part of a bigger entity that came up in 2017, created by Rebecca and by myself. And our main interest was about several aspects that I'm going to talk in the next slide. But you can always visit our website on Humboldt Universität Berlin and have a look at our research questions and goals. The main theoretical background that concerned us in this project basically goes around the mobility and the dynamics of coexistence. The evidence of human coexistence in the Eastern Desert, of course, is something that everybody is working on. And we are like the youngest participants in this field. However, we are more concerned about learning about this coexistence in a close-range desert landscape to the Nile Valley, like the desert hinterlands of Thebes and of Coptos, as major centers in Upper Egypt, and implying mobility as pattern of living and land use in this area. So we focus more on mobility, not on being in a stationary place or in one place. As I said, mobility is one key factor of living and for the survival, and very important for the survival and of humans in the desert. And the focus is on how different agents like Nile dwellers, like Nilotic people, or mobile groups moved within the desert landscape for living or for temporary businesses. The methodology that we are trying to follow is mainly based on 3 steps. The first step is about remote sensing survey, where we collect topographic and historical maps, satellite images, high-resolution surface digital elevation models, and geological information. After that, we try to understand the geomorphology of the region, including the environmental patterns and their impacts on the human activity. Also, we try to locate possible archaeological sites and what might be ancient routes in there through looking at the satellite images and analyzing them. And then we have to start running some multiple spatial analysis using GIS softwares in order to recognize patterns and possible extensions of mobility and of occupation in the area. The second step would be to go to the field and actually explore what we have found on the remote sensing survey. We try to discover and understand the routes from remote sensing steps, also to identify the material culture there and document the archaeology, and of course map all the environmental aspects around the region, such as the land cover, the vegetation, and the slope and the elevation verification. After that, the post-survey analysis take place, including further GIS spatial analysis like least cost path, but some special type of least cost path, trying to include the values of land cover and also visibility and stuff like this. And then, of course, creating a comprehensive geodatabase and develop it for the whole region. The location where we work now were chosen according to several aspects. The Coptite and the Theban hinterlands contains big wadis such Wadi al-Qarn and Wadi Zaydun, which are dominating the landscape. However, the most important and most dominating landscape character here is Jabal al-Nizi, which you can see in the middle of the map. Jabal al-Nizi is an almost 800 meters high mount or a hill, and it is associated with a big network of wadis going around it. And the whole area presents a variety of limestone and shale formations. So it is not sandstone at all there. And it can be considered as an isolated part of the massive Eocene plateau in the Western Desert. So there is no gold there, there is no metals or precious stones that people can go and exploit or quarry. However, Jabal al-Nizi as a massive formation, and on the other side, like south of it, the Jarwal Foundation to the south, were considered for some time as a barrier or as an obstacle in the way of communication between Thebes or the Theban nome and the rest of the Eastern Desert. And there is an accumulation of evidence that Coptos was the main source of expedition labor, which went for quarrying and mining in the Eastern Desert, while Thebes kept overseeing the activity administratively and by providing troops and maybe supplies. Of course, the most important text talks about this is the rock inscription of Hennu from the Middle Kingdom in Wadi Hammamat. However, this idea need to be challenged because the Theban hinterlands, the eastern hinterlands of Thebes, are not isolated as we think. As you can see here, this is Wadi Madamud, and in the background, this is Jabal al-Nizi, and the photograph was taken from up the plateau. And these are the main three aspects of the landscape. As you can see here, the landscape or the land cover is mainly a hamada surface. So it's a gravelly surface with some tafla and sand in between. And this is very important for our work because such surface preserve all the movements and all the activity on it almost permanently. On the other side, moving on this type of surface is very difficult and very slow, and travelers through this landscape have to consider ways and try to overcome this obstacle. The situation on top of the plateau is the same. This is also hamada surface. However, it is a little bit drier. There's no flash floods on top of the plateau, and in the same time, the gravel is much finer. So in the wadi bed, the second main character of the environment there is the existence of water through flash floods, which are often actually it happens every 5, 6 years or 10 years. And when it happens, actually, it creates some small rivers in the wadis, and sometimes it can be disastrous. And that's why the government made some dams on these wadis. So water as a factor is not really a problem in this landscape. In the last season, in 2023, we concentrated on surveying the wadi system of Wadi Madamoud, which eventually led us to partially explore the northern part of Wadi Tinedba as well, with blue color, and Wadi Khiyam in red color, in the very upper layers of them. And we tried to explore systematically the Madamoud watershed and find all the possible material culture over there. We chose this wadi as a starting point for the survey of the whole area because of its length and its probable connection between the Nile Valley stations or starting points and further points in the further to the east. The wadi is around 50 kilometers long, and in some places it is between 2 to 4 kilometers wide. This is a very large area, of course, for a small team and short amount of time. We only were 3 people in 1 month. However, I must say that we found a lot in this wadi. Remote sensing survey revealed that we have an extensive network of tracks or routes, and what you can see it in satellite images, as you can see here, as parallel lines on the surface. And these parallel lines were made by the continuous movement of donkey caravans all over the time, and creating paths or routes for travelers from A to B and from A to C, and etc. Of course, the patterns of these routes or tracks are varying from one place to another. Sometimes they are very nice parallel big bundles, like up to 26 lanes in one track. But when people are descending or ascending an elevation, it narrows down and then become a little bit random and then come back again to its shape. So it reveals more about the behavior of the caravan in the desert. And surprisingly, these tracks were not only in the wadi beds as we would expect. We thought that all the routes takes the wadis because they are with the least exertion, least cost of exertion, and there is no ascendance or descendance. But what happened that actually the upper plateaus between the wadis forms a very nice flat surface that the caravans can move faster in some places than in the wadi bed itself. And actually the Ababda people there call this agameya, which is a carpet. So, because it's smooth and nice. Another thing that we found in the remote sensing survey was the concentrations of some structures, some features, and that's what reveals in the next couple of slides that these are archaeological sites. And this was the result of the remote sensing survey. As you can see here, an extensive network going all the way from Thebes down like southeast and bypassing Jabal al-Nizi and a small mountain here, small hill here called Ghadir Abu Kalb. And Ghadir Abu Kalb, when we went there, we realized that it's actually a kind of a landmark, that you can see it with your eyes. The tracks that you can see from the ground, it looks like this. And we found a lot of material culture there. I'm very sorry, I have to go very fast. So this is the network of archaeological sites that we found there, and also the tracks that we found. We found 15 archaeological sites that can have a nomadic nature, and also we found 3 Roman camps. And of course, all types of resources like flint, and also iron ore locations that associated with a lot of pottery deposits, and calcite alabaster deposits or formations that were associated with the Roman camps around it. And this is how the Roman camps looked like. And this is some remains of the calcite cutting and trimming. But from the nomad site, of course, this area was used as a pasture place, and of course we found some rock art, although it is not very much there because of the nature of the stone. But what was there, what was significant there was the archaeological sites with some stone lines and stone features that forming sometimes geometric shapes, and sometimes they are destroyed by the caravans that came after, caravan routes that came after. In one of these sites, it was a good surprise actually to find some material culture that can identify the nature of the people or where they come from, like Clayton rings. And this was found in the upper Tinidba watershed. Some of the Clayton rings are made not only from desert wear, but also from Nile silt as well. So we can always consider all the types of connections. And of course, we know that Clayton rings actually come from Sheikh Muftah culture from Dakhla Oasis area. And it is not the first time that it was found in the Eastern Desert, but it was also found in other places, but it is rare. Also, we found some Nagada one potsherds in some graves. And finally, just some small remarks about the mobility like the mobility aspects in this area. The routes were also had infrastructure of some alamat or cairns, but they were significantly small because actually the tracks themselves works as indicators in the way, so no need for big alamat. And they were on the way itself, and of course the material culture found on the road were mainly pottery, and they were in a spectrum between 25th dynasty to the late Roman period. I will just going through the next photos just to show you the remains. And just a final remark that although the tracks or the routes are going up and downhill between the wadis and up the plateau, the slope that the travelers are traveling on are very undulating. So it is very kind of flat. People choose where to ascend and where to descend with their caravans of donkeys. And this gives us an insight of the behavior in the desert. Eventually, we were able to make some least cost path and corridor analysis that led us to some archaeological sites like the Roman station that John Darnell found in a place called Biyut, not far away from the network of the wadis of Esna. And also we found another route that takes people all the way from Thebes south to Esna and El Kab, although that we could not actually verify the rest on ground because it's beyond our permission. But we hope that someone else can take from us and actually give us some more information from the ground. And I would like to thank our team that actually without them this work would never be done. Dr. Rebecca Doyle, my co-director and my dear friend. Also Mr. Said Shura, a team member and a PhD student. Dr. Anna Vodneska, our ceramologist, and Dr. Judith Bumbreby as our geologist, and Mr. Ahmed El-Teri, our driver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And our last session for today, before we have our question and answer discussion section, is Hannah Pathan from the University of Liverpool, who has been working on landscape and quarries in particular. She's going to be online and speaking about landmarks of stone towards the mansions of gold, Geographic Information System, GIS of place, and placemaking as the Hatnoob Travertine quarries. I think that, is she on? Yes, there she is. And if you could wait for 1 minute, we need to sort out the audio. And can you say something, Hannah?
I'm here.
Excellent. So please do begin. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think the site of Hatnoob needs much introduction. It's already been mentioned once or twice in the last couple of days, but that is the mansion of gold that the title refers to. And it is, of course, the very famous Egyptian alabaster or travertine quarry that was...
to interrupt, Hannah, can you manage, I think you can change the way you're showing it, because right now we can see all of your notes.
It should have switched for me. Hold on 1 moment, please. I might just have to turn this off.
Righto.
So I also have a... That's
it. Perfect.
Is that better?
Yeah, no.
It's gone back, has it?
It's
hold on, I can fix. I know what to do now. It's got a external monitor. Is that better?
No. Oh yeah. Okay, now just advance it and see what happens. Yep, perfect.
Perfection. Okay, excellent. That works now. So the site of Hatnoob was first recorded by archaeologists in the late 19th century, and maps, including Hatnoob, were published by Petrie in 1894 and Timmer in 1917, with the former naming the main extraction sites P, R, and T. And then from 1984 to 1994, Shaw surveyed and excavated the many structures on the desert surface around Quarry P. So that's the grey rectangle in the slide. It took him about 9 years to survey Lass per kilometre square, but the structures continue all along the Quarry Road. That's this structure here, and across the Amala Plain. So in 2016, we began the Hatnoob Road Survey project to survey the 100 kilometre square quarry zone using remote survey with a high resolution satellite imagery, supported by targeted mobile GIS ground truthing fieldwork. And the black rectangle on the screen is the survey area. So to date, the survey is not completely finished yet, but to date we have recorded 1,501 features across 3.37 square kilometres. And of these grid squares, 256 or 2.56 kilometres were remotely surveyed, plus the 81 squares, which were surveyed with both remote and mobile GIS survey as part of the ground check fieldwork. The results of the survey have been published elsewhere, and here I want to focus on the cairns and other features that were used for land and waymarking, simply because there's far too much to say about all of the features altogether. So the types of feature that we have that I am focusing on here are mainly cairns, features that we have called alam, and shrines and possible shrines. So cairns obviously need no introduction. We've seen several cairns and other types of alamats in the last couple of days, and they are commonly used as landmarks and also co-opted as sites of ritual and socializing activity in various places across the Egyptian desert. Alam, like the example in the center, are small landmarks typically comprising an upright stone with one or more supporting stones. And the research by Hakarima, published in 2013, has shown various combinations of cairns and alamats used in the routes of the Western Desert. Shrines, like the example top left and bottom right, that's the demolished feature below the cairn. You can see a short approach route lined with stones leading up to some fallen stones, which was once one form of these structures. And they typically comprise stone-lined approaches to mini cairns, sometimes with a niche or a hollow inside them. So the top left example, for example, has a hollow space in the center. They're not used as landmarks in any obvious way, but they are often associated with cairns. So the example on the right is just a few meters below one of the larger cairns on the ridge. Now, their identity as shrines is obviously a bit questionable, but we so far haven't found a pragmatic or practical purpose for them. There's no evidence of burning. They're a bit too small to be used as shelters or some form of habitation. And at the moment, we're following Shaw in the idea that they might have been some form of ritual or socialization structure, but that obviously needs further research. So if we look at the proportions and distribution of the alam, cairns and shrines around the site, the pie chart shows the percentages of these features out of this group of 123, which is roughly 8% of the total 1,500 features that have been surveyed to date. Now, the frequency is obviously affected by their appearance and size in the high-resolution satellite imagery, because a lot of this data derives from the remote survey. And therefore, if they are very small, there is a much lower probability that they will appear. So the alam, for example, are extremely small features, often less than 0.5 meters in size. And given that the satellite imagery is 0.4 meters in resolution, the alam are often little more than a single pixel. So they are quite difficult to identify in the remote data. The shrines are much easier to recognize because their stone-lined approaches are quite distinctive in the imagery. And although the cairns are quite large, it can be difficult to distinguish them from rocky outcrops, which explains why I've got quite a large number of possible cairns. These are the ones where they look like they're probably cairns, but I have put them down as possible until they've been fully surveyed. So you can see that the cairns dominate this group, and that's visible also on the satellite imagery to the left, where you can see we have the area close to Quarry P, with a large number of cairns dotted all around the landscape, and many of them along these routes and trails that have been surveyed as well. And I don't have time to go into the details of the trails, but we have seen in the previous presentations how these trails appear on various places in the Egyptian desert, and at Hatnub they are very much the same thing. They are cleared areas in the desert where the stones have been kicked aside, and you get these little tracks that are sometimes filled with sand. So unfortunately, the nature of these features results in problems with dating. I know Isabel mentioned the difficulty of dating these cairns. They've been used to mark trails for millennia, and most of them aren't associated with datable artifacts. Obviously, Hatnub is extremely close to the Nile Valley, so it's quite likely to have been traversed through Egyptian history, and it's very likely that the data I showed you on the previous slide is one of these palimpsest landscapes where we have cairns and trails from various periods, and some of them are being reused and modified as well. There is some date evidence for the date of some of these features, particularly for the 10 cairns in the quarry zone around Quarry P. So that's within the red outline on the slide. This is the area that was surveyed and excavated by Shaw, and his excavations revealed that most of the quarry settlement dated to the Old Kingdom, with some very specific areas of New Kingdom and later reuse. We also have a couple of isolated instances of later Coptic and Roman pottery, because Romans get everywhere, and the Coptic culture is obviously remains very strong in Middle Egypt, so it's hardly surprising that there is Coptic material here. The 10 cairns that Shaw recorded within this quarrying area are therefore most likely to date to the Old Kingdom, and we have a little bit more evidence of that in that one cairn, that's C10 in the middle, was associated with a windbreak dated to the Old Kingdom. Now, that windbreak was excavated by Shaw, so the pottery is from a secure context, and the windbreak is actually attached to the cairn. So we have fairly good evidence that cairn C10 is at least Old Kingdom. Cairn C7, that's down the bottom right of that map, was associated with petroglyphs. And these are very interesting because these are amongst the few actual inscribed features in the plateau settlements. There are inscriptions in the quarries, inside Quarry P particularly, but not many on the plateau. Now you can see an image of the petroglyphs at the top left, and I was excited to hear that they have sandal imprints at Wadi al-Hudi, because you can see that we definitely have some of those in the approach to Cairn 7 at Hatnub. And if you look at the photograph at the bottom, Cairn C7 is to the right. It has been unfortunately demolished in the last 20 years, but the path leading up to it is still reasonably clear in the picture, and the petroglyphs are at the top of that path right in front of the cairn. And following Kate Liziska's keynote yesterday, it's tempting to think that perhaps people were hanging out at Cairn 7, monitoring the landscape or doing other things, and that's how we ended up with so many petroglyphs here. Because of the difficulties of dating so many of the cairns on the site, the initial visibility and viewshed analysis we undertook was undertaken using those 10 cairns that were surveyed by Shaw, simply because we have rather more dating evidence for them. They are located in the heart of the Old Kingdom settlement, and obviously they're most likely to be of ancient date, but it's entirely plausible that they were used in later periods, and they may have been modified as well. So the analysis made use of ArcGIS 10.6 to calculate where these 10 cairns would be visible in the surrounding landscape. Each of these analyses seems to produce a very great deal of data in my experience, so I'm only going to present a very, very small amount of it here, of the initial data on these cairns. Now, we made use of a very large satellite radar topography mission digital elevation model. That's the one you can see behind the viewshed in the left image. And that was a quite low resolution. It's only 27 meters resolution at Hatnub, but it gives us a good idea of the prominence of these features in the landscape, although with the obvious proviso that at the limits of that image, none of these cairns are going to be practically visible. This is a mathematical model of visibility rather than a reality of visibility in the field. For the more detailed and close-up work, we looked at a Worldview 3 4-meter resolution. So this is a much higher resolution digital elevation model of the landscape immediately around Quarry P and its environs. And you can see that in the right-hand image. For all of this visibility analysis, I made use of a 1.6 meter human because, oh, excuse me, it's gone. Apologize, I can't get it back. Ah. Right, I'm going to have to move this through. Sorry about this. Press the wrong button. Right, that's done. My apologies. So we are dealing with a 1.6 meter human, and that was based on the dynastic osteoarchaeological evidence for the height of ancient Egyptians, and it would represent perhaps a smaller man or a taller woman. And the purpose of this was essentially to allow us to assume a height for the person. You could change the height of the human and run the analysis again, and I fully intend to do that, but I wish to reduce the number of parameters I was changing in this initial test. Because as you can see from the image, we were changing the heights of the cairns. So we looked at a range of cairn heights because the heights of the cairns on the site are quite variable. And as you can see, it's very clear that the greatest increase in visibility of the cairns comes when you move from simple ground level to 0.5 meters cairns. You get a little bit extra in terms of the areas that are visible if you increase the height further to 1 meter, but beyond that, I'm not sure the increase in visibility is going to be worth your while building, say, a 2.5 meter cairn, which perhaps makes sense of why some of these cairns are so incredibly low. When we look at an overview of where in the landscape the cairns would be visible, we get an interesting result. So this is again very close to Quarry P and the Quarry P settlement. And you can see that there isn't an area of the landscape really in any direction which is not served by a view of at least one of the cairns. And quite interestingly, this is particularly true when you get very close into the Quarry P settlement. That is the area where the visibility probably represents what you might actually see with your real eyes rather than just a mathematical model. We can also see that there's quite a lot of intervisitability between 3 or 4 of the cairns and the quarry road that leads northwest out of the site towards the Amarna plain. And I suspect that is completely deliberate, and that will need further investigation of how visibility works along the road. Another really interesting feature is that when we get very close to the Quarry P settlement, there are quite a lot of areas of the landscape which are only served by visibility of one cairn. You can see this is to the northwest on either side of the quarry road, and also particularly to the south, and even around Quarry P itself, there's quite a substantial area where there's only really visibility of one of these 10 cairns. This becomes even more noticeable when we look right very close in on the landscape itself. Now in this slide, you can see the viewshed overlaid on the contour map of the area. And the 10 cairns are labelled, but I've also included the very many additional cairns that we have recorded during the remote survey. And they're divided into confirmed cairns, where we know they are in fact genuine cairns, and possible cairns, which we're a little less certain of. One of the really noticeable features is quite how many of these cairns are distributed nicely along the tracks that have also been surveyed as part of the project, which again suggests we're looking at a network here of trails and cairns marking them, and that we are going to find that this network extends as we extend the survey across the whole of the study area. To return to the idea of the cairns being keeps doing that. To return to the idea of the cairns being visible from all of the directions, if you look to the south of cairn C8, you will see there's a group of 4 confirmed cairns at the very bottom of the image. And these are linked to a trail, and they suggest that we might be looking at a tie-in to larger networks of trails and cairns that perhaps run north-south all up and down the desert margin in this area. And that if you continued on that route, you would end up in the very much larger wadi that runs all the way south towards Asyut. Similarly, if we look at the cairns on the eastern side of the plan, there are 4 cairns to the east of Quarry P, which have a couple of little trails associated with them, which appear to be heading eastwards into the Eastern Desert. And this is even more interesting because obviously we don't know where these cairns are going or where this trail is heading. It's entirely possible that they are heading in towards another extraction site, which we haven't discovered yet. Alternatively, we may be looking at another tie-in to the wider trail network used perhaps by nomadic groups or also by Egyptians, because we know there's quite a lot of hunting going on in this area. We have tombstones with hunting in them, and we also have a graffito from Quarry R, which discusses a hunter, and in which those who are making an offering formula or making a physical offering are advised that if they do so, they will be successful in their hunt and return home with their animals and their quarry. So there's clearly an expectation at the site that it's in the area where hunting will take place, and it's possible that this trail was used for that purpose. If we look a little bit further into that possibility, this is what the cairns on that potential eastern trail look like on the ground if you take a photo from Quarry P. They are positioned on 4 hilltops, and there are a couple further moving into the desert that we can't see from this angle. And the format here is one that we've seen elsewhere in Egypt, and which has been recorded by, again, Hakarima, where a trail is marked by interspersed cairns on local rises and hilltops. And when you visit these cairns, they actually get a lot more interesting. The rightmost cairn on the highest hill has a flat side, which makes it almost like a windbreak, and you could certainly shelter there from a north wind. It would have made a very good look at. That's a very high hill, and you get a very good view of the landscape around. It does make me wonder if perhaps, much like the cairns at Wadi El Hudi, we are seeing a means of control as well as route marking here, because these cairns aren't isolated. They are definitely integrated into this network.
4 minutes.
Thank you. So what implications does this network of trails and cairns and the probability that it is linked into the wider desert network on the eastern side of the Nile Valley have for the Hatnib Quarry Road? Now, this is the very large quarry road. It's almost certainly made in the Old Kingdom, and most probably to extract the very large pieces of alabaster that were extracted in that period from Quarry P. It is, as you can see from the photos, very much intact and very substantial in its structure. And for a long time, it was assumed by excavators that this quarry road was the main route in and out, with perhaps some of the side routes that had been recorded by Petrie and Timmer as subsidiary routes. But we can now see that we have this network of cairns all over the area around Quarry P, and they are lining up along trails, and there are likely to be many more of those trails up here as we continue the research. So that suggests that the quarry road is in fact going to be pragmatically used when you need to extract the large pieces of alabaster and travertine that and that would necessitate such a structure. And it's entirely plausible that people could have undertaken expeditions to Quarry P simply with donkeys and people, and carried out smaller pieces of travertine and alabaster using donkey back. And of course, you could also provision the quarry that way if you needed to, simply by having someone walk in with a donkey train. So we've got a much more complex view of how this quarry works and of how its infrastructure works based on that. We have a very quick look at placemaking at the quarry. I have already mentioned how there's a relationship between the shrines and the cairns at various of these sites. And we know that this is a wider feature of the desert in general. There's placemaking activities, ritualization and socialization that take place at cairns and alamat around the Egyptian deserts. We have this group of alamat just south of Cairn 7, which there are far too many of them to be simple way markers. They must be doing something more interesting. Similarly, just east of Cairn C8, in the purple circle on the slide, is a small red trail leading up to a little round feature, and that is the shrine I showed on the earlier image with the little niche in it. And again, we're seeing this association between cairns and shrines, and they appear to be at the south end of the site, close to where people might have been accessing it from southern trails. It's strange that we haven't yet found any inscribed material on the plateau. It's all in the quarries. And I do wonder if perhaps some of the freestanding stela later found in the quarries, like at Quarry P, were perhaps originally on the plateau and have been moved around by later Egyptian expeditions. Another alternative is that some of these shrines and sites were associated with freestanding Silla that have disappeared into collections as unprovenance material. But that's, of course, unknowable at this point. This slide shows you cairns S11A to C and an extra one below a cairn on a hill at the very south end of the research area thus far. And you can see they're overlooking a very large wadi, which would give access to the site from the south. And we also have a similar event up at cairn C2 on the northwest side, where we have two little shrines associated with that cairn. So it's tempting to see some of these features that we're calling shrines as a response to people either arriving at the site after a journey or perhaps leaving the site after a successful expedition. And we know that the commemoration of the successful expedition took place in texts. So again, it's tempting to see that perhaps this could be a feature of successful quarrying expeditions, perhaps for those who are not integrated into the elite literary context, but are making their own informal or non-formal recognition of their activity at the site. So we have a lot more work to do at this particular site, and one of the features of it is that it's obviously a palimpsest, so we're going to need to see if we can disentangle some of these palimpsest parts of the landscape. But the investigation of the 10 cairns at the site does give us some indication of future research directions. So there are various possibilities ranging from further on-site research to the completion of the remote survey and undertaking additional research with the GIS, including modelling visibility with varying observer height, investigating the visibility of the cairns along the quarry road and other relevant routes, and the clusters of cairns to see how they work together to provide good coverage of the landscape. We've obviously seen that much of the landscape is covered with just the 10 cairns, so if we imagine including the remaining cairns that have already been surveyed in the analysis, we can see how it would be very difficult to approach the site without seeing any one cairn, even if we assume some of them are later than the Old Kingdom, which is quite likely. We also need to investigate further the relationship between the cairns and the shrines and see if we can determine if there is either a physical or a visual relationship there that is consistent, perhaps provide some more evidence for that. So if you are interested in more information about the remote survey and the mobile GIS survey, you can find it on a couple of previous publications of mine. Here we have the list. I'd also like to thank the Egypt Exploration Society, who funded the high resolution satellite imagery and some of the field work, the permission of Roland Ennemark to use his photos, and also for some very useful discussions about some of his texts, the Ministry of Antiquities for permission to survey, the Ifao and Yanis Gordon for allowing us to join the Hatnub expedition, and of course Christina Alu and Ifao for accepting my abstract to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And I hope that everyone who was online, who presented online, is still with us. And I would now like to open the floor to questions and discussions. So does anyone... oh, Maël.
Thank you. I have a question for Anna. As you surveyed the Hatnub Plateau much more than I had, I have some question regarding the cairns. I had some intuitions when I was working there, and I would really like to have your ideas about this. First, really short information. It's only published for now in a preliminary report, but we have no much more precise dating for the road, for the quarry road, thanks to geoarchaeological test pit. So it is now geoarchaeology dated to the very beginning of the Old Kingdom, or even slightly before. So it's something to know. So when I was working in Hatnub, I saw that many of the small cairns were along the small paths most of the time at crossroads, and that the biggest cairns were ready to be seen from very far. And I always ask myself if it's possible that the small cairns are to know where to go, and the bigger cairn to know where to go when you are very far, and then where you are when you are closer. Because if you are surveying an area, maybe you need to know exactly where you are, and this can be used as landmark to kind of like a GPS, but from the field, to do some triangulation. What do you think about it? Do you think it's something that would work? And I know that you surveyed it much more than I have, so I think you.
I think it would work. I think that's absolutely how it's intended to work. So we have these really massive cairns. So most of those cairns that I included in that visibility analysis are the really massive ones, and many of the smaller cairns are much more of the little local markers at the junctions of paths, for example, that you mentioned. We also have a few of the very small alam that seem to function like that. I didn't have time to go into it here, but there's, for example, one right in the middle of a sort of, I think it's a seasonal player, essentially, and there's a little high area in it, and it appears to contain a small, now collapsed alam that may have perhaps helped to sort of mark that particular location. So I think it very much works like that you have the small cairns that you can follow almost as you move about along the paths, and then the large cairns help to orientate you within the landscape. And I think that's why so many of them seem to be quite heavily orientated towards the quarry road. There are 3 cairns at the west end of that plateau settlement that appear to be very much orientated towards that road. It's very exciting to hear that we have absolute confirmation that the road is Old Kingdom. I think we'd always assumed it, but it's really good to know we have the geoarchaeological evidence now. But yes, I think you're exactly right. I think the cairns perform slightly different functions depending on where they are. And you can see, if you look at the individual, the view sheds of the cairns individually, which again, I would just have been showing you 12 slides of view sheds if I'd done that, that some of them have very, very, very small view sheds that are really only visible in the immediate area and are presumably therefore being used for very much local navigation rather than orientating people within the landscape generally.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What? Okay. There's a chat one. Shwana, can you read it? From Maria to Brian. Everyone can read that for themselves. No, I'm just going to give this. Okay. Okay, you can read what Maria have to say. Smugglers.
Yes, so I'll send you, I guess, a shapefile showing exactly where I think he's talking about. And I think you have sent me, Maria, the Ras position mark. I'll have to double check whether I just made an assumption they were similar or that they connect very much. Yeah, actually, a lot of these routes that I know personally are being used by Dahabo at the moment. It's everyone finds the routes very convenient. They were used also for earlier 20th century mining. So that shouldn't really be surprising. One thing I do need to actually qualify about my talk in light of the other talks is very much the landscape that I'm seeing in Van der Esch is a camel landscape, right? So the Middle Kingdom landscape is much more broad and follows different transportation routes because of the use of donkeys. And I think Van der Esch missed most of the Middle Kingdom sites because they are not accessible by camel very well. So added my own little thing there, right?
Thank you. Julia would like to comment.
Many thanks to all the speakers. I would have a short question to Mohammed and Rebecca. First of all, congratulations. It's an exciting project. You are at the beginning of this project, but you showed us a very kind of diverse picture. First of all, you do have all those donkey tracks that also go across the plateaus. In terms of material culture, you mostly showed us very late stuff, especially Roman and Ptolemaic. Then you mentioned very, very briefly rock art. So I would like to know a little bit more about the rock art. Is it camel pictures? Is it something else? And what do you in general expect why wouldn't you have earlier remains? Or will you be finding earlier remains? So just about formation processes, state of preservation, etc., etc.
Before you answer, to follow in on you, because I was going to say, if you've got all that LRA7, where the hell are your camels?
So first of all, the rock art that we actually found it in the very, very last day of the campaign. So we found it at 11 a.m. in the very last day, and we could not do more with it. That's why. What was it? Rebecca can tell you more because she's the rock art specialist.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Yeah, thank you, Yuri, for that question. The problem is the rock art is very fainted. It's very coarse one. What I would say from the first glance, it's not camels. It's probably a hunter figure, but as Mohammed said, it was at the very last day. It's very coarse as well because the stone in this area is not really suitable for rock art. So there will come further discoveries, and we have to document it more properly to tell what it is. But it's definitely not the very recent kind of rock art.
Yeah, and I would like to mention also that only because of the time, I didn't mention that we also found some earlier material on the tracks, what might be Old Kingdom potsherds and also one Nagada II potsherd. Maybe, maybe not, Allahu Alam, I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, everything is still preliminary and we still have to look at this material again when we go there.
Okay, coming.
Concerning three questions, actually, one concerning the dams that you. Okay. Okay. Concerning the dams, did you find any traces for previous dams from the past time in the same areas or nearby? This is a short question.
No, they were modern dams built in 1994.
Are modern?
Yes. Built in 1994 because there was devastating flash floods in 1993, something like this.
Okay, concerning the caravan route, there is any connection between this route to the Darb al-Tawil in the Western Desert to Gulf Kibir, because it's met in Qift. There is no further study for a connection between caravan route in this area and the other side in the Western Desert?
Well, first of all, you have to cross the Nile first. But even if we consider that we can cross the Nile with a caravan that coming from the east to the west somehow, there is a very interesting work done by Cambridge University in the western side of Thebes, like the western hinterlands of Thebes, also discovered many tracks and many routes taking people or travelers from Thebes all the way to the upper plateau of the Western Desert, so towards the oasis, and that might be an answer.
Okay, the last one, concerning the material culture you already found, is it scattered or there is a workshops there, clustered workshops, because you find out some traces from Sheikh Muftah culture? And this area, the nature of Sheikh Muftah, where they, when settled in some place, they make their tools, and there is traces for workshop.
Yeah.
Or
well, the only traces that we found was a concentration of stone heaps or stone circles, very much like burials.
Sorry?
Very much like burials, like Chamulay, but nothing more than that. Only these concentrations of stone circles and stone piles. And in one of them, which was already looted, we found these Clayton rings.
You found out the Clayton ring, but about the disc?
About?
The disc.
And the discs as well.
As
in
well?
The same place, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question for Hannah, if she's still there. So that was a very, very interesting talk. As you know, we've spoken before about cairns, and we could go on forever. I love the fact that you're starting to date them, and that you're able to date them to the Old Kingdom. That's wonderful. And I think that you, and from what Maya said earlier, are probably correct about the visibility, about the heights. That's great. I'm just wondering, has there been any work on dating via shape? Because there's sometimes, like at Wadi al-Hudi, where we'll have cairns that are, I don't know, almost 2 meters, and some of them are small and circular, and then others are these like fat pyramids that are like 2 meters at the base and come up, not in a nice way, just piled. And so I'm just wondering if there's any distinction in shape and not necessarily height.
I feel like that might be something we could pursue a bit further. We know that there are these beautiful sort of tall, conical, really well built cairns. You showed some, I think, from Dihmet South, and we've seen those also in Engelbach's work on the route from Tushka to the Jebel Asa quarries. The Midway cairn was that kind of beautiful, kind of tidy dry stone construction. We don't have any beautiful cairns like that at Hatnub. They're not well built. The big ones, the particularly cairns 1 to 3 at the western end of the plateau settlement, are really just very, very big piles of rocks. Although there is some evidence that cairns 2 and 3 have been moved about a little bit in modern times. And this is the other problem with Hatnub, because it's so close to the Nile Valley. I have this suspicion that a lot of this material has been combed over perhaps several times in history. But so they aren't beautifully built. And the cairn structures at Hatnub tend to be quite limited in variety. So we only have really a pile of stones or a slightly neater pile of stones, and the really beautifully built ones don't seem to occur. But I do wonder if it might be possible to do some dating by shape, particularly for those nicer ones like the ones you have at Dihmet South. But I'm also a bit dubious about that, because I wonder if it's form defined by function rather than by date. So if you want to build a really nice cairn that is really high because it needs to be very visible, it's if you have a lot of stone. So we have a very stony surface at Hatnub. It's very much a hamada surface, but it's quite large, chunky stones, and they are quite easy to you can just gather them together and pile them up. So I wonder if, because there's so much available there, they're just making a casual cairn, whereas perhaps in an area with fewer available nicely shaped stones, you might want to build something a little bit more tidy, because you've actually got to make a more sort of oblong vertical shape rather than a pyramid shape, if you know what I mean. Does that make sense? So it would be interesting to investigate the sort of the pragmatism that it gets involved in cairn building. That's definitely something we need to do. But unfortunately, I don't have many different types of cairn happening. We have the small ones and the big ones, but they're all quite similar construction. I just sort of pile your stones up and hope for the best type construction, really. Does that answer your question?
It does. Remind me to show you photos of the ones behind Site 4.
Also, just as a note, in the Reimer and Foster book, there is quite a lot about cairns, because in the Western Desert, we do have a variety of cairns, and we tend to call what you're calling, Hannah's calling, alama. We refer to all of them as cairns, but then we break them into different types over there. But also, as an aside, an anecdotal aside, we had a cairn that had huge, that then grew the next year because people had come and added to it. And then we found that in other cairns, sometimes there was some pottery, but it hadn't been put there originally. It had been a restoration, and they had found pottery nearby that had been shoved in. So I would say that everyone should be very cautious when dating cairns, because these are things that are rebuilt, and sometimes patination is the one thing that you can sort of depend on. But having built cairns myself and repaired cairns myself, I feel that we should all be a little bit cautious when embarking on these things, and especially in the Eastern Desert, which is so much more traveled. than the West. Are there here? Oh, there's online. Yes. Mohammed, shaleware, or Anya knows?
It's too early to say anything about that now. We have to examine the wares carefully next time, and then we will see.
Okay. I have a question for Hannah. I'm not entirely sure that I quite got you were talking about shrines, and right at the beginning there were things that looked a bit collapsy-cairny, but were you describing those as shrines, and why?
They look a bit collapsy-cairny, but the problem is that they are much too flat and in too improbable a situation to be a cairn. And they also have there's a class of features at Hatnub which appear to have once looked a little bit like mini cairns, but they have these stubs of paths leading up to them, but they're very short. They're only perhaps 2 or 3 meters and they don't go anywhere else. So it's almost like people turned up, repeatedly walked up a very short 3-meter path to a very, very small feature that's often like subsidiary to a larger cairn or close to a larger cairn, and then did something, maybe didn't do something, turned around and came back.
So are you saying that, I mean, are these piles of rocks, because sometimes you get sort of almost rock votives, or is there a hollow space underneath all this stone, and it could be maybe something where an animal could be trapped or what have you?
Some of them have niches in, but they're not at the bottom. They're sort of in the middle. So it's almost like they made they almost made a very small cairn that wasn't remotely visible, and then they made a little niche, sometimes slightly built. And unfortunately, before I took my pictures and since Shaw surveyed them, some of these have been a bit more demolished than they were before, which they're looking a bit more like demolished cairns. But if you compare my pictures and his pictures, what you see is it's almost like the niche is kind of like maybe half a foot off the ground in the larger one, and it's a really small. I mean, if it had burning or something, you might think it was an oven, perhaps. But there's no burning or anything like that, and it's not in a visible place, and it's kind of right next to another cairn. So you think, well, it's not doing a job as a landmark. It's not marking anything, and they have these strange little paths up to them. So I'm maintaining the sort of typology used by Shaw, because if I give them another name, then
it'll be confusing.
Will end up being very confused. But I am completely open to the idea that they are not sort of shrines. They might be these remnants of little piles of stones, these sort of votive piles of stones that we've seen in so many places. They might also be something a little bit more on the way to, the kind of cairn court stuff we see in some places where they have stele associated with them. And I'm not ruling out the possibility that maybe 1 or 2 might have had that, but there's not really enough evidence to be definitive. But they're certainly odd.
Okay, they sound very odd. And did you say burn marks?
There are no burn marks, which is unfortunate, because otherwise
just
write them up as others.
Obviously, drawings are needed because one is still slightly confused. But thank you.
This is a question for Maël. It's really a more open-ended one, because I really admire this idea of treating the landscape as a palimpsest, which is nothing. I mean, it's a lovely idea in archaeology, especially among symmetrical archaeologists like Whitmore, for instance. And since you're, as a geologist and geomorphologist, you're dealing with very large time spans, and maybe treating the landscape from this sort of this variegated perspectives, temporal perspectives. We're able to maybe understand this tension between, environments that determine behavior and choices that maybe human beings can make. And of course, a narrative, these are like sort of weird sketches that I've been having over the last 2 days, but one of the main comments that have been made about the Eastern deserts, or deserts in general, is that time sort of stands still, right? Which is lovely.
So within this, I mean, you talked about one perspective, one palimpsest, a sort of general palimpsest, but I'm kind of curious for everyone in the room whether we can understand various differentiated palimpsests within the landscape that may sort of, I mean, I think one comment was made about these are sort of camel tracks as opposed to donkey tracks, as opposed to human tracks, and maybe without the material, cultural, and textual evidence, it's hard to differentiate between different behaviors, right, different palimpsests. So I'm kind of curious if you could elaborate a bit further on this, and maybe if other people have questions in the room or comments too.
Okay, regarding this question, you're completely right. When you have the palimpsest and you have no clue of how to read it, you can't read it. This is why I thanked so many people at the beginning, because I'm completely blind without my historian and archaeologist colleagues. But at the same time, I'm a kind of new pair of glasses for them. So it's something that we can do only if we collaborate a lot between different periods and between different disciplines. The only way to understand the palimpsest and not just to take from the palimpsest what we can or want to see in it is to be together when we are looking at it. So I think it's the first part of the answer. And the other thing, for example, regarding the question about donkeys and camels, or regarding other question, we can eventually find some way to differentiate it, not for all the case, but for some cases. And for example, if you have any tracks like those that Mohamed shows us, which cross something which is more than 37% slope, you are sure that it can't be camel. It has to be donkeys or human, for example. There is also some, of course, you can use the dating also of some site to have an idea, but of course, when you have a road coming from a site to another site, you are never sure that you have the right sites for this road. So it's always tricky, and I think that the only way to be sure is to accept that we won't be sure. The only way to have true results, and to try to check evidence together, really. I think I don't have anything to add, but really it's important. And one last thing, which is also important, and on which travel accounts are really, really useful, is that I showed you the wide time span trends, but you have also to have in mind the huge variability. And I worked a lot from travelers' accounts from the 18th to the 20th century to try to document this variability. So to know what kind of span I have to put on geoarchaeological result, what kind of variability in practice you can have with the same environment also. But as I told you before, it's something that can be done really usefully and as rightly as possible only when we are working together.
I would like to add some comment on that there are already some studies that try to understand the behavior of caravans in the desert, like what Frank Forster published in Desert Road Archaeology. And they even have some experimental archaeology case between the Nile Valley in Sudan and Darfur. Yeah, you were there, I think.
I wasn't there, but I wasn't there, but I have something to add regarding that.
Yeah, which is yes, and also they have very interesting calculations on the speed of donkeys and the load and when they stop and how many days they can survive without water and stuff like this. Yes. Yeah. So I agree totally with Maël that we really have to exchange the data, especially between Eastern Desert and the Western Desert.
Just a really short answer regarding that. There is just one thing we have to be careful with this paper. It is that this donkey caravan is carrying only itself. It's donkeys to be sold. It's not donkeys that have to be packed with some raw material. It changes everything because they can carry their water and their food. They don't have to spend too much time going on the pastures. And you don't have to plan for one or two donkeys for every donkeys to take the water and the food for every donkeys you will have in the caravan. It would have been much more different if they had still donkey caravans to load raw material or some goods. And this is exactly why people went from donkeys to camels, because camels can carry a lot more and are able to carry their water and goods.
Well, I think there's a lot, actually, one has to say about caravans and how much an animal can carry and how far they can go, but we will leave that aside for the moment because I'm more of a Western Desert person, so I want to ask you, Eastern Desert dwellers, how much happens there on motorcycles these days? Because, I mean, we are getting increasing motorcycle traffic, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, during our survey, we encountered a couple of Ababda people, and they were always on motorcycles. And this is their means of transportation, because it's much easier than 4x4 cars.
Right, I just wanted to check on that, because there has been some issues with camel tracks and motorcycle tracks, because you get the same wiggliness.
Yes.
Not exactly the same. Not exactly the same.
Sometimes it depends on the sand, because we were tracking it, we made them drive, and then we did the camel, and we thought, shit.
This is why we need to have more, if you want to be sure that it's a donkey or camel road, you need to have some part, at least, yeah, which is on the Hamada or on Wadi Terrace, because on this area it's very different. But in the sand, it's impossible, and most of the time in the sand, what you see is, you're right, motorcycles.
Yeah, increasingly, this has become, I mean, so we start tracking and saying, oh yes, this goes somewhere. I think we have another online one.
In the non-visible parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, how their tracks appear in satellite imagery, because that might help a little bit.
I think we're a little bit befuddled by what you said, Hannah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You were saying something about trucks and motorcycles, but I think there's a lot of blank faces here. Not quite sure.
Sorry. I think did it cut out?
Anyway, what did you say?
What I said was, you were talking about distinguishing the tracks of motorcycles and animals.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if you had experimented with if they look different.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and they look the same, do they?
Quite similar depending on the terrain, and very different in other terrain. So that's why you have to keep tracking it till you get to a point where you can say, oh yeah, that's a camel, and that one is a motorcycle. And it seems that Maël has the same experience as we do, because we did quite a lot of experimental work, because we were also chasing thieves and wanted to make sure we got the thieves and not the camel drivers.
That makes sense, yes. Thank you, that's great.
I have a comment that is directly to this question, too. We are, as evident in all these talks, spoiled for satellite imagery now. Google Earth is available for most of the area we're talking about. But even looking...
Recently only.
Sorry. But the image we're seeing is changing in front of our eyes. So very much, if you're trying to track desert paths, it is very difficult with just the satellite images to distinguish. 4x4s are fairly easy, but yes, motorcycles are hard. But if you want to try and go backwards in time, the earlier imagery, especially the 1960s in the Corona images, those will be helpful confirmation of identifying things. And if you can get that accessible, they're not as high definition, but if you see a substantial road, you will, in a Google Earth image, for example, confirm it existed in the 1960s, because very frequently those 4x4s will make things look like anything. Yeah, and personally on the ground, I've tried to distinguish motorcycle routes as donkey routes and been frustrated. Well, in the end, I think we resolved what it was, but it confused us too for a while.
And now, on this happy note, I am going to say it is lunchtime. So thank you all very much.
to start, or? So wait a minute. Okay.
I do have 40 minutes, I think.
40?
Yes. Wonderful. Yes. I hope I will make it, because I have a lot of things to explain.
Yes, yes, yes. No, it's very exciting. We tried to go. Good afternoon, everybody. If you could please take your seats. We are going to be starting the next session, session 4, which is a fantastic topic on placemaking in the desertscape, marking, differentiating, and connecting. So please silence your cell phones, get ready for a series of riveting lectures. Our first one will be by our keynote speaker, Juan Noel Guzman, who holds a PhD in ancient history from the Automata University of Barcelona, and he's currently an associate professor in the Department of Ancient and Middle Ages Sciences at the same university. He has studied, his research has focused on landscape archaeology and territorial studies in the Roman period. He's worked in many amazing places that are not in Egypt, like the Eastern Pyrenees. Can I come? Excellent, wonderful. But then, of course, since 2013, he has participated as an archaeologist in Greco-Roman sites of Berenike, and then in 2016, He has directed the Sakat project, a project of archaeological interventions in the Egyptian Eastern Desert, and that's what we will be hearing about today. Dr. Guzman.
Okay, so thank you so much for the introduction. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the honor to be here doing the keynote lecture about our project. So thank you so much, Christina, to the institutions, the Ifao and our colleagues at the Poly Center. And so today what I will do is to offer an approach to the results of our project, this Sakat project that is working in the emerald mines of the Egyptian Eastern Desert from a landscape archaeology perspective. So we'll try to do that with this really long, horrible title, sorry. And we'll try to see how this harsh environment that we have in this desertscape, let's say, was transformed by several communities, human communities living in this area, working in this area, and that in fact these interactions transformed this harsh environment into a kind of economic hub for more than 8 centuries. So we'll try to approach these communities through our results. First of all, just a short introduction about the project, this Sakat project that was born in 2016, a joint mission between the Poly Center of Mediterranean Archaeology and the Autonomous University of Barcelona. We conducted our first season there in 2018, so far 6 archaeological seasons in the area. And the main goal of the project is to get a better understanding about how the processes of extraction and commercialization of emeralds worked in antiquity. For doing that, we've been working main axis that you can see some images there. Of course, excavation, mainly in the site of Sakat that we will see later. A second part, which probably is the most innovative, which is the documentation and survey of the emerald mines. And finally, well, last but not least, conservation interventions in the area. We will focus, of course, in the 2 first elements. Well, briefly, why emeralds? Because we know that they were one of the most appreciated gemstones in antiquity. We have plenty of evidence for that. We have this magnificent Fayum portrait, the large number of pieces of jewelry found all around the territory of the Roman Empire. We have several classical sources talking about these emeralds. I will not enter into detail into that. But these sources, they refer to a specific area within the Egyptian Eastern Desert that was, it seems, the only or the main source of emeralds within the Roman Empire. And they named it the Smaragdos, which is in this area. That, well, archaeologically we have identified this area more or less with what currently is the Wadi el-Gemal National Park. So we have, I don't know if you appreciate this spot there, close to the Red Sea. So we know, thanks to the archaeological work, that in ancient times, several communities created an extensive network of settlements dedicated to the emerald mining. And then you can see the most important among them, with 3 main areas: the area of Kabu, the area of Gebel Zabara, and the area of Wadi Sakat, Wadi Nugrus. They were looking for that, these emeralds that you can see in there, nothing to do with the huge emeralds that you can see in the movies. Those are from Colombia, not from here. So they were looking for these emeralds, and when we talk about emeralds, we refer to the green version of the mineral of beryl. Okay? That's what they were looking for, and they created all these settlements to try to obtain it. Of course, our concession is in the Wadi Sakat, so we will focus basically on the results obtained in this area. So also briefly to situate this space, this Wadi Sakat area is, of course, one of the main emerald-bearing areas of the Smaragdos, with different sites dedicated to this extraction process, being the most important among them Sakat, which is the center of our work. Then you can see a plan of the site, cut into two by the Wadi Sikait, with around 200 structures from the Wadi base until the highest part of the surrounding hills. That, well, as most impressive feature is their amazing level of preservation that we will see now some images. So we have this site and other satellite sites in the area, but of course we also have the mining areas. We've been doing a huge work of a survey of all this area. We have identified so far 20 mining areas and over 500 underground mines, and we have entered into all of them, which is a lot of work, in a surface of around 47 hectares. Just as a brief note, you must consider that mainly what we have in there, in fact, are open cast extractive operations that are combined with some underground mining works, and only where it was really profitable, they invested in large underground complexes. So mostly the work was a kind of surface extractive operation. And of course, as we will see, we have plenty of mining infrastructures that were used to allow these people to live and work in this complicated environment. And there you can see some images, just if someone hasn't seen it before, of this settlement of Sikait, which, as you can see, is amazing, with these buildings preserved at 4 or 5 meters of height, and several temples. Well, it's an amazing site that we will see some ideas later. Okay, so now entering into the topic of this talk, what I want to do is to do some kind of theoretical exercise and to take this cultural landscape, which is the Wadi Sikait, and separate it in several layers that you can see in there. These many landscapes of Wadi Sikait. Of course, I'm aware that this is not probably right from a methodological point of view. I know that, of course, they are all part of the same cultural landscape. They cannot be understood apart, separately. But, well, I want to do that because I think it will help to show how different communities, human communities, interacted with this landscape and how they transformed this area. So I will try to distinguish with 4 types of landscapes that, of course, are part of the same landscape, of course. This emerald mining landscape, a military mining landscape, a nomadic landscape, religious and ritual landscape. And I hope I will have time for everything. There you can see this map with the different mining areas we have identified in the Wadi Sikait region, and site is in there. So we have all these letters that are depicting these mining areas we have identified in this area so far. Okay, so let's start by the easiest one, an emerald mining landscape. Of course, it's the easiest one to identify. Why? Because mainly all these communities living in this and working in this area were there because of the presence of beryl of emeralds. So when you go in this wadi, you can easily see at both sides of the wadi plenty of these elements related to emerald mining. Here I'm showing some examples. At this site, you can see this is Middle Sikait. We will come back later to this important place. There you can see the literally tons of debris coming from this surface extraction. This is an area where they mostly were working in this kind of quarry way of extracting the veins. And we do not have almost any gallery or shaft in there. They were just literally cutting the bedrock. On the other side, you can see something more typical, maybe you go there, these underground mining structures that normally look like that, this kind of Gruyere cheese with all these small shafts that normally are not really long. Normally they are at most 10 meters because most of them are just tests to see if they can find any kind of rich beryl vein. Well, you can see some of these large shaft. In this case, I think it was around 30 meters of depth with the nice steps there to go down. We didn't take the steps. We went with the ropes because it was quite dangerous, but this is a nice example of this type of shaft. And in some cases where it was, as I said, profitable, they created large underground complexes. In that case, so we can see one of the first complexes that you have documented, Mine 15. They started here as a quarry, and when they found one rich mineral vein, they started creating the typical mining system Roman period with this pillar chamber system, with these pillars and communicated chambers and all that. In fact, this was not the good spot, and they abandoned that quite fast, and they entered in there, which is the good entrance. And when you enter in there, you can see a typical emerald mine. You can see some images of these galleries inside of the mines, really narrow galleries, 80 centimeters, 1 meter at most of width and height. Some of them really well carved, and normally distributed in different levels that are connected through these rock cut steps. So, well, in this case, we thought it was a big mine, but not. It was one of the smallest, in fact. But, well, it's a good example to start to seeing this type of structure. Of course, plenty of mining infrastructures. They are everywhere. You can find them all along the wadi, and I'm just not entering into detail, but you can imagine we have ramp stones. I will show you later some other images of that. We have wells, of course, wells that have been used a long time, that are reopened, reused until the 20th century. We have, again, we've been discussing that before, plenty of cairns all around the site. So marking the mining zones and the good roads to go to these mining zones. And of course, in this case, again, they are still using the illegal gold diggers in the area. They are still using this kind of piles of stones, which of course implies a problem of chronology. And plenty of roads, trails, paths connecting these areas. So this just to show you briefly this emerald mining landscape, which is, as I said, the easiest one to follow. But there are more layers. There are more spaces. And I will focus now in what we call this military mining landscape, because in fact, one of the most interesting evidence we've been recovering during the last seasons are related to the Roman army, to the investment that the Roman army made in this area to exploit these emerald mines. And I will show you just two cases. The area of Middle Sicate, which is there, this north from the main site of Sicate, some 3 kilometers north. So there you can see this is the, is this not working? Can you see the, yes, yes, more or less. So now I've lost it. Anyway. Sorry, I lost the, okay, thank you. So yeah, sorry. There you have the Wadi Sicate, and there you have Middle Sicate. In fact, this is the Wadi Sicate, and you have a secondary Wadi arriving until this area of Middle Sicate. I don't know if you can appreciate, the Wadi was totally green. This year we had heavy rains on November, so everything is covered by this grass, so it's really nice. This area of Middle Sicate was special. Since the first time we arrived there, we noted that it was something different. By several elements that I will show you now briefly, because, for instance, there, I don't know if you can see this stone ramp I showed you before, 400 meters of stone ramp perfectly built to connect the base of the wadi with this mining area. And then at the upper part, we already saw the debris coming for destructive operations, and several massive buildings of unknown function until now. So it was something interesting. We also had 3 huge, massive watchtowers controlling this specific space. I'm just showing the most important of them, which is just above these buildings that I showed you before, with this use of mortar, which is not usual in the area. So something that already was pointing to this military presence in this space. Again, you can see the detail of the ramp and several trails connecting this area. So we were already aware that there was something happening in this space. The most important evidence, however, arrived in 2021, I think, when following one of these paths, we arrived to one specific mine, which is mine 125, this one. You can already see that the look of the mine is totally different from what I showed you before. It's really well carved in this rock, with all these nice steps giving entrance to the mine, with this frame in there, probably for putting some plaque, maybe with the name of the mine, we don't know. And then inside, well, we have found an interesting mine, huge, more than 35 meters of depth in 3 levels. And what is most interesting is the first one where inside we have identified several inscriptions. We have identified a corpus of, so far, 26 graffiti in Greek, normally, depicting names, symbols, whatever you want. And even we have identified the only single ostracon we have found so far in all the Wadi Gemal area. I have to say that yesterday, seeing the other projects, I was a little jealous. We only have one ostracon, and we had to go 30 meters underground to find it. So yeah, it's a pity. But anyway, we start to find some stuff, some inscriptions. Anyway, the most interesting thing among this corpus, and this is something already published, is that at the bottom of the deepest shaft of the mine, we recovered 2 graffiti from one Roman legion, the third Legio Tertia Cyrenaica. There you have one, and then you have the second one. They are really hard to see. You have to be really lucky and be with your light in front of this, and then see these kind of things. But this was really interesting because it kind of changed the paradigm about this idea of the Roman, well, first confirmed the presence of the Roman army in the area, which was important enough, but changed this paradigm about this Roman army just being in there, controlling, protecting, managing. Well, we think that probably they were directly involved in the mining activities. And this is an interesting proof for that. It also provides some chronology. We know that this legio was in there already under Augustus, was established in there. We have evidence of this legio moving around the southern limits of Egypt. And we know that they left from Egypt at the beginning of the 2nd century. They were sent to Arabia. So that gives us some chronology. Okay, so we have the confirmation of this army, but the problem is, or the first problem we thought about was, where were the legionaries? Because if you go to Sikate, and we will go back to that later, what we have in there, I mean, almost 95% of structures and materials are from late antique period, 4th to 6th century AD. So we do not have a clear early Roman occupation. And these people must be somewhere. So we did 2 things to try to understand what was happening with this soldier. We did a survey of the base of the Wadi in Middle Sikate. So there you have the ramp, and there you have the mining area, because all this part of the Wadi was literally covered by thousands of fragments of pottery. So we decided to do a survey. We recovered hundreds of fragments of pottery, and they give us interesting information. For instance, chronologically, we have been able to confirm that the first moment of exploitation in this area are in the late Hellenistic period. We somehow knew that from other sources, but now this is the confirmation. And on the other hand, of course, the most important phase is this early Roman period phase, end 1st century BC until beginning 2nd century AD, so perfectly fitting with the chronology of the Legio, and with a lot of imports, interesting materials, even, of course, wine containers, oil containers coming from Hispania, and also, and this is important, kitchenware. A nice amount of kitchenware, which means that these people were here cooking, eating, living. We have, and just briefly, another parallel in the zone G that I will show you later. With this space there, we considered maybe it was a storage space, because we have found, again, a large amount of materials of pottery around this area. Unfortunately, the interior was looted, but around hundreds of fragments with the same chronology, same typology, with a large presence of Mediterranean imports from Mauritania to the Black Sea, and even from India. For us, this kind of context, cultural material culture in this area, in this moment, can probably only be related to the presence of the Roman army, as far as we know. So this is extremely interesting. Let's just take a look that in this case, for instance, the percentage of imports are 20%. If you go to Berenice, to the early Roman levels, excavated early Roman levels, the percentage of imports are around 9%. So it's quite interesting. Well, where were the legionaries? It's hard to say. It's complicated. But According to this context that we have this material at the base of the wadi, we are proposing that maybe they were just going there and staying in non-permanent camps in a seasonal activity, because we do not have evidence for anything else. So this is so far this hypothesis. They were just staying for the season of work and then leaving this area. Okay, some of the materials that our colleague Jerzy Oleksiak studied in this area, nice materials. So the other thing we did to confirm these elements, this Roman military presence, and I will be brief about that, is to try to, before that we're standing in the upper part of Middle Sikate, some of them, especially those three that you can see in there, that were built in an artificial terrace, and that had this same shape, with this long first room, and then a smaller one, and a huge niche at the back part. This kind of a structure in other areas of Wadi Gemal, and in some excavated spaces in Sikate, normally correspond to a temple. So we thought that maybe we had some kind of sacred spaces in there. So we decided to dig a small trench in the back part of one of the well, you can see here the process of excavation. This is the small second room that gives access to this massive niche. If this is a temple, probably the most sacred space in this area. What we have recovered inside, well, there you can see the after excavating the space with these remains of this kind of plaster covering the interior walls and the floor, with this probably foundational votive pits, and basically all the stuff we found in there were votive elements. And we have this horned altar, this bronze plate that we have been cleaning and has an inscription and an image of the god Tanit. All these schist stones with this presence of organic residues that we assume are food offerings, but this must be still analyzed. We have typical Sothis dog found also in there, and this lead medallion from Hippocrates, a necklace with the presence of, with the depiction of god Min. First time we have Min in there. This is important, so we will see. So again, it seems at this point, and we still need to finish the excavation of the rest of the room, that it could fit with the idea of a temple. And if this is a temple, and if those are three temples, we cannot think about another context in this early Roman period. This is also from early Roman period, that one belonging with the presence of the Roman army in the area. So far, this is the... I will show you now the other space where we've been working with this military mining landscape, with this, the Zone G. The Zone G is in there, as you can see, is the most important mining area in all Wadi Sikate. We have just in there identified 180 underground mines. So it is a huge space of mining operations. In there, we've been working in the last seasons, and it's an amazing space. In fact, well, just to let you know, this is a secondary wadi that leads to the Wadi Nugrus, this one, so connects the Wadi Sikate with the Wadi Nugrus. And in fact, the first evidence of mining are in this lower part of the wadi. After that, they went to the upper part because it was easier to work in there. And as you can see there, again, large presence of debris coming from all the galleries you have in the upper part of this area. But just a couple of things. First, to show how they adapted the landscape to facilitate the work in this area. Remember, I told you the first area of work is this secondary wadi at the base of this space. We've been surveying this last season, this area, and for instance, we have found that they built bridges to save waterfalls. So this is a waterfall in there, 20 meters of fall. So they created this nice structure that is partially lost, but that arrived until there. So you just have to step in there, follow this nice floor with schist, continue with this nice trail until Wadi Nugrus. So it is perfectly adapted to facilitate the movement of the people in this area. In fact, it's one of the things that we've been doing during all these years to try to document all these roads, and indeed, they created a network of roads that were useful to this work in the area, especially in this space between Wadi and Wadi Nugrus, we have, for instance, two main roads, one that is prepared for the movement of people and animals, and the other one just for people. So they were just really adapting the environment, and even with small camps that you can see in there controlling these mining roads. But this is from this Zone G. The most interesting thing from the Zone G comes from this mine, Sinai. This is the largest mine we have found so far in the area. In that case, we have 500 meters of internal development, and we arrive until 45 meters of depth underground. So it's a huge, huge, with tens of galleries and interconnecting spaces. You can see some of these elements also typical from the complex you saw before. Well, they can see we did the topography of this mine, which has been hard work, but we've been able to do the topography. There you can see some details of the internal structure of the mine with some of the galleries, some stairs connecting different levels, some windows to see what it was in the other gallery. There you can see this is the first draft of the topography. This is the entrance that I showed you before, and you have all these galleries and this development that arrives, as I said before, until 45 meters of depth. And we try to put that together in a satellite. I don't know if you can appreciate that. If you remember, this is all the debris that I showed you before, and there you have the development of the mine in the mountain. So it's a place where they invested a lot to get this huge underground complex. But while doing the topography, we had nice surprises in this mine. The first one was found in this small chamber that we did a trench inside of it, and well, we recovered some organic materials, as is usual, fragments of baskets, of ropes, of textiles. But what is more interesting is that in this chamber, we recovered this. Those are basket tacks made in a schist. So this is only stone of a schist. So one, the obverse and the reverse, and the second one, they were part of the same. So they were writing something on it, and then they were breaking it to put it in a basket. And there you the holes for putting into the basket. We have even found the small strings to attach that to the baskets, and not in there, but we have found plenty of baskets perfectly preserved inside of the mines. But what is more interesting is what does it say? What it says in this place. It says Speides Nigrou Cam, which is the Greek name for the Corps Nigrica Merensiana, one Roman army unit that we know from other ostraca that was in this area of the Eastern Desert at the beginning of the Tiberius' reign. In fact, one of the ostraca says that it was stationed in the Apollonos Idreuma, that maybe is the Fort of Wadi Gemal, so some 10 kilometers from there. So more or less everything fits. So this is, of course, extremely interesting because, again, it confirms this direct involvement of the Roman army in the exploitation, in the mining activities in these smaragdos. And so it confirms what we were already theorizing. Hypothesis. And this really links with this the subject of the conference, because now you see we have here the site of Sicate with this middle Sicate area. There we have the Sicate mining zone G with the 229 mine and this course Nigrica Merensiana. And what we do have in there? Well, there we have the Wadi Nugrus. So you have the course Nigrica Merensiana, in Greek, the Speira Nigrou, and the next wadi, just 100 meters from there, is the Wadi Nugrus. So Nigrou, Nugrus, of course, we cannot be 100% certain. We do not have a document saying that. But for us, it seems quite suggestive that maybe the presence of this course in this area gave name to the wadi. So the current toponym could be related with this strong impact that this course had in this landscape, in this area. So this is an interesting example, I think, of possible place naming. Okay, sorry. So that's what we are having now about this military mining landscape, which is extremely interesting and gives us this idea that we already know from areas like the imperial quarries, that at the beginning of the Roman conquest of Egypt, Augustus Tiberius were extremely interested in exploiting the mineral resources from the Eastern Desert, and that they invested a lot in transforming these areas to obtain these mineral resources. And we think that the Smaragdos is a clear example of this situation. Let's go to the third landscape, nomadic landscape. And this is a more problematic question, I think. A nomadic landscape. Why I'm talking about a nomadic landscape? Okay, so this refers to what I call the Blemian issue. Several of the late sources talking about this area says that since the end of the 4th century, this area was not longer controlled by the Romans, but by the Blemis, these nomadic tribes that came from Nubian area, and it seems that maybe they established themselves at some point in this area. What is interesting, remember, is that the main site we have in this area, and this is the same thing, something similar with Nugrus, for instance, which is Sikate, we only have materials from this late period, almost. We have just few materials from early Roman period. So, can we relate these huge buildings, this huge site with these blemishes? We think so. And then I'm showing you some of the buildings so you can realize what they were building in there. You can see the tripartite, 6 windows building, tripartite building, the Southern Temple, advanced building, all of them with clear 4th to 6th century context, especially 5th century nice material context. So, well, this is an issue that we need to solve. In fact, the only elements where we can recover so far some materials from the early Roman period are a couple of temples. There you have the, well, we have the small temple, and especially the large temple, one of the most significant structures we have in the site, this Hemispeos type rock-cut temple. That is, in fact, a religious complex with a occupation from the 1st century BC probably until at least the 6th century AD, and where we have these early Roman materials, but mainly what we have been excavating in there, what remains in there are, again, late antique materials with a clear presence of these materials that cannot be linked with the Greco-Roman or the pharaonic tradition, let's say. For us, this must be linked with what we can call a Nubian tradition. I don't know exactly what name to apply, but it gives us another evidence that, in fact, maybe this site, this settlement, was, in fact, a late Roman settlement, but maybe nomadic or Blemian settlement. And this is really interesting because it gives a kind of a contradiction. That is why I'm putting this question mark in there. Because we have an early Roman period with a huge investment in mining activities, but a scarce investment in settlements, and we have a nomadic moment with a huge investment in settlements and a scarce investment in mining activities. So this is something quite interesting, I think. Well, another of the elements we've been studying, we have plenty of graves in this area. We have documented during these six seasons between Sikate, Nugrus, Gali, Kamarfua, over 800 graves in this area. Unfortunately, all of them looted, not a single one untouched. But anyway, the material, the pottery can recover in there, which is a lot. It is, again, all of them late antique, not a single possible early Roman grave. And this, again, reinforces the idea that in the early Roman period, probably we do not have a permanent occupation. But this changes, the settlement pattern changes in this late antique period. We are now trying, kind of publishing a first paper about these 800 graves that we have documented in there. And just again, this idea of the investment in the late antique period, it is not easy to identify chronological difference inside of the mines, but it seems clear that in this late antique period, the mining operations were not huge. They are not opening new galleries, they are not expanding ancient galleries, they are just entering there and doing what we call scavenging mining. I don't know if in English is the correct term, say minería de rapiña, which means that they were just entering these previous galleries and just trying to extract what they left in there. Best example, the pillars that I told you before. that they were left to stabilize the roof. They arrived there and they systematically extracted everything they could from these pillars. You can see in the original dimensions, you can see they just removed everything from every side, up and down, or even there. They just removed a lot of materials from this pillar, and even the ceiling collapsed. So again, contradiction between this investment in mining operations and in settlement construction. I will not just enter in detail, but we consider probably this must be related with the historical changes experienced in this area of the Egyptian Eastern Desert in this late antique period, with all these movements of these nomadic tribes, groups arriving from Nubia. This has been discussed as the so-called enigmatic settlements in this area. Well, we consider that maybe probably these enigmatic settlements can be related with these movements, this changement of the settlement pattern related with the abandonment or partial abandonment of Rome of this area and the arrival of these nomads. But we can discuss that later. So I will finish with this just last landscape that in fact is not related to a single period, but to all the communities that were living and working in there. It's a kind of symbolic landscape, this religious and ritual landscape, because we have that clear along the history. The mining communities, well, the miner job was really dangerous. So the mining communities tend to be really devoted ones, really religious ones. And we can see that still today in the current mining exploitations. And one of the most typical features that we are documenting in the settlements and in the mines are religious elements, religious features. And it is interesting because we are seeing a different approach, different religion in the settlements and in the mines. In the settlements, we have these temples that I have already shown. Those are another one, the mountain shrine, again, the southern temple, where they had some kind of more official veneration that we can also find, for instance, in the imperial quarries, worshipping typical gods and goddesses, Isis, Serapis, Harpocrates, Min, etc. But if we go to the mines, this changes. Why this changes? Because, of course, here things are different. Here, the miners need to enter into the mine and need to put their lives at risk. So they wanted to have connection, to be protected by gods and goddesses that really know these spaces. So, of course, they went for chthonic gods and goddesses, so gods of the underworld. And we are finding plenty of elements in this area related to these gods. And we have everywhere. We have them between and around the mines. There you can see these nice two altars, rock carved. You can see this one dedicated to Serapis. This another one dedicated to Anubis. We found a nice schist plaque with the name of Anubis in Greek, so probably Anubis. But then you can go to the mines and also at the entrance of the mines find these elements. For instance, this is the entrance of one mine, and just above it, I don't know if you can appreciate, this is a kind of a miniature of a temple. You can see the stairs, a kind of courtyard, and the building. We probably suppose that this is for doing libations, offerings, who knows. Or for instance, this is really nice. This just besides another entrance in this zone G, and they carved this figure of a man that has on his chest the symbol of the denarius. So we could expect this guy entering into the mine, and before that touching this figure to ask for guidance and to obtain luck to get some rich mineral vein. So elements in the entrance. And to finish, we also have religious spaces inside of the mines. And for instance, in mine 15, we have recovered this space. This is a space for an oil lamp that was reused, and they carefully left in there this image depicting Serapis. In fact, is a part of an terracotta oil lamp, perfectly cut and carefully put in there. So we think that it was some kind of small shrine for the miners working inside in there to look for the protection and guidance of Serapis. And this is a really interesting element, again, of course, from mine 229. I'm just showing one example because we are still studying that. And, we have recovered in there a corpus of 10 graffiti depicting schematic images of miners. And there you can see this nice guy with a head and 2 arms and mining tools at both sides. We have a chisel and we have probably a helmet. We have others with a chisel and a hammer, a chisel and a basket. So this is really nice, but even more interesting. Some of them have some stuff in their head. And what they have elements that allow us to relate them to some gods. We have some of them related to probably Anubis, Serapis, Osiris, Hermes, of course, all of them chthonic gods that could protect them inside of the mines. So another excellent image, example of this religious landscape inside of the mine, in this underworld. And I'm just finishing, just really briefly. Of course, this year, for instance, we documented this amazing building. No one had ever documented that, which is amazing. So we arrived there for the first time, perfectly standing, just without the ceiling. And inside of it, we recovered all these, I don't know if you can appreciate, but those are Coptic inscriptions. This is the first time we found in the Wadi Gemal evidence for Christian presence. So this adds another layer to this landscape. Of course, the Islamic presence. This Islamic presence is emerging more and more. We have now context, clear context in Sikate, but we also have these amazing sites like Zabara. We have been doing topography this year, over 300 archaeological features in there, an amazing space also for emerald mining, and this is the last one. That's it. Of course, we have modern presence. We have these British and French companies that try to reopen the mines at the 19th, 20th century, and of course, they left their landmarks in this space, and we can also document these elements. All together, all these layers conform what is this cultural landscape of Wadi Sikate, of the emerald mines. And I will finish there, just thanking you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Guzman, for an outstanding talk. Let's give him another 40 minutes. No, but we can't do that right now. Our next speaker is, I believe, online, if he's here. Our next speaker is Marek Adam Wozniak. Can you give a shout out so we know that you're present?
Hello, can you hear me?
Excellent, yes. We're, yes. Is we're very
something wrong.
yeah, it's coming through. Okay, just 1 second.
Make it full screen.
Yes. So.
My full screen or just the presentation?
We see the presentation currently. You have to press the full screen button.
I don't know how to make it. Sorry, I have no idea how. Yeah, I checked it.
It's to the right. Yes, that button. Push that one. That's the button.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's going okay.
Okay, excellent. And so we are very excited to have Marek Wozniak with us today. He works for the Institute of Mediterranean and Oriental Cultures, and he will be speaking on the open city versus the closed city. Please.
Yeah. Hello to all my respectable colleagues. I'm really happy to be here. It's a pity that it was impossible to be with you personally, but I'm really grateful that I can share my presentation on such a interesting conference. Thank you for Christina for organizing of this meeting. Today, I want to share you with a few thoughts about the development of the system of control and security of the Berenica region from the Hellenistic times until the end of the early Roman times, the beginning of the period which we can call the post-Roman, after last discoveries in Berenica. But from the beginning, I will remind briefly location of the Berenica harbor. It's very simple to locate it even on the satellite imagery of the Red Sea region. You can see it is located directly below the very characteristic point of Ras Benas Peninsula on the 1/3 of the western coast of the Red Sea. Site itself was connected to the Nile Valley with a series of the tracks of the path of the roads across the Red Sea desert. The main one was leading from the Berenica itself in Hellenistic period to Edfo, Apollonopolis, Hemegale. In Roman times, this direction point was changed for the Coptos, today's Kuft. Berenica itself was located at the western edge of the huge half-open bay of today is called Full Bay, but in antiquity known as Akatartos Kolpos, because of the underwater reefs and rocks and shallows. Bay itself is quite deep. It's even now used by the modern ships of the military base. But the Berenica need probably more silent anchorage, so they choose not to locate the harbor in Hellenistic times, not to locate the harbor directly on the shore of the Full Bay in the deepest place, but on the smaller and more silent lagoon. I want to say, to tell you not only about the harbor of Berenica and the Berenica city itself, but also more about its direct environs, which is mostly a very wide valley of the Wadi Muhit. You can see it here. It's about 20-25 kilometers wide in the widest place, and about 30-35 kilometers long. It's probably in antiquity the mouth of this wadi in the prehistorical times in Wadi Muhit, mouth of the Wadi Muhit formed the deepest part of the Akatortos Bay. From the west to tributaries of the Wadi Muhit are the series of different size wadis, with most important, I will tell why, Wadi Abu Ghraia in the north and Wadi Shenshef at the south. Directly in the Berenica area, these wadis are three. Wadi Mandit at the north, Wadi Salim al-Madid in the center, and the Wadi Kalalat from the south, leading to Berenica from the southwest. Location of the city itself was chosen very carefully, not only because it was located between two bodies of water, the open bay of Akatartos and the now mostly silted so-called southern lagoon, not because of the point of view of harbor. Of course, it was primary point of this choice, but also by the strategical location of such a city, or in the first period of its history, a military base. Cities of Hellenistic times, bigger than in Roman period, was located on the two peninsulas connecting each other. The western one, so-called Western Ridge, with the rocky basement, and central promontory, mostly built by the sand, with only end fragment, probably with the rocky bedrock, similar to the coral reef visible to the south of the harbor, as a form of the peninsula, probably not covered with the settlements, maybe with some small structures related to the lighthouse or something like this. You can see that two wadis, Wadi Mandit and Wadi Salim al Mandit, are mostly responsible for the siltation of the lagoon today, but it was also probably the main sources of perennial floods and water brought to area of Berenike from the mountains. So city of Berenike itself in the Hellenistic period, as we can recognize now, mostly on the base of the geomagnetic research, but checked by the few trenches located in the most characteristic places of this structure, was surrounded by the system of fortification, very characteristic between the cities of the ancient cities of the eastern of the Red Sea coast. In early Roman Berenike, this fortification was dismantled. Such a fortification also are not recognized until now in Mills Hormuz. It looks like it was for this system of fortification was characteristic mostly for the early Roman, early Hellenistic period, when it was built together with the establishment of the Berenike city, Berenike harbor itself. And it looks like this system of fortification was also manifestation of the logistical idea of functioning of the Berenike as a city and the harbor. Berenike was from the analysis of the archaeological materials and structures and buildings which we research until now, we can tell that the most important idea, most important goal of the logistic of the Berenike was self-sufficiency, visible in a few groups of materials. At first, the pottery, which we can obtain from the Hellenistic, especially early Hellenistic context, it's in 80%. It's almost all from the imports. About 80% imports. I mean, from outside of the area of Berenike. About 80% is imported from the Nile Valley or from Egypt itself. About 20% are imports from the Greek islands. We can identify this amphora. These are also mostly amphorae. About 60% are amphorae with significant addition of kegs. Pottery, the table pottery is very limited, in very limited amounts. Only in a few places we found bigger complexes of the pottery, table pottery, mostly on the trash dump in central part of the city and around the well. All this storage pottery was located. Was deposited probably in very early period when this fortress was active as a fortified city. Another group of materials which can suggest that for the Hellenistic Berenike was supplied by transport coming from the mostly from the Nile Valley. It's are the osteological materials. It's a little bit different than in Roman period because of the significant amount of the pigs, which are not animals breeded in the Eastern Desert, but also the bones of the goats and sheep are identified as so massive and characteristic for the environment of very well conditions. They were probably breeded in the in much better conditions than we can find in the Eastern Desert. So it looks like they were also driven from the Nile Valley. The only one difference is that the pigs were probably transported together with dry goods, with amphorae of wine, olive, and supplies of flour by the sea, because nobody can imagine that it was possible to drive the herd of pigs 6 days across the desert, across the mountains. But most important proof that in Hellenistic times we have Berenica in form of the fortress focused on the contacts mostly by the sea and not related so much with the surrounding area, are the resources of water. This is very characteristic. They are very characteristic only for the Hellenistic period. In the early Roman period, we never found some cisterns or the wells in the Berenica. Only located such sources, such structures for the obtaining and for the storing of the potable and technical water. We have uncovered only for the Hellenistic phases, mostly for the phases dated for the 3rd century BC until the end of 3rd century BC. We have in northwestern part of the Berenica, we have only one excavated, only one known Hellenistic well on the Red Sea coast. It's surrounded by the system of the basins and cisterns for the storing of the rainwater. That it looks like all this system was directed to the collecting two kinds of water: the rainwater, and mostly for the use as drinkable water, potable water, and the water from the well, much more rich in the minerals, as water used for technical purposes and for the supplying of bathhouse. And discovery in last few seasons of the Hellenistic bathhouse also suggests that we have in Berenica, we have in the early Hellenistic times a very specific society living in typical with the typical Hellenistic way of life, with the basic institutions and buildings. We knew until now that those people were hired mostly in the Nile Valley, and they served in the Berenica for the contracts. Of course, Berenica was under supervision of the Hellenistic army and under government of the high-rank military officers. But now there is a second proof that people living in Hellenistic Berenica were not people from the Eastern Desert, from local communities. They were rather from the Nile Valley, or even they were mercenaries from the another territories, even from the Mediterranean. the last significant group of materials which we analyzed are the supplies of firewood, which were analyzed for the area of the bathhouse. And it is very interesting because they used mostly in the for the heating of the water in the bathhouse, they used mostly wood from the mangrove shrubs, now extinct in the Berenica area. And they were used, they were explored so intensively that they burned even the green branches in the furnace of the bathhouse. It looks like together in combination with the analysis of the malacological material, it seems that people of Berenica, the citizens of Berenica, explored mostly environments very close to the fortress itself. It looked like they didn't try even to explore.
2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes. Okay, so I will tell about the Abu Ghraib. It's another Hellenistic fort. They are Hellenistic forts located at the only one existing Hellenistic forts, Hellenistic structures, except Berenica on the whole area. It's are located in the Abu Ghraib. They are very interesting structures because there is a very complicated system of the forts, very characteristic, located at the edges of the mountains. And it's interesting because the Wadi Abu Ghraib is not related with any activity of the Hellenistic times. Even in Roman times, it was not a route leading to the Nile Valley. They were used probably for observation of the some movements, some local activity of local tribes to protect and control the area of the first step on the routes leading to the Nile Valley, which were located at the Abu Ghraib and Hellenistic Tokainom Hedreuma. They are only known this kind of forts, very irregular construction, located high at the top of the mountains, and it looks like together with the small forts, they facilitated movements of the caravans to the north and to the sea coast, to Nehesia, and to the north to the Nile Valley. This situation is changed completely with the beginning of Roman period, when the fortification of Berenica are dismantled, and Roman citizens change their system of control, building the forts, extending the system of forts of Hellenistic times. They built all the system of the fortified wells, which change also the system of supply of the water to Berenica. It looks like after dismantling of fortification, all the area of Berenica was treated by the Romans as an area of protection, not only fortress itself as it was in the Hellenistic times, but all the area was an area of protection. It was cut by the system of the trials, marked by the cairns, with the use of this characteristic forts of the Roman periods. Here is a fort in Siket. These are the Hedreuma in Wadi Kalalat.
Perhaps we can continue some of this during the question and answer period, but we have run out of time currently. It's very, very fascinating.
Okay, yeah.
But thank you so much, and please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. That was really interesting. I do hope we have questions for you during the Q&A. But we have one more talk before the question and answer period. There she is. Our next speaker is Dr. Rabab Hamdi, she who is an inspector of monuments in the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. She's the director of Suez, a member of the Abu Dhabi mission. She currently works for the Documentation Center for the ministry. And most importantly, she's a member of the Wadi al-Hudi family. So, Dr. Rabab.
Good evening, everybody. I am so proud to be with you, and I want to mention this is the first time I display this topic, and as usual, I don't say my lecture in English, so forgive me if I have any mistake in language. I want to start to thank the Institut Français Archaeology and Anthropology Center Archaeology, and many thanks for organizer Dr. Christine Alou for accepting my topic in this important conference, the placemaking in the desertscape, because the site Abu Dhabi do this. The site Abu Dhabi is located in northeast of the Eastern Desert, overlooking directly at the Gulf of Suez. The site was called Abu Dhabi as it's located in the area where the Saint Yohanna Daragi, the author of the book Sanctuary or Ladder of Heaven, live in this top of the mountain of Galala over the site. The site visited by Wilkinson and Maspiro, who wrote some notes about the site, while Alfontaine writes the article as based on the published by Martin in 1971. Entitled Abu Dhabi dans la Montagne du Saint-Ouen. The ancient nature of the site away from residential development made it preserved archaeological evidence far from destroyed long time, which was divided into the cell inhabited by the monkeys on the top of the mountain and remains below. The French mission Ifao in 2003 was the first to present an archaeological study on the site through the quick visit only 3 days, during which they photographed the site in general and focused on work on the top of mountain and recorded all inscriptions found therein, which dated to the 5th century AD, as well as a study of some pottery shards found on the surface, some examples of which date back to the late Roman period and it be reused. This study was published in an article by PFAO entitled Emerging to Apartheid Revised. In 2005, the Ministry of Antiquities Institute decided to include this site for antiquities, and the archaeological evidence found at the bottom of mountain include the water wall, control tower on the top of hill, and the 2 rooms built on stone. And this site was known as one of station on trade road during Coptic, Arabic, and modern period. The question here is, the monkeys first visit the site near the water well and then erected stone building, or did the monkeys come to the site based on what stone building were found? We will see. In 2018, because of tourism project and the new Galala Road project, the Abu Dhabi site has many destroyed due to its location in the project planning. But because of the historical importance of the site, the armed forces modified the project's route, make the Abu Dhabi site safe away from the road development work. After that, the Ministry of Antiquities gave its importance to the site and set up the first Egyptian excavation session was held in 2018. And the work including cleaning the site from the destruction to which the site was exposed. The water well area has been cleaned, and at the end of this season, another water well was found to the east of the first well. And this site has 2 well water. The two rooms, which is built on stone, which is showing cleaning work on the third other room on lower level, and cleaning the control tower building, which relieved steep dug to reach the top of this hill, then stone placed with holes for observation through and reached by a small eternal upstairs. From here, sorry. The building was covered with layer of mortar. In control tower, archaeological finds are not more, only some body shards of pottery that was decorated with black ink and Arabic stains. On western side, between the water well and the stone building, a test probe was made, which resulted in many pottery shards from various shapes. The most important thing found was many pottery fragments of amphora, including a complete amphora dating to the late Roman period. Like this. The second mission work focused on Rome area, where it appeared next to the third Rome on the first mission in western side at the bottom level of a fourth Rome. During the cleaning work on its floor, we found all the layer appeared steep and wall built of mud brick. Also on the north side of this place, the excavation revealed a row of Rome on different sizes. And to the east side, another block of rooms, but don't have any work yet. The excavation also showed that all rooms on the north and western side were surrounded by a wall built of stone. On north side also a cavity was found here in the down. Two pottery vessels in bad condition, preservation, while the western side preserved the left jump of the entrance of the wall, which made it difficult to complete the excavation below to preserve it. The archaeological finds in Rome are few compared to what were found in other places of this site, and were limited to some pottery shards of various shapes. The important results of these two mission, the site is located on ancient trade road that linked the Eastern Desert and the Nile Valley, and the archaeological evidence and the general layout of the site confirm that it was used in the past as a commercial station, and its use wasn't limited to being a site for worship for some monkeys on the mountain. The pottery found in the first layer of the site date back to the late Roman period, but there are many pottery shards that were studied from the test hole date back to the late period, so the site may be used before the Roman period. About all this and the architecture design of the site contains rooms were found on western and eastern side, surrounded by a wall with a gate on the western side. This architectural layout of the site similar to the architectural layout of Roman commercial station located in the Eastern Desert, like El Zorqa Station, El Qasr El Banat, El Mubia, El Atima, and El Hamra Station. All these commercial stations have similar architecture design, as they contain of two water walls, control tower, and rooms surrounded by a wall with a gate. One of the reasons that supported that the site was a Roman commercial station is a site near Nabataean site is called Isilik. This site is a mountain overlooking the road, included on its surface a plaque of full of inscription written in Nabataean script. It translated by Littman. They are memorial inscriptions, bring the names of their owners and the experience of greeting of its know. The Nabataean are groups that lived in Near East and they come to Egypt during the Roman period. They come to spread through Sinai and the Eastern Desert to work in trade. Among The sentences that have translated, they listen and talk day and night. This means that they resident in the site several days. And also the camels, they were who ride camels. And on the Nabatean work to guard trade during the Roman period. And the presence of two sites next to each other confirm that the Budarak site was one of the commercial station, observation point, or tool collection station during the Roman period. Finally, although only 2 sessions of excavation were conducted at the site, important results were achieved, and we hope that the excavation work will be completed in future to obtain more important results. Thank you for all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rabab Hamdi. And that means that we are actually right back on time. So fantastic. So we have our next question and answer session with 3 fantastic papers. As you guys remember, our afternoon keynote lecture from Dr. Guzman, the paper from Dr. Wozniak, and from Dr. Hamdi. So any thoughts, comments, concerns, parallels?
Thank you to the 3 speakers. It was wonderful. Juan, I have one question regarding the mine. Did you study the tool marks and made, for example, some cast or imprint of the tool marks, or not yet in the different area? Or do you see different techniques in digging? Because I understood the thing regarding scavenging mining. But do you see any technical differences between people and between time?
Yeah, in fact, we did not properly did that yet. But yeah, we've been taking a look at this. It does not seem that there is a change. They are using iron chisels, basically. Or at least that was what we thought at the beginning, seeing these marks. And 3 years ago, we found one nice iron chisel, and it fits perfectly with the mark. So it seems that no, it seems that they continue doing the same type of, or using the same type of tools in the mine. So, but yeah, it's true that we need to do something more accurate to confirm that. But it seems that no, there are no huge differences. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, I would have a question for Mr. Dr. Guzman too. Sorry, I forgot. We do know that mining and quarry work cause heavy damages on tools, so that they have to be regularly reshaped. Did you find any remain of smithery or of smith activity in your site? And sorry, thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Really interesting question, and it's perfect to me because I can explain something else. Probably you don't remember, but one of the buildings we excavated 2 years ago is what we call the advanced building. In there we found an amazing 5th century context, really a really rich house that has just a room, huge room with a kitchen, and then a courier. In the courier we identified like 5 huge furnaces. And the thing is that it's clear that there is some kind of industrial activity in there, but we don't know what it is. We did not have found metallurgical slags, fragments of glass, any fragments of pottery from pottery production. So we have hypotheses. One could be they were baking bread in there, but another option was that a space where the people could come there and repair their tools. But this is just a hypothesis. It's the only thing we can guess about this. But yes, of course, you must must expect that there was some kind of repairing space for that. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no question for Marek. Marek, do you think that the fort you have in the mountain to the west could be something more, maybe to secure water resources in the massifs, for example, surface water resources, or shallow wells that you have to dig after every flood or not?
This is very interesting situation with these forts because they are very distinctive shape, very distinctive location. They are dated quite well to the Hellenistic times. In Abu Ghraia, we know that there was a well at the mouth of Wadi Abu Ghraia. It was known as a Kainon Hedreuma, in Roman times as a Vetus Hedreuma. The well itself was not located, but there is a collapsed space exactly at the mouth of the Wadi, never researched. Probably it's quite good chance that it can be ancient well. But this is another fort above in very similar location, also at the top of the hill, above the Wadi Shenshef. And this is very interesting place because this is a permanent place where the permanent cults are present in the area of Berenica. This fort was until now located only for the early Roman period. But I wanted to show it and to say that its shape and location much more fit to the two Hellenistic forts from Wadi Abu Ghraia than for the rest of Roman forts everywhere around. Also this one was probably located to oversee the places with resources of water. But how to interpret this location of the forts at the top of the mountains, not around or in vicinity of the well or the water resource itself? It looks like they didn't try to intervene in the transport of water or this water resources, protect it, control it. They just observed it. I think it was because they were mostly interested in the keeping of the fortress of Berenica itself as a full controlled and only to have a more or less information about the movements of the local communities coming for this resources of water. Of course, the situation in Wadi Abu Ghraia was much more interesting for them because it was in relation with the road leading to the Nile Valley. In Shenshef, Wadi Shenshef is going nowhere. Also, there is a big city of Shenshef located in this wadi, but it's much later. It's about 4th, 5th, 6th century. This is only beginning of my studying, and sorry for my problems, but this is only series of the thoughts, not built in the theory, which I can present in good publication yet, but it looks very interesting.
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding Abu Ghraia, Kainon in Roma, I wouldn't think that we have to look for a well, a specific well, but more to, I think it's an area where you can dig a well anywhere in the wadi beds. And it is what is happening right now. When you are checking all the satellite images from several years, you see wells appearing and disappearing in this area. And I think it's probably something like that that we have to look for and nothing else. And I have one question also for
Sorry, can I? It's even closer analogy between the Abu Ghraia and Wadi Shenshef, it looks like. If you think like this, it was possible to obtain water anywhere. So we have very similar situation with Abu Ghraia and Wadi Shenshef.
And I have also a question for Rabab. The wells you showed us, I did not see well if it's something just into Wadi Terrace or deep into the rocks. Can you give us some more detail about it, please?
Which wells you mean?
It's for our Egyptian colleague who is there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marek.
Thank you.
Can you repeat? No, it is down to reach water inside all the side, all the side. Not يعني هي مش عميقة. لا تحت down to reach water.
Oh, hello. Yes, Mark. I would like to ask more about Abu Ghraib and Shenshef. Just in the brief time you had in showing the top plans of those two forts, it struck me as how similar they were to Wadi al-Hudi Site 2. And I don't remember what our current dating for that site is, but it could be Hellenistic. Is that where? Site 2, Nain, yeah.
Yeah, it was identified, this site was identified long time as only early Roman. Only the second of the forts in the mouth of the Wadi was identified as possibly Hellenistic. Yeah. But now another analysis of the pottery from all the forts in Abu Ghraib gave, except the fort of Tree on the first step of the mountains, it didn't give Hellenistic pottery. The rest, from the rest, we have good dates of Hellenistic, even early Hellenistic pottery.
I guess my question was, because you showed us a top plan, there were internal walls. Are those substantial structures or are they small? Kind of.
I will switch on my presentation.
Which is what we have at
again.
Site 2. They're more ephemeral, small structures.
These are forts at the mouth of the Wadi. In upper right corner, this one is very similar to the fort in Abad, I think. This one in the left lower corner was identified as rebuilt by Romans because of these changes of the shape. It is very possible that in Hellenistic period it was more round with huge cisterns inside marked as a B. And forts in the mountains, yeah, they have a very irregular shape because they are located on the very narrow space, very high at the top of the mountains above the Wadi. They were never excavated, so it's difficult to say something more about the construction or the plan. The plan was just drawn on the remains visible on the ground and on the satellite imageries. Very interesting feature is that they are visible each other, and from the fort number 4 you can see the forts at the mouth of the Wadi. So they are definitely built there to oversee all the lower part of the Wadi Abu Ghraib.
My question is to Rabab. I'll ask first in Arabic and after this I repeat it in English. هل في أي امتداد للموقع خلف السور الجديد اللي مبني ولا لا؟ بس هعمل تكرار للكويشن. Is there any extension for the archaeological sites behind this modern wall or not?
We only work to mission because we have problem to continue, but there is now no any building out this wall. No.
بس في space behind يعني behind this wall
كبير.
there is a space. Okay, so it would be good if in the future إن شاء الله.
Only we clean the site at first mission and the second only one layer, not go around the site. But
Okay.
we hope.
Good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a question online from Cynthia. It says, were the forts also lookouts for shipping on the sea, as they seem to have a view of the harbor and beyond? And I believe that is for Mark.
No, it's too far, definitely too far. It's about 30 kilometers from the seashore, and sea is not visible from there. But I think they were mostly for watching the situation in the Wadi. It's interesting that they are only 3 forts together with Shenshef, 3 hilltop forts from all the Red Sea, which I know. And if you know some analogies to this location, not exactly shape of this fort, because it was based on the space at the top of the mount, but specific location at the top of so high mount. I will be glad if you will share it with me.
Thank you, all the speakers. One of my questions for Dr. Guzman. Really, it's a wonderful site. It's my first time to know about it, so it's very curious indeed, and you present it in a way make us more hunting to know about it. Well, you find one of the holes inside what you suggest is a temple, if I understand well. Chronologically, did they belong to the same time of this kind of building, or they are totally different?
You mean the ones in the temple in Middle Secate?
In the temple with this hole.
Yeah, in fact, both holes belong to the just very foundational moment of the structure, we say temple, and yeah, they are from this moment because in fact some of these votive elements we found were found inside, in situ, let's say, and this moment of use of the temple has been quite well dated because we have found a coin from Claudius. So it's clearly from this really early Roman period. After that, we have some reuse and some materials until the beginning of the 2nd century, but yeah, they are from the same temple and from this early Roman period.
Okay, thank you. Another thing you said, it might be temple or not. What's the other hypothesis if it's not a temple?
In this building?
Yes, this building. Yeah.
I don't have any other one. I mean, I cannot see what could that be in this place with this shape. With this relationship with the Roman army. Well, see, yeah, in this area already with the Roman army, and with these parallels in Secate, in Nugurus, in all these sites. So that is why we are saying this, that we think this temple, because everything seems to suggest this idea. And I haven't explained that because I didn't have the time, but this reference to this horned altar, this image that I told you found in this bronze plaque of the Tanit, all this Semitic connection links well with these units, this Roman army you found in there, that one of the hypotheses is that they were coming from the Levant, from this area, from Syrian area. So it would be interesting to have these soldiers in this area making offerings related to their gods. So I think for so far, the most probable hypothesis is a temple, but we need to wait until the end of the excavation, of course.
Thank you, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Anything online? What do you think? Okay, we still have 5 minutes, so Dr. Guzman. I'll ask a question then. It's fascinating about the Roman soldiers coming and mining. It's amazing. Was there anything before that? Like, how did they know to go there? They go, what do we have that predates it, or did the Romans just march in and say this is the place?
No, of course. As I said before, this is the only spot we have where we clearly have evidence from an earlier exploitation from the Hellenistic period. We knew that probably they know about the emerald mines. We know that Theophrastus refers to these Egyptian emerald mines, and we had these materials that already Stevens had both of them found in this area. So, of course, not coming, anywhere. They were there because they knew that there was something. So probably there was some kind of small-scale exploitation in there, and they just expanded, as usually Romans do. So, of course, there were probably some prospection works in the area. We know that from the Porphyrites with the Caius Cominius Leugas inscription, but they knew where they were going.
Absolutely. Yeah. Other questions?
Yes, my question is for Rebab. So, if I understand correctly, the interpretation you made is that it is a rest house or entrepot for trade, for travel. Do you know if it's associated with a harbor or anything, or is this just overland travel? If I understood that correctly.
We don't think so because there is no traces on the coast of Gulf South inside this side. No, not like the other side, long of the coast, Red Sea. No.
Any final questions? Okay, with that, I believe we have earned another coffee break with an extra 2 minutes even. So thank you.
welcome back, everyone. Hello. I hope that you enjoyed your coffee break. So I'm sharing this session. It's Ahmed Mikawi, Associate Professor at Cairo University. And we will start this session with Julian Cooper. He received his PhD from Macquarie University. And he received as well many scholarships, postdoctoral fellowships from Yale University, Oxford University, and Beijing as well. So he is going to speak on scribes, Mayans, and the desert, ancient Egyptian desert knowledge as an intellectual tradition. So please welcome him.
Thank you for that kind introduction, and thank you to Christina, the PCMA and Ifao for letting me speak here. Can you all hear me okay if I go up like this? Otherwise I'll kill my neck. What I'm going to talk about today is a little bit of a strange topic for myself and perhaps also this conference, but what I wanted to do was the baritone voice doesn't work. What I wanted to do was something that wasn't site-specific. What I wanted to do is something that was combine a lot of the things that we've been speaking about the last few days, about nomads, about Egyptians in the desert, about how we socialize the desert, which is Christina's term, and talk about Egyptians' territorial understanding of the Eastern Desert and how that differs to the nomad understanding and how they built this tradition of a desert over the millennia. So I hope this will be a bit experimental, but it's something I've always wanted to do, and I also didn't want to bore everyone with talking about more of my own field work, which I did at the PCMA 4 times the last year. But I can do that later in the year, maybe, if people want that. Everyone knows Egypt's the Nile, the desert, it's nearby. I'm going to put this away a bit, otherwise this will be like sonar. Everyone knows Egypt, the Nile, the desert. There's this amazing dichotomy that's unique in world geography, maybe a little bit like the Rio Grande in America or the Niger in the West Sahara, where we have a desert directly abutting the Nile. And what I want to talk about and explore in this paper is the idea that we always think of Egyptians at home on the Nile and the desert as this completely foreign landscape, and they don't know anything about the desert, and the desert is foreign, bad, and all this stuff. And I can't speak for everyone in this room, but this was sort of shoved down our throats in undergraduate Egyptology when I studied even master's level Egyptology. The desert is another place. At worst, it's uninhabited. Even worse, it's got nomads in it. And ancient Egyptian culture is not at home in the desert. On face value, this seems ridiculous. As you can see in this photo, the desert is right on the Nile. There's Egypt, it's right there. Everyone would know about the desert. Everyone would know what's in the desert. Most people would have traveled in the desert. And even in a demographic sense, most ancient Egyptians would have had some familiar understanding of the desert. So even though it is maligned in Egyptian literature, maligned in Egyptian discourse, I don't think we can think of Egyptian culture as not thinking of the desert as part or an extension of familiarity. This, I think, comes out of, in Egyptology scholarship, elite discourse and scribal discourse and royal discourse, or whatever we want to call it, the way they spoke about the desert. And I love this text from the instructions of Merikare. I think this is possibly one of the worst ways that Egyptians malign the desert in the sense of their negative approach. They say the vile Amu, or Asiatic in older terminology, is miserable because of the place where he is. He's miserable because he lives in the desert. Bereft of water, concealed of many trees, and the path's indeed difficult because of the mountains. A desert's a difficult place because it's mountainous. He has never dwelt in one place, is nomadic. Driven by a lack of food, he is on his 2 feet. He has been fighting since the primordial times, since the times of Horus. He cannot conquer, nor has he been conquered. So you could extrapolate this for the Magi, for Nubians, for the Western Desert, for other places. Egypt always thought this desert was something else. When I started my research on place names in the desert, though, we discovered that there's many, many parts of the desert where Egyptians were highly familiar with, and indeed they had a very complex geographic vocabulary of the desert. When I shared this database with colleagues that studied place names around the world, we found something quite cool, which is that mapped on very well to the place naming patterns we would see in a lot of colonial parts of the world, even my home country of Australia. The majority of the place names we find in the Eastern Desert of Egypt and Sudan are Egyptian in language. There is a very small number in the corpus which are from foreign languages. There's about 3 or 4 that cluster around Wadi Hammamat. And if we draw a line east of Aswan and go into the southern Atbai, the Sudanese Eastern Desert where I work, almost all the place names are foreign. Is this better if I do this? I still sound like Batman, but that's okay. So we have a toponymy that is mainly Egyptian. If I have it up here, that's quite loud, isn't it? Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we have this territoriality of Egypt, but the question is, did Egyptians think of the desert, even if they didn't live there? Did they think of the desert as an extension of Egypt? Most people would say no, because there's no nomes in the desert. They didn't try to organize it with capitals, nomes. They didn't settle in the desert. But if we mine enough, at least by the period of the New Kingdom, they had organized the desert into what I call an odological map. An odological map is a fancy geography word saying they positioned everything relatively to the nearest point on the Nile. We have the hill country of Heliopolis, the hill country of Atfi. We don't know what the one is east of roughly Middle Egypt, the hill country of Coptos, the hill country of Edfu, Komombo. We don't know what the one is east of Aswan, Elephantine, although I would bet lots of money that it's the hill country of Elephantine. It's not attested. And we have one phrase which is using administrative language, which is called the district of ferrying, which is roughly the Gulf of Suez. So they did actually have some sort of vocabulary sparingly used for situating the whole desert as a roughly concordant sketch of the extension of their urban Nile. But this isn't in all periods, we only have it sparingly, and we don't think that there's anything like an administration. Of course, the desert is a desert, they're not settling there all year round, even when they're mining, they're not there all the time. Then we have another attempt to sort of systemize the regions of the Eastern Desert, and this comes out of the Annals of Thutmosis III, and he was given or inherited a large new provinces in Sudan from gold, and he tried to situate all those gold-bearing regions in the Arabian-Nubian Shield according to the regions of Coptos, Wawat, Kush, Amul, and that's about it. When we link all the mining regions and the inscriptions and the archaeological record, we could map something like this, and including the place names, where in the dynastic period, the Egyptians could basically go east of anywhere of the Nile, find various mineral wealth, and go to gold mines, copper mines, all the quarries that everyone's spoken of today. I won't bore you with all those. But I believe that this map is partly fictive. In reality, the map is something much more complex, and I thank Maël and Bérangère and colleagues for introducing me to this research. All the maps of where they go, the routes that they travel on in the Eastern Desert, is a very complex patchwork of nomad tracks, tracks that Egyptians would use, tracks that hunters would use, tracks that other members of society would use. We often forget that Egyptians also had their own peripatetic members of society that would travel from place to place. So this map is something, when we go back to this is something completely sort of fictive. It's not how people actually travel. It's only major expeditions going directly from Coptos to Wadi Hammamat or Coptos to a gold mine or something that would travel like this. The reality is something much more complex. And then when you're in the desert itself, you have to go somewhere else. We know Egyptian expeditions did not have one goal. Often they would get gold and galena, or they would mine greywacke and go to a harbour, or they would do multiple things. So when they're in the desert, they would have to use the north-south routes as much as the east-west. We always situate the tracks as going between the Nile, somewhere else, east, and then maybe the Red Sea. But once you're there, you need north-south, you need to get water, you need to get food, you need to interact with nomads, so on and so forth. The thing we know about this is Egyptians explored almost all parts of the Eastern Desert. I personally don't think there was any part of the Eastern Desert they didn't have some basic familiarity with. I'm not saying every wadi, but every major region of the Eastern Desert. This comes out not only from the gold mines, stone mines, and various mineral wealth that they obtained in the desert, but it comes out from the fact that the inscriptions cover a huge array of the desert, and pottery covers a huge array of the desert, and we have to think very carefully, I think, with all our groups of evidence, that the parts of the desert that we don't have a lot of data from are just simply desert where we haven't actually done concerted surveying or excavation. So often people say, oh, there's big gaps in this particular part of the desert in the Marzar Plateau. And the Marzar Plateau is a difficult area, but it's also an area that no one's really surveyed or looked for this sort of material in the dynastic period. Even if we go into the southern Atbai in eastern Sudan, where I work, even in the furthest wadis of this desert where there is suitable rock, where there's suitable gold mines, we find vestiges of Egyptians. And even gold sources that are primarily Roman and Arab, we often find 1 or 2 sherds of earlier periods there. So I have, in my mind, built this image of Egyptians had prospected almost the entirety of the Eastern Desert. It doesn't mean they regularly visited all of the Eastern Desert, but they had an exploratory knowledge of the majority of the Eastern Desert. And this is really important when we think about how Egyptians received the idea of these desert regions. Everything I'm talking about today is the Eastern Desert, but I think you can also extrapolate this for the Sinai, the Western Desert, and other regions, that they weren't unfamiliar with these terrains. They knew where the wells were, they knew where the mines were, they knew how to get there. They obviously at all times had nomadic help and interacted with nomads, but that isn't to say that Egyptians didn't know all these different valleys. And we often think of these regions as being uninhabited, unexplored, which is just simply not the case. Then we have inscriptions like this, the Stela of Tawer from Sinai, and there are a few others in the Middle Kingdom and later, where we have officials actually telling us that they wanted to explore the desert on behalf of the king, and they often use this word heb-heb, which I think best not to translate because it's something like traversing, but I think it's more than that. It's really seeking out new terrain in the desert. He reaches the border of the hill country with his 2 feet and heb-hebs through the secret valleys. He reaches the end of what is known. He's searching out everywhere he can. Obviously, this might be exaggeration or extrapolation, but there was a real need and desire for Egyptian officials on behalf of their king to search out these regions far and wide. And then we have the massive source that I think almost every presentation has touched on today, especially in the dynastic period, which is the layer and layer and layer of Egyptian inscriptions from the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom and going on later, which tell us something about these people coming into the desert. I did a short study recently and I've identified 193 inscriptional sites in the Pharaonic period between the early dynastic and New Kingdom. I'm sure I'm missing a few. That's not to say that some sites don't have multiple sub-sites of inscriptions in there, like Wadi al-Hudi or Wadi Hammamat or Serebit al-Khadam, but across the desert we have 193 inscriptional sites. Some just have 1 inscription, some have hundreds. And this is a broad indicator of the places Egyptians could go, and not just Egyptians, but broad indicator of where literate people have been, or at least people that would carve inscriptions, if you want to think about things like paraliteracy. What's important in this desert is this distribution is we have a really obvious cluster, and I think everyone could see it on the map. We have sparing amounts of inscriptional sites in the northern limestone desert, and a huge, huge chunk on the western side of the Red Sea Hills in Upper Egypt, roughly between Koptos and Komombo. And if we map that a little closer, we generally have the tracks that go to the gold fields. So what we seem to have here is that the expeditionary nature of gold mining attracts lots of different inscriptional sites, and the expeditions attached to things like quarrying, gemstones, copper mining even, seem to attract more localized inscriptions at less sparing sites. One other pattern that becomes really obvious here is where a scribe would make an inscription. We often think that that's going to be at the mining site itself. With gold mining, we have actually something closer to the opposite. Gold mines rarely, very rarely, actually have inscriptions at the gold mines. We can connect inscriptions of gold miners because we'll have something like the scribe of counting gold, but we don't actually have inscriptions at the gold mine itself. What they seem to be doing is carving their presence on the way to a gold mine, and they carve it in a very specific geological zone. As everyone that's worked in the Eastern Desert knows, and Mayo showed very well this morning, we have a bunch of sedimentary formations before we get to the Red Sea Hills with igneous and metamorphic formations. And if I go to the region east of Komombo, this is exactly the region where they start inscribing, start making their inscriptions. And these inscriptions can be quite short, as I said, sometimes it's just a name, it's not even what they're doing. But what I'm building at here is they seem to quickly jump over this desert here. And there's a few reasons for this. One is the target of their expedition itself is in the Red Sea Hills. And the other one is that the well systems and difficulty of traveling over the initial desert between the Nile and the Red Sea Hills. Once you're in the Red Sea Hills and embedded in this region, it is much easier to get around with water, and they wanted to get there as quick as possible. When they found these narrow valleys of nice rock with nice patina to carve on, they did, and they only stopped sparingly on the first or second day of their expedition. At least that's the model I'm working on, and it's one that works quite well in eastern Sudan, way down south as well. Also, when they went into the desert, made significant infrastructure. We often think of their occupation of the desert as something that's very seasonal, and I think it is, but that doesn't mean that they didn't spend initial expeditions that outlaid significant amounts of manpower to build things like harbours, shrines, large well installations, causeways, roads. We just saw in Hatnub, for example. Everyone knows about Ain Sukna, Wadi al-Jaf, and Musa Gawasis. We have fortresses down south near Wadi al-Hudi and Hisnain and Dihmit. And we have all these different installations, even a shrine to Amun and Wadi Hammamat. So while they are going to the desert with a specific goal of mineral exploitation or trade in mind, they, on their first expeditions, or over time in some cases, they're spending enough resources establishing themselves in this desert. This isn't ever something like colonialism or settler colonialism, but it is something like territoriality. They are making the desert slightly more Egyptian by establishing all these things in the desert. And then they have well building. Mayo talked a lot about this morning, and this is something that's very difficult archaeologically to date a well. We can't really date wells because wells are just holes in the ground, but from inscriptions we do know there is a small number of sites where Egyptians directly built a well or renovated a well or did something to a well. They often say, Shadid, I dug a kenemet, I dug a well. And we have some examples of this in the region of Wadi Hammamat and east of Edfu, and possibly an example of this near Musa Gawasis on the Red Sea coast. And then we have great things like in the biography of Henu, now wells in the wilderness. And then he talks about making some other wells between Coptos and the Red Sea coast. My reading of this text, of Henu's text, is that Henu was actually a trailblazer. He was making a new route between the Nile and the Red Sea to establish puntships, as we know, down the Red Sea coast. And as part of this expedition, he needed to build a new outlay of wells. He needed to make wells as he went because his new trail was not something that had been regularly traversed to say to go to the grey whack quarries at Wadi Hammamat or to go to Wadi al-Hudi or anywhere that Egyptians may have gone in periods before. Now, all of that is to say that there's a significant population in Egypt. We mainly know of the literate scribal class, but of course there's the wider expedition that were familiar with expeditions. They had shared time on expeditions together in donkey caravans. And this is for some expeditions, it might be very small, might be as small as 7. We know from some gold mining papyri that they have very small gold expeditions. And for quarrying expeditions or making harbours, we could have the hundreds, and some texts in Wadi Hammamat say even numbers in the thousands. And then they're spending some time in the desert, a minimum, I think, of 60 kilometres to get to most sites, but more likely 80 to 150 if they want to get to the other side of the Red Sea Hills and the Red Sea shore. So they're at least in the desert freeways going each way. And then there's something that I think not much of the literature discusses at all, is that in order to get to the desert, they also have to move somewhere on the Nile. They're not all living in Kift. They're not all living in Aswan. They're not all living in Edfu. They have to go from somewhere else in Egypt, and that's the first part of their expedition, is they have to assemble somewhere on the Nile and then go into the desert. So there's another journey involved, which is not one that they usually talk about in any of their descriptions and not something that we usually talk about as scholars, but that's actually really the most primal and important part of their journeys. On the journey, they're doing something that we all know if you've gone hiking or if you're in the Scouts or if you've gone into the desert yourself on an archaeological excavation. They're living the hard life. Like, no one's suggesting that going into the desert and mining is easy, and it's certainly not easy for the regular members of an expedition, and it's not easy for the literate class either. So they suffer from rations and dehydration. They would suffer from nomad relations in the sense that would often be violent. They would spend a lot of time digging, and we've had a lot of papers talking about members of expedition being multitask and multi-skilled people. They wouldn't just be writing down papyri, they would be helping with everything they can, from supplying and logistics to doing the actual mining work itself. And then we would also have a quite complicated social hierarchy on the expedition with anything from high officials to the lowest rungs of society. And this leads me to one of my favourite quotes about this topic from Roland Denmarsh. And he says that expeditions formed identity and cultural memory in Egypt. There were so many people across Egypt going on expeditions into these different places that it really formed something that everyone could share, they could discuss. This is something that was common to all Egyptians. It might not be the Eastern Desert, it could be the Western Desert or Sinai or military expeditions to Nubia or the Levant, but it would necessarily be an expedition. And Denmarsh says, it is therefore reasonable to assume that a significant proportion of the country's administrative elites, not to mention a large number of peasants, would have at least some experience of expeditionary life. And he is discussing this in reference to the tale of the shipwrecked sailor. Why is a tale of the shipwrecked sailor a tale that every Egyptian can relate to? Because it's a tale that has at its essence the Egyptian expedition, even if it's fictive. And then we can also think of expeditions as what I call social levelers. As I said, there were lots of different classes on the one expedition, different members of society, nomads, lowest rungs of society, miners, scribes, even high officials. We had viceroys of Kush on expeditions. These are very high officials. And in my own country, we have to study this in school, and I'm sure in your own countries you can think of equivalent examples. When you're on expedition, or when another generation has been on expedition, this often forms a national myth, and it forms a new identity in this group. So everyone can discuss what it was like. Sometimes it's awful and it's related to war, but sometimes it's related to other things like that. And in Australian context, Australians are often said to have formed a new identity or new social formation as a result of their participation as Anzacs, that's soldiers in the First World War in Gallipoli in Turkey. And we can think of similar things in ancient societies when so many of the people in their society were part of this apparatus. You can think of the same pyramid building. They all came together as part of the one logistic enterprise, but also mingled across social classes. And this makes expeditions this primary thing in Egyptian society that everyone can relate to. Then I want to bring up to the question of what is the Eastern Desert to an Egyptian. As I said, they don't live there. Everything is just seasonal. So this gets the idea of, is it part of the Egyptian state, the ancient Egyptian state? Is it just sort of temporal imperialism or hegemony or suzerainty or colonialism or any of these words? When I had to defend my thesis in Australia, we do that at the beginning of your thesis, you have to defend its question. I remember being asked by a modern historian, is the Eastern Desert part of Egypt? And I remember saying, I don't know. And then I thought it was a really good question because all the other Egyptologists in the room also said, don't know, next question. And then I'm still saying that now, so I haven't got an answer. But it is something unique. We often have a very good vocabulary for discussing Egypt's relationship with the Levant or Nubia, or maybe even the oases. But when it comes to the Eastern Desert, we have a few words that are commonly discussed, like it's just the desert or the hinterland and all these various places, and they work fantastically in different scenarios. Sometimes it's a border or sometimes it's a frontier, but frontier, I think, in Egyptology is usually only used of the northern and southern frontiers, beyond which there are other urban states as people that could conflict with Egypt. But the Eastern Desert is not something really like this. And the more time I spent on this particular question, the more I liked this particular definition. I'm not sort of trying to monopolize scholarship and saying this is the right definition. I leave it to an audience such as yourselves to criticize and assess me on this. But I like the idea of borderland, and this comes out from, particularly from the scholarship in the Americas and America settler colonialism with indigenous groups across the America from the Appalachians all the way to the west. And a borderland is characterized as very diverse and complex spaces, namely with heterogeneity, so with multiple actors, not just state and non-state, but a group beyond and various groups within that all have their own goals, ambitions, and desires. Lands are characterized by lack of state control, or at least the state does not have ability to control. They can't collect taxes in these places. They can't assert their will on these places. They don't have a monopoly of force in these places. And the important, really important bit, and this comes out of the Americas, is overlapping sovereignty. On the American borderlands, both the settler colonialists and other groups, indigenous First Nations groups, both asserted that they controlled the same block of territory. And I'm almost sure that this is what's happening in the Eastern Desert, not just in this period, but in all periods. There's overlying lapse of sovereignty. Nomads have their own desires and constraints, and they have their own ideas on what territory was theirs, as do the Egyptians. And then we also have things that we can think of almost in every state nomad conflict in world history, which is resource-based conflict, and the fact that these borderlands are always changing. So if I was to map it, I would have something like this, that the Eastern Desert was a large contested zone of temporal assertion of territory. They never controlled it all year round. Most of it was based on mineral exploitation, but some also based on trade and things like this. And that there was a significant group of pastoral nomads within this region that contested this territory, that overlapped with their sovereignty. And then within the epigraphic record and historical record, we know that almost all parts of the Eastern Desert in this period not only had a nomadic population, even if they're materially difficult to detect, but they are there interacting with Egyptian expeditions, sometimes violently. And I've mapped these examples here of locations where we know that nomads violently interacted with Egyptian expeditions. And this is from every period, as I said. So even though we don't have like large cemetery sites or domestic sites of nomads in the Eastern Desert in this period, at least until we get far down south in the southern Atbai, we do have evidence of nomads that seem to be very difficult to find on the archaeological record. In my own surveys, this is a little bit easier. As I said, in the southern Atbai, we have a significant Middle Nubian tradition that we do find at sites connected with gold mining and so forth. And this is particularly the case where we have this cluster of Middle Nubian sites connected with gold mines. But we also have Middle Nubian material connected with other mining sites. You've seen at Wadi El Hudi, there's some at Bir Menei and Musa Gawasis, and then we also have local wares or foreign wares at sites in the northern parts of the Eastern Desert and Sinai as well. Okay, so that's the first part of my presentation where I want to talk about Egypt's general attitude to the Eastern Desert. In the second part of my presentation, I want to talk about how Egypt collected its knowledge and traditions of the Eastern Desert over time, and did they have something like a built knowledge or tradition in the very real sense of the word through textual documents. Now, the best document I could think of for this when I asked myself this question when I was bored one day was the mining list of Ramses II at Luxor Temple. This is basically a list of dedications of minerals to the temple itself. As everyone here know, temples have lots of dedication texts. And here we have a bunch of personified mountains. This particular one is the mountain of Jebel Barka or Nesurtawi. So we have personified mountains in various parts of the known Egyptian world giving minerals, and they look like people, and they're offering particular goods to the temple. And we have 30 odd of them at Luxor. We also have some in Ptolemaic temples as well. Why that's interesting from Ramses II to Ptolemaic temples is that we know if we have a text written on a temple wall that it was not just written on the temple wall, that it was copied. And it was copied again and again and again over generations and generations in the form of hieratic papyri. And all these hieratic papyri came from temple libraries. So it's somewhere in the temple libraries there were lists of mining sites in the Egyptian Eastern Desert. These lists were then created and codified and in a very sort of, we would think of ritualistic, but let's not use that, a dedicatory context in an Egyptian temple to codify their knowledge about all these mines. Just to quickly go through the list of these mines, these personified mines, we have the mountain of Jebel Barkal, of Amul, which is way down east of the Fifth Cataract almost, of Kush, Tarseti in Lower Nubia, Kentken Nefer, which is probably in the region of Yulia Butka's survey between the second and third cataract. We have a missing one. We have the mountain of turquoise, which is called Cerebit al-Khadam. We have the mountain of Elephantina, but the mineral coming there is lost, could be gold. We have the pure mountain, which is Wadi Hammamat, the mountain of Edfu, two mountains of Coptos. Coptos had two mountains because there were two different things coming there. There's gold from Coptos, and there's also Galena, which is probably glossing the mines of Jebel Zayt. And we have the mountain of God's land, mountain of Punt, and it goes on. Mountain of Dakhla, mountain of Farafra, Bahariya, Atfi, turquoise. The mountain of turquoise seems to be very boring label. There's mountain of turquoise, which has turquoise, which is a huge shock. And then we're moving on way further, which I think dictates from what we know of onomastic texts in Egyptian compilations that this is going to a sort of different precursor document. These mines from 21 and onwards are mines that Egyptians never would have visited themselves. This is in Anatolia and Cyprus, in the Hittite lands, Babylon, Crete, and so on and so forth. But they were nevertheless aware that various minerals would come from these places. When you map all that, you get something like this. All these mountains, personified mountains coming from the fringes of Egypt's empire or within Egypt's empire. We're really going to only focus on these ones, which are mountains in the Eastern Desert, Western Desert, Sinai, and all the way down to Punt. And as I said, what the text itself says is not so much important here. It's the fact that the text on the temple extrapolates to have something like a papyri that is its precursor. And in an article by Baumann on these texts, we also see that these were copied down in the Ptolemaic and Roman period. So this tradition of using these texts over all these time, from at least the reign of Ramses II to the Greco-Roman period, is almost certain. In none of these Ptolemaic renditions do we have all of the same minds and personified minds, but we have some of them. And then we have the most interesting part of this as well. I don't think it's an identical textual tradition, but it's something very, very similar, and probably something originating from the same sort of intellectual tradition, which was trying to codify all this knowledge from the desert. And this is the so-called Great Tebtunis Onomasticon, Papyrus Carlsberg 180, which is unique, I think, in Egyptian philology, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that know examples, of being in 3 different scripts. It's in hieratic, which is the original, and then has interlinear glosses in Demotic and Old Coptic. And so just for a quick demonstration, you have hieratic in the main line with these grids, and then in the tiny spaces between them, you have interlinear glosses that are meant to say the same thing as a hieratic, but these are in the contemporary script of Demotic, and also a unique to this period of Old Coptic, and this is in something like the 2nd century, so in the Roman period. So this is at a point where hieratic is becoming less common, but still very much alive. And just to translate some of this and go through it, I've translated the Demotic. I've not left the Demotic in Demotic, but I have left the Old Coptic in the original script. And what this tells us is that there's a scribal tradition that is trying to codify all these minds, and some of the same place names from the Ramses II mining list occur here in a very, very similar rendition. Now, I'm not saying they copied this off temple walls or they copied off the, but there must have been a sense of Vorlage, like a long manuscript tradition of various mine sites in temple libraries. The reason why this is important is we often only think of the papyri that survive, and then as part of this problem, we need to study and consider all those papyri that don't survive over time. Most papyrologists would say, depending on period, you have survival papyri maybe maximum to 5%, and then in earlier periods of Egyptian history, I've heard as low as 1%. So what we have here is something like a papyri that survives from a tradition of codifying desert knowledge of all those thousands of years of Egyptians going into the desert since early dynastic or before, and eventually writing down what they saw, writing down where the mines were, and so forth. So in the first example here, we have the mine of Rashalt, which is probably the Egyptian name for Serebet el Khadem, although it could be another turquoise mine in the direct region of Serebet el Khadem. And it's written Rashalt in Demotic in a slightly similar, but phonetic slightly different in Demotic. And this is so contemporary people at the time of this document could understand where this was and understand the sound of it. And then they also wrote, it is the mountain of turquoise. So what this means in a whole sort of sense of each line, it means Rashalt equals the mountain of turquoise. Where do I find turquoise? I find turquoise at Rashalt. This example here is very interesting. This is the Mount He. It's not named as anything, it's just got He. And in the Old Coptic, it's Ho. And then they say it's a mountain of gold of Amu. Now, the reason why that is very interesting is that Amu is not the same place name as He. So here we have an updating of a place name. This suggests that the scribe, or even the documents that the scribe has available to them, knew the equivalence of an old Eastern Desert place name and a new Eastern Desert place name. This would not come about unless there was some sort of tradition of copying and talking about all these parts of the Eastern Desert and the complicated geography of the Eastern Desert. We know that Amu is somewhere deep in Nubia. It's a gold mine that Hatshepsut accessed, and maybe in the time of Thutmose III as well. And by the Ptolemaic period, it had been renamed He. And then we have Tefere, which everyone knows probably is the location of lapis lazuli. Egyptians, of course, are not really directly accessing lapis lazuli, but we have an old Coptic gloss of Tiflol, and then they say it's the mountain of lapis. And then we have a few other entries which are very interesting, quite complicated to transcribe in my silly idiosyncratic way here. We have the name Su, which is a place name, and it's in the desert behind Heliopolis. Meru is a sort of word for desert. And then the scribe updates the demotic word for desert. The same Sa-Shai, we have no idea where these place names are, but of course they're somewhere in the desert east of Heliopolis. The mountain of the valley upon Mendi, and then he's written in Old Coptic upon Ment again to show that it's pronounced like this. Thanks. And then the last one, it says another way of saying the mountain of the desert Mendi, the mountain of Heliopolis. The last document I'm going to show in this series is one that everyone in this room will probably know about, the famous Turin so-called geological papyri, and the one that's been studied so many times I don't really want to talk about the nitty-gritty in too many details, but just to show that this is part of the same intellectual tradition. Now, the problem with the Turin geological papyri, interpreting it as a map, and of course it's a map, is the usefulness of it, like what is it practically for? If we think of topographic maps, like all archaeologists do late in the evening, we want to know that it's something that we can bring to the field and is useful for our research. And if we go on our proverbial expedition, we will use a topographic map on our expedition. A lot of the research on the Turin geological papyrus says it is the products of an expedition rather than itself for an expedition. And that's because not only of the labels, but the text on the recto and verso, which would tell us that it has something to do with the year 3 expedition of Ramses IV. So what does the map have on it? Just for those people that are unaware, it's got geological coloration. So we know that this black bit corresponds to the Deccan volcanics and where the grey wackies come from, and this bit, which is red, is at the end of the valley of Wadi Hammamat near Bir M4 here, where the mountains are indeed red, and these metamorphics are the mountains that yield gold, and all the labels around this text say that they yield gold. So the scribe or the map makers or whoever they are, most scholars think it's a man called Amennakhte from Deir el-Medina, or someone in Amennakhte's family, were aware of the Wadi Hammamat itself and how to make a map out of what they saw. And then the $64 question, as we'd say in Australian English regarding this, is Amennakhte making this as a result of going into the Eastern Desert, or some of his near relatives or friends or family or colleagues going into Eastern Desert, or is he making this as a result of an intellectual tradition? So there were other maps on which he's copying and extrapolating. When it comes to a terminus postquem of this map, we can sort of establish that in the reign of Seti I, because one of the labels on the map is a stele of Seti I. And of course, all these other label texts tell us more about something in the reign of Ramses. But if we think about this as a Vorlage, as a template, as a manuscript, it might be something that was part of a longer tradition. Just to show you this part of the map, most people would be familiar with it. These roads lead west to the Red Sea, and it says road to the Red Sea. These are gold mines, Shrine of Amun, huts for the gold mine workers, the stele of Seti I, a well, mountains of gold. One of them is written upside down, which is quite cool because that suggests maybe it was used as a map, because that's exactly what I do when I have a map. And then we know that this is something that could only be used in the area of Wadi Hammamat. It's not a map that you would take everywhere. So as part of all this, we might have an idea of what I call precursor texts. Precursor texts are the texts that are on their way to the codifying of a tradition. And these could be really diverse, and only rarely are they preserved. Some of these examples here, I'm saying there's only one of them. Like there's only one sort of Diary of Merer. Most people will be familiar with that, published by Pierre Tillet from Wadi el-Jaf. And then we might also have reports from the prospectors and interpreters, like the Sementiyu and the Emir Ayal. And then we would have things like gold receipt books. This is, as far as I'm aware, there's only one of these. It's in the Ifao, published by Van Koenig. And it's a list of receipts of gold miners. There's 7 gold miners in total, and they tell us of each year's expedition. And so these things would have been deposited into the library, and then after being copied and discussed, would form something like an intellectual tradition, out of which we would get things like mine lists, maps, guidebooks, maybe collections like the Sehu of the famous topographical licks, and so on and so forth, and copied down over the millennia. So to sum up all this, Egypt's desert law and library, Egyptians had an intimate knowledge of the Eastern Desert and Sinai. They knew almost every portion of it, even if there are no inscriptions in those portions. But they recognized it was not their home. They weren't completely familiar with it. Expeditions provide the stimuli for shared knowledge and cultural memory, and one part of this law shapes their fictional narratives, like the shipwrecked sailor. Another part formed into practical genres. These Egyptian intellectuals, probably scribes and temple staff, made some attempts to codify this geography over time, but our Vorlage are mainly missing. And then a question I would throw to the audience and other people that are interested in the Eastern Desert is, did these desert archives have a role in the reopening and mine sites or the general formation of policies regarding the Eastern Desert? Thank you very much for your attention.
Julian, you just finished on time. Thank you very much for your informative talk. And please keep your inquiries and the question for the end of the session. So our next speaker is Dr. Martin Odler. He holds a postdoctoral fellowship from the University of Newcastle, and he published many books on metalwork, copper, and he is going to speak about reverse engineering the desertscape, seeing under the hands of ancient Egyptian prospectors. So do please welcome him.
Shukran, ya Professor. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I have to apologize to my colleague Jiří Kmošek, who is on a family trip and he cannot be here. And the deal is I will show you some of the unpublished material, and I would like to ask you not to photograph it. And we will discuss it. What is its meaning and how it feeds back into the desert. Let's start right in. What's the important thing? There are many, or there are some philologists that think that written sources give them all of the information. But there are also archaeologists who think that you can basically excavate everything because everything was left at the site and you can work with it and there is the evidence that you can use and reconstruct the past lives. But nobody is perfect, and neither is your particular piece of evidence if it's a single one. So we will, in this talk, we will revisit and examine three groups of evidence. Copper ores of the Eastern Desert and Sinai, mining and processing sites in the desert, and some workshops in the Nile Valley, Old Kingdom Giza, Middle Kingdom Elephantine, and New Kingdom Tel Retaba. And I can promise that we will reach some conclusions. Chain operator was quite often mentioned already yesterday. Here it is again. We will be working with a chain operator of copper, which is a process. If you want to produce any copper artifact, you need to follow certain steps from the copper ore until the resulting artifact, which you can then recycle. Fortunately, metals bear information on their provenance and technology due to their chemical and physical properties. The interpretation is quite complex, but you can work with it. So there are like four main groups of this chain operatoire of copper. It's the initial procurement, maybe some initial processing, which takes place in the desert with prospectors, metalworkers participating, maybe also other people. Then you have to store the copper and maybe do some revenues and transactions with it. You have to process the copper, and this also could take place in the desert, and some of the metalworkers could participate. And then you use the artifacts, recycle them, use them again, so you can sometimes be in this vicious circle and getting back. If you have been following our work, we of course dealt mostly with the artifacts, not with the metalworking processes. And here are some of the recent publications. In the Red Book, I also tried to dabble a little bit into expeditions and like this initial part of the chain operatoire. What we need to remember for the talk, there are three big groups of material made of copper alloys. It's non-alloyed copper, copper with impurities, copper alloyed either with arsenic or tin. Arsenical coppers are older, Tim bronzes are later, especially in the New Kingdom, but they occur quite often already in the Middle Kingdom. And for the ore provenance, if you sample the objects and you get chemical composition, but also so-called lead isotope ratios, to find out more about the provenance, you need to compare the data with the lead isotope ratios of the copper ores. And I have to say that we know almost zero about the geochemistry of copper ores in the Eastern Desert. And you can compare the number of data in other regions, for example, on Cyprus, in Anatolia, in Greek sources, from Oman. Of course, Iran could be here, Sinai, and in Eastern Desert we have about 8 data points, but 2 of these are from Ein Sokhna, and there is a hypothesis that Ein Sokhna material is coming from Sinai as well, so we have 6, not 8. We have tried to do something with it, so we obtained some samples from Jim Harrell from University of Toledo, and also from the collection in Heidelberg from Dina Faltings. And recently we had a small project funded by the European Union, which was analyzing this material. And the partner institution was Mannheim with Professor Pernicka. And we will try to increase the number of the analyzed samples. So here I can show you some 50 shades of green, different copper ores from different sites. And now the lead isotopes are not that important. What is important is trace elemental composition. And when you map this trace elemental composition on the box plot, the most important thing is arsenic. It's quite low. It's below 0.01% anywhere in these copper ores. There are some outliers which are coming from Sinai, especially from the specific site Wadi Tar, which is very, very far from the Egyptian reach or any Egyptian presence. It's in southeastern Sinai. And this small site is supposed to supply not only Egyptian arsenic copper, but also Levantine arsenic copper. It's too much for one small site. So there is a problem of where is this arsenic. We have a lot of mining and copper processing sites. Here are examples of Wadi Dara and also example of Ein Sokhna in Isabel Gonçalves' this paper. You have seen quite a lot of images from Ein Sokhna. Here is one of the papers about the chaîne opératoire. And on these sites, we have presence of metalworking installations, furnaces, crucible slag, but quite a low number of artifacts, especially on mining sites. It looks like they were mining with stone tools, not with the metal tools. Big artifacts and ingots are mostly missing. Sites published only as preliminary reports are, for example, Wadi Dara or Ein Sokhna. And so far there is absence of arsenic in published papers, although our French and Belgian colleagues presented recently a paper that they have some little arsenic processing at Ein Sokhna, some of it dated to the Old Kingdom, some to the Middle Kingdom, but we cannot work with data until it's published. We have several groups of, well, officials or people who were dealing with desert, and as Julian shown in his keynote, on much wider scale, these were different people of different social standing. There was a big discussion in the literature about the prospectors and about what they were actually doing in the desert. And in inscriptions, some of these prospectors in the Old Kingdom sources, they are looking for greenstones. Some of them are looking for silver in the Eastern Desert. But some of authors suppose that they were only focusing on these like more precious materials and not on mere copper. But what Nadine and Greg showed in Edfu, there is a connection of, well, presence of prospectors and also some copper metallurgy. There is also a very nice paper by Émilie Martinet from 2021, which is a little bit deceptive by its title because it not only deals with particular site of Edfu in 5th and 6th dynasty, but also this stripe of desert which is going in the eastwards direction. And in this paper, she quite nicely gathered together not only the prosopographical evidence, but also it's quite a lot, this paper is quite a lot about copper. So this is the mining and initial processing of copper. When we go back to the Nile Valley, we have several workshop sites which we studied, and we published some preliminary reports and one final paper on the samples and on the artifacts that are now in the Krömer Sammlung in Vienna, and they are datable to the 4th dynasty. What we are mostly dealing with is Mark Lehner's workshop from the late 4th dynasty, 4D17X, which is copper workshop where you can see quite nicely bread molds embedded into walls and near the corners, which are in fixed positions. And what I'm starting to call great crucible mystery of Giza is whether in these bread molds there were crucibles used. We need to study more samples to corroborate or refute this. But we already sampled all deposits from this workshop, and in all of the layers, arsenical copper was present, and there was no presence of tin or tin bronze. And also, we have tried to sample the remaining part of Hetelgurab and other parts of the site where there was metalworking material, but there is always arsenical copper. Here it is. It's a copper prill with a width of about human hair, and it's present in an iron slag matrix. And this is the kind of material that even Egyptians in the 4th dynasty were not interested in using. And this is the material that we are finding out and studying. If arsenic is absent at the mining site and present in the workshops, it has to come from somewhere. Somewhere it needs to be added. We will move briefly to Tel Retaba, early New Kingdom site, but also 3rd intermediate period site in Wadi Tumilat, where we were expecting, we had quite a lot of metalworking material, and we expected alloys either with arsenic or tin, and some more information about these processes maybe from slightly later times. What we have found out is that they have very likely processing fresh copper, which was coming from somewhere from Eastern Desert Sinai. So you can see that even in the sites that we would consider, and they were part of the gnome structure, they were processing copper, which we can show on the material that this is coming directly from the desert, and it's not alloyed. And they are using it on the site, and almost all of these samples were this copper without alloying additions. Then tin alloys appear in 19th dynasty and 13th intermediate period, but we need to do more samples from Tel Retaba, and about these samples we are preparing a report into Egypt and Levante. From Tel Retaba, we will now move to the island of Elephantine, which I don't have to introduce you in any way. And we were studying the material from Johanna Ziegel's Realities of Life project. You know all of these things, and at the conference that was organized by Fatmakesh, we have seen several papers about this material. What is important, from these two small archaeological squares, we were dealing with metalworking material that its complete weight was 850 grams. That was all. It basically can fit in 2 hands. So we studied it. There were about 80 pieces of slag, about 300 pieces of prills, some artifacts and artifact fragments, some fragments of crucibles, and about 16 minerals. And we started with a portable X-ray fluorescence, and then we sorted out interesting material which was moved here into Ifao, and Ifao is quite a lot helping us with everything, and the laboratory is phenomenal. So we prepared samples here in the laboratory, and they were studied with the metallographic microscope, and then they were analyzed again because you could see inside the samples into the microstructures. And then we also analyzed some of these samples with a scanning electron microscope in Desert Research Center, so we could really focus on very small parts of these microstructures to understand what metalworking processes were happening on Elephantine during the Middle Kingdom. This is from 11th to 13th dynasty. And I will not deal with everything from this side. I will only show you one sample, which was quite surprising because we have found something that is called spice. And it's material that does not occur in nature because it's a humanly made product that is an unwanted product of metallurgy currently. But from time to time, it was used in the past, and it was used for the production of arsenical copper, or we can call it now arsenical bronze. And this spice, which is mostly compound of iron and arsenic, was put together with copper, and arsenic coppers or arsenic bronzes were created out of it. And what is also interesting, it contains about 3% of lead. I will get to that. Yeah, I basically said it. This is spice. It's a compound of heavy metals with major amounts of arsenic and or antimony. They are called arsenate or antimonites. And when they are fresh, they look nice and shiny, and when they are corroded, they look terrible. You basically can miss them because it does not look as anything important. And this is big because this is the first specimen of spice that we were able to study in Egypt on the Elephantine Island. And the spice technology is datable back to the 3rd millennium BC, and the best published contexts from the early Bronze Age are coming from Iran. And there are some small bits and pieces, for example, from Oman, also from southern Levant. And later on, for example, Camille del Los, it's a late Bronze Age site, and there is also spice within a lot of tin bronze metallurgy. There are also other slags which show us this process of alloying spice with arsenic, and from where then is coming arsenic. Our hunch is that it's coming from arsenopyrite, which is a mineral which occurs also in the Eastern Desert, and spice could be smelted from it, and it's quite often associated with gold in the Eastern Desert. And we already proposed this in this paper about the chromer tools, but then we were thinking about other process, not the use of spice, but now, at least based on Elephantine and on some other samples that we already studied, because now we know what we are looking for, it looks like it was much more widely dispersed. And because there is lead in spice, it complicates beyond measure the interpretation of the lead isotopes for early Egyptian metalwork, because we need to start to interpret it again. So in chaîne opératoire, even in the archaeological record, some of the parts can be missing, and especially parts that were deemed to be important and valuable for the ancient people, for the ancient metalworkers. And so this spice fragment was only one of 48 samples that we transported from Elephantine here to Cairo. And we will only briefly look on 2 examples, minerals and copper ingots. These are all the ingots and ingot fragments which are known to me, or to us from whole Chalcolithic and Bronze Age from Egypt. In the lower left corner, you can notice the only fragment of oxide ingot that was ever found, and it's coming from Cantier, from the excavations, but we have a number of them, of course, in New Kingdom iconographic sources, but this is the only fragment that was found. And 2 of these ingots we published, one from Abu Sir, and one will be included in the report on Tel Taba, and it's coming from 2nd intermediate period. As for the minerals, for illustration, in Old Kingdom Giza, from the whole area that was excavated by ERA mission, it's about 100 grams of minerals, copper minerals, and minerals that could be connected to copper metallurgy. In the copper workshop alone that was excavated, it's only 4 grams of minerals. And in Middle Kingdom Elephantine, from realities of life material, there is only, of all these 850 grams, there are 35 grams of fragments of minerals that were lost, and they were deposited in these layers. So there are some missing chain links in the chaîne opératoire, and we have to be very careful with the archaeological contexts. And it's not only, regarding metallurgy, it's not only about copper and gold. There might be alloying elements of arsenic and tin, and also iron ores that might serve as fluxing agents for the copper production, and they were very likely targeted quite soon in the Eastern Desert, and maybe also on Sinai. For us, for the study of these workshops, it served us well to do really hundreds of PXRF spectra, then selecting the interesting material and then studying it further. So having several levels of data and of support for our hypotheses. Sometimes PXRF is not enough for this. To conclude, as I said, even in the archaeological record, parts of the chaîne opératoire are missing. it's not only about these like textbook arrows of Egyptians or local populations going to the desert, getting the stuff that is important and then going back. Of course, Julian showed very well how this was complex and, well, many papers here at the conference. And we do not yet understand these processes well. So, they might have been different for each period, site, and region. So what's really at stake is that we can finally bury this notion of like primitive technology because it was not primitive technology. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Martin, for your informative talk and that you finished on time. Our third talk is going to be delivered by Niveen Marouf. She received her MA from Cairo University, the Faculty of Archaeology, and she is working for the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. She speaks on who settled the Egyptian Eastern Desert during mid to late Holocene. So please do welcome Niveen.
Hello, everybody. Let me first thank the organizing committee and the all lecturer that really gave us wonderful lectures that really helped me, and also, the attendance. Let's start. In my presentation, I tried to outline the paleo environment during the period in question by looking, I'm not familiar with the mic because my sound is really high. It's okay. In my presentation, I tried to outline the paleo environment during the period in question by looking over how the geomorphology, geology affected the dispersal of humans at that time, and how the paleoclimate and water supply affected the flora, fauna, and thus the human dispersal. To answer the question of whether the Eastern Desert has a similar cultural sequence to Western Desert and the Nile Valley, or whether it was merely a transit route inside and outside Egypt. The Eastern Desert's geological features are divided into 3 units, mainly, the Precambrian basement complex of igneous and metamorphized sedimentary and volcanic rocks. The sedimentary layers covering Mesozoic and Tertiary periods, and the marine sediments along the coastline. The plateaus and mountains are divided by basins and deep wadis. Both Nile Valley and Red Sea are their drainage networks. The landscape has influenced minerals, groundwater availability, vegetation, and animal population, and has also influenced human activities. For example, shelters are found here in the variable rocks. There is a sandstone rock. Nearly most of the rock arts are found in these variable rocks. And also the shelters found in the limestone beds where some water produced during the winter rains, and petroglyphs, I told, are found in areas with variable rocks and dry terrain at low level to hand. Before we know what Holocene humans lived, we must know how they lived. According to the BOS and Acacia projects, the radiocarbon dates
from eastern Sahara sites reveal a severe drought from the Pleistocene to Holocene, followed by a humid phase in the early Holocene with increased precipitation, and thus the desert's underground water level, transforming the Sahara into savanna-like environment. In the mid-Holocene, regional desertification and hyper-arid conditions dominated the Eastern Desert. The climate has since shifted into severe drought with significant evaporation rates, mean annual precipitation of 20 millimeter, arid summers and fairly wet winters, and rare infrequent heavy rains. Despite the extreme aridity of the Eastern Desert today, the paleoclimate was less severely dry, allowing for abundant wadi vegetation wadi vegetation for hunting and herding in the disappearing sections of North African savanna from the 6th to 3rd millennium BC. For example, Tofa deposits in Sudmine Cave site in Jabal al-Dawi occurred between 8,000 to 5,000 before present, indicating a wet phase with a suitable vegetation cover and thus human habitation. The Eastern Desert's hydrological condition reveals its past water resource, originating from the Miocene, the drainage the drainage system evolved into a high stream system. Early Holocene precipitation recharged the groundwater, which was used in hyper-arid phases, the subsequent phases. The interconnected water network consists of 6 types: wadis, wetlands, spring surface waters, catchments, wells, and qilat. Qilat, it's like a basin with a rocky base. Archaeological sites such as Sudmine Cave are mostly associated with water resources in Wadi Terrace, Playa deposits, and alluvial fans. This is my Sudmine Cave here. Despite the hyper-arid conditions, the Nubian sandstone aquifer system's subsidence provided abundant water supplies in areas like Laqita. Pastoral people in Eastern Desert between 6th and 3rd millennium engaged in diverse behaviors near water or wadis. Paleofauna and flora in the central Eastern Desert during the African humid period in the Red Sea Mountains area well-developed wadi vegetation dominated by acacia and the Salvadora bresca, was used by the prehistoric population, likely visiting after occasional rains, as evidenced by charcoal assemblages from tree shelter and Sudmine cave sites, stratified sites dated back from early to mid-Holocene. Archaeological data indicates that small livestock reached the Eastern Desert during the same time period. Earlier horizon at tree shelter have wild and domesticated animals. Ovicaprons were found with large deposits dating back to 6,000 BC in the Sudmine cave as well. The rock arts. Weigel in his book suggests that prehistoric Egyptian in the 4th millennium BC migrated eastwards following the game until they encountered the sea. He provided insights into prehistoric rock art, especially both between Wadi Hammamat and Wadi Baramia, showcasing the significant influence of the Naqqada culture. Lancaster suggests that rock art, often linked to water resources and arid terrain, may have originated in the Central Eastern Desert during the pre-dynastic period, featuring various animal figures, and figures here including hippopotamus, crocodile, elephants, giraffe, ass, ostrich, cattle, and other animals, but no mention, I don't know about camels yet. I'm searching يعني. Okay, elephant has been depicted in the area south of Wadi Hammamet by 2600 BC and became extinct from 2000 BC. Images of Eastern Desert hunters with raised arms hunting wild animals like crocodiles and hippos, and both dragging are prevalent in pre-dynastic, like that figurine from Brooklyn Museum. Sorry. Okay. Material culture in the area, especially in the Central Eastern Desert. The Qusayr Regional Survey 1978 identified about 200 sites in the northwest Qusayr al-Qadim, spanning from Paleolithic to Islamic time. This in red dots, these sites, okay. Only 24 Paleolithic localities in the Central Eastern Desert dated to Paleolithic. Just 4 of them dated to late Paleolithic. And this is various lithics tool from the 44 site, later known as the Sudmine Cave, including scrapers, denticulates, flakes, blades, and other tools for hunting and herding and preparing meats or something like that. The Collaborative Research Center's recent study in Jabal Lawi found late Pleistocene to mid-Holocene archaeological evidence in Sudmine Cave and 3 shelter sites, with the latter having 5 archaeological horizons, as it's shown here, ranging from Epipaleolithic to late Neolithic, from down to top. And the last one is just 200 years. It's very recent layer. Hobbes discovered the soft sandstone tomb in Wadi Atallah, dated to 4,840 calibrated BC, containing flamed rim pottery, bakers, believed to be from Tessian culture. The oldest known pre-dynastic culture in Upper Egypt, and it may predate the Badarian one. Evidence from Laqita shows Mesolithic micropurines, pre-dynastic bifacial tools, and archaic burials. The human occupation in the Central Desert from various sites, and also from Wadi al-Ali in the southeastern corner. The C14 dates in the Eastern Desert suggest intermittent human presence, but the evidence is not assured yet, or not well documented. It has to be argued. Vermeersch suggests that Holocene prehistoric remains in the area are attributed to Ilkabian hunter-gatherers and later herders group. Ilkabian occupation, as it is shown in the picture, between 7.1 to 6.6 thousand calibrated date BC, followed by a regional event between 6.5 and 6.2 thousand calibrated. Then mobile stock keeper with cairns occupied the area from 6.2 to 5.8 thousand calibrated date, using liths and possibly ceramics. A period of centuries from 5000 to 5040 coincided with reduced visitations. Then the a renewed occupation by herders occurred between 5000 and 5000.4 to 5000 calibrated PC. Possibly after these visits, the cave remained deserted for a long time, and between 4,000 4,840 and 4,455. Tassian culture artifacts were found in eastern and western desert, including the Nile Valley. Sheikh Muftah rings were also found in a few locations in this culture. Sorry. Here is Sheikh Muftah culture. This culture, the Sheikh Muftah culture, is believed to be the indigenous pastoral nomads at Dakhla Oasis, began during the Bashandi unit and overlap Old Kingdom, spanning from 3,200 to 2,000 before present. And these dots, black dots, is the Tassian sites found in the Eastern Desert, unrelated cultures, and also these from Cooper and Croplin, the sites found for Sheikh Muftah culture, just images. To conclude, since the Pleistocene, the Sahara has been a harsh environment impacting archaeological sites and population. From late Holocene to early Holocene, hunter-gatherer groups inhabited the savanna environment and spread throughout the Egyptian Western Desert. As the region became drier, they moved to the Nile Valley. The Eastern Desert's unique natural environment, including wadis and like Wadi Sudmain and Wadi al-Anz and Wadi Nakhil and others, made it easy to travel from the Nile Valley to the Red Sea. Archaeological sites were linked to the groundwater recharge, providing flash flooding protection. However, paleoenvironmental data suggests limited habitation during the mid to late Holocene, suggesting a high inclination for more exploitation. This doesn't necessarily indicate unfavorable condition, but rather a high inclination for more exploitation for the region. The abundance and scattered rock art and fauna remains of domesticated cattle, sheep, and goat serves as excellent examples of pastoral economy. The Eastern Desert, with its diverse material culture, Ashulian, Atirian, El-Kabian, Tassian, Badarian, Naqadian, and Sheikh Muftah cultures, has been a hub of contact with North Sahara, Western Desert, and Nile Valley since the late Pleistocene onward. Despite its dry condition, the desert has been populated by humans due to its connection to Nile Valley and the Mediterranean and African regions, highlighting its rich and varied heritage. Since the Old Kingdom, Eastern Desert has been explored and exploited by short-term expeditions, creating a complex network of edges and nodes. The Old Kingdom used harbors like Wadi al-Garf, Ain al-Sukhna, Marsa Gawasis, and Bereniki as departures points for foreign expeditions. The Wadi Hamamat area on the Silk Road was a significant quarrying site for the Nile Valley, revealing a Precambrian, Arabian, Nubian shield rocks, such as basalt schists, Bechin stone, grey-wick, and gold. For example, Nahar Marbarit was carved from the gray-green siltstone from Wadi al-Hamamat. The area's exploitation peak was from the Middle Kingdom to the Greco-Roman periods. Thus, the historical times were the first obliterate the prehistory of the region, leaving the question of human habitation during the Holocene period a continuous matter of debate. Nevertheless, according to the available data, we may assume that between the 6th and 3rd millennium BC, human habitation in the Eastern Desert engaged in pastoral diverse behavior, primarily near water or wadis. They were nomads engaged in herding, hunting, fishing, and seasonal movement. They moved horizontally in the plains during winter, returning to water wells in summer, and vertically moving to mountains, grazing their herds during summer, then returning to the plains in the winter. Finally, it's important to be aware that a single phenomenon, even without an apparent context, can provide new insight to environmental factors and human occupation. The study of Holocene occupation in the Eastern Desert, especially in Wadi areas, can be aided by interdisciplinary approach that integrates archaeology, epigraphy, geology, and ethnology. And this is the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naveen, for this interesting talk, and please stay with us for the end of the session. Our next speakers are Laura Aguirre. She is a scientific member at IFAO, and she is interested in Greek and Demotic Ostraka, and she is a papyrologist. And other speakers is Nicola Mora. He is working for the National Museum of Natural History in Paris. Both of them, he speaks on the first elements about food strategies at Goza in the 3rd century BC, crossing analysis between Ostraka and animal bones. So please do welcome them.
So it's quite cruel to talk about food just before the cocktail, but you know, malesh. We are very pleased to present today some new insights into the way of life of the inhabitants of the Eastern Desert of Egypt in the Ptolemaic period. We would like to thank Christina Alou for organizing this conference, and Mel Crépy, the director of the French Archaeological Mission to the Eastern Desert, for allowing us to share unpublished data on a site that is still being excavated. To begin, a few words about the work of the French Archaeological Mission to the Eastern Desert, also called MAFDO. After a long focus on the Roman sites under the direction of Hélène Cuvigny, the MAFDO, under the direction of Bérengère Redon, Thomas Fauché, and now Maël Crépy, has been excavating Ptolemaic sites. This work began with the excavation of stations on the road between Edfu and Berenike, particularly in the district of Samut. This district includes a station, Bir Samut, active during the second half of the 3rd century BC for elephant hunting. Thank you. So Bir Samut was dedicated to elephant hunting, and the second site of the district, Samut North, was active in the late 4th century BC. And this was the first gold mining site excavated by the Mavdo. But since 2019, the members of the Mavdo work in an area further north in the Eastern Desert, in the district of Goza, situated between Kena and Safaga. Goza is a mining district where a Ptolemaic village was active in the second half of the 3rd century BC until the beginning of the 2nd century BC, according to the ceramics and the dates in the ostraka. According to the ostraka found in the Roman fort of the same site, the ancient name of the site was Berkou. You see here a jar label with the name Doles, a name of horseman who was in Berkou, so in Goza. It was the settlement of the workers who extracted the quartz from the mines in the surrounding area to find gold. Among numerous other findings like ceramics and tools, more than 1,000 ostraka in Greek and Demotic have been unearthed in the Ptolemaic village. I'm in charge of the study of the Greek texts, as well as 2,000 faunal remains studied by Nicolas. The location of Goza, in the middle of the Eastern Desert, as well as its population, which seems quite significant, 360 different anthroponyms can be identified in the Greek ostraka, so it was quite a big population, led us to ask the question of supplies and the diet of the village's inhabitants. By crossing papyrological and archaeozoological data, we will try to answer these questions. So, what kind of foodstuffs were consumed at Goza as delicacy? How does food enable comfortable living in the desert? And how can papyrology and archaeozoology be combined to understand dietary strategies? While the corpus of the ostraka consists mainly of accounts carefully recording the quantity of quartz that the workers crushed each day to find gold, here you have an example with the text Oberku 473, which records the quantity of quartz crushed by a worker, an Egyptian worker, named Pazis. The texts are surprisingly silent on the food supplies. Wheat and barley, for example, are mentioned in very few accounts. See, for example, here the text 683, which specifically mentions the cytometria, that is to say, the distribution of wheat provided by the state on the site. To this day, the supply system put in place to provide this food, the grain, remains totally unknown. Nevertheless, two texts indicate that some of the village's inhabitants benefited from a more varied diet. Indeed, the letter Oberku 158 and the account Oberku 536 mentioned fish brought to the village. Today, we will focus on the consumption of fish and more generally the circulation of aquatic products in Goza. The first of these two texts, dealing with the fish, is a letter that accompanied a shipment of onions sent by a woman called Ammonia to a man named Aegyptos, maybe a relative, who lived in Goza. The goods were transported by a man called Dion. In the second part of the letter, Ammonia mentions a previous delivery, which consisted of a fish, questreuse, that is to say, a mulet, and a door. Ammonia is waiting for confirmation that Aegyptos has received the onions so that she can pay for them, and for confirmation that he has received the door and the fish because she has already paid freight charges, nolon in Greek, for their transportation. This type of letter accompanying food is very common in the ostraka of the Roman sites in the desert. The occupants of these sites had to diversify their sources of supply by ordering products from family or friends. Several private letters from Mons Claudianus concern fish orders. For example, the text here, 241, an order of fresh fish from someone who lives close to Mons Claudianus. It seems that the inhabitants of Goza in the Ptolemaic period used the same system. The second text from Goza dealing with fish is a monetary account for foodstuffs, including a fish, trissa, shad, aloes in French. And the products come certainly from the valley, especially because of the erebintoi, the chickpeas, and the stephanoi. The chicken, the fish, and the mention of wreath indicate that their purchases were for special occasion, perhaps the visit from an important person who had to supervise the work in the gold mines, or maybe a festival. One of the ostraka from Goza mentions a birthday celebration, for example. These texts mention two species of fish, kestrus and trissa, intended for consumption in the village of Goza. What do the texts tell us about these fish? The historian Strabo already noted in the book of his Geographia dedicated to Egypt that they are anadromous. It means that those fishes swim upstream from the sea to spawn, so they can be found in the sea and in the Nile. Both species are mentioned in papyri, although trissa, the shad, is more common than kestrus, the mullet, of which there are only 4 attestations, including the text of Goza. One of them is particularly interesting because it appears in the same context than Goza. It is an ostracon from the Roman fort of Crocodilo. This document is a postal register mentioning the delivery of fish. These fishes were caught in the Red Sea and are fresh. That's why they are transported overnight. However, they will be eaten in the valley and not in Crocodilo, which is only a stop on the road here. But we know that the occupants of the desert sites could also eat fresh fish, as shown by a letter from the fort of Maximianon, which mentions a delivery of fish from the port of Myosormos, or by the letter from Mons Claudianus that we have seen just before. Indeed, access to seafood was facilitated in the Roman period by the activity of Myosormos, which did not yet exist in Goza's time. In the case of the Ammonia's letter from Goza, it's hard to say whether the kestrus was fresh or not. Let's just note that it is not designated by the Greek word for salted fish, tarikos, which also appears in another ostracon from Goza. Now we have seen the textual evidence of fish consumption in Goza. Let's see if archaeozoological data confirm these observations and what they had to our knowledge of the diet of the village's inhabitants.
Yes, actually, these questions are indeed fascinating about the provenance of these two species of fish, but answering it's quite complex if we consider biological data, because for the case of kestrus, so the Mugilid family, the family of mullets, it's quite difficult because at least 5 species are known in the Mediterranean Sea and the same number in the Red Sea. So the reference to kestrus at Crocodilo, confirming that these fish were sourced from the harbor of Myosormos during the Roman times, could be a similar supply route for the village of Goza. For the shade, so the aloes, several species are also documented in the Mediterranean and in the Red Sea. So in consequence, it would be necessary to confirm one species rather than another in archaeological remains. So what about the faunal data from Goza? Actually, if I answer now, no, we don't have these species in the faunal remains. Just to sorry. Just to begin, you know, as Laura mentioned earlier, the archaeological study at Goza is still ongoing. I have already studied 2,000 remains for the Hellenistic settlement. I mainly identified medium domestic animals like pigs and caprines and other large mammals such as donkeys and camels on a few. But the modalities of transporting domestic mammals to the village of Goza from the valley or the Red Sea, or the question of local herding. It's quite different questions we will work later in the future. But we are sure about one thing. People from Goza were getting fish from far away. In the village, for now, only 50 fragments have been identified among the material collected by hand. Several hundred liters of sediment have been sampled and dry sieved and will be proceed as soon as possible. Fish bones have been found in different parts of the site, even though it's only about 2.5% of all the faunal remains for now. As you can see, some fish are from the Red Sea, like parrotfish and sea breams. And it's a similar trend at other sites across the Eastern Desert for the Roman times, for example, at the Mons Claudianus. I also found fish bones from the Nile River, like Synodontis catfish, and also the Nile perch. For the last one, it's only one fragment of skull, but it's a large individual, approximately 1 meter. One question is whether people at Goza were eating the fish fresh or salted, as mentioned Laura. It's quite also difficult to confirm because the fish remains collected at Goza are disarticulated bones from large dumps, not in amphora or specific potteries, for example. But it looks like the fish were whole because we collected skull elements, ribs, fins, and vertebrae. And they were potentially eaten fresh, as other fresh seafood found on the site, the oysters. Marine shells are abundant at Goza, but they are absent from the written sources at Goza and elsewhere in the Eastern Desert. Mostly on the settlements, Sacostrea cuculata have been identified, comprising 10% of the faunal assemblages. As shown on the slide, some sectors are richer than others. Despite variable proportions, oysters were found everywhere in the settlement that we excavated, in both large and small dumps. Several batches of oysters were found intact. Although the veils were not longer attached, they fit perfectly, as you can see on the slide here. Additionally, opening marks confirm they were opened on site. These oysters come from the Red Sea, mostly from mangroves. Negative impressions of mangrove tree roots are visible on the shells and most of the shells, as you can see clearly on the PowerPoint. Similar examples of these oysters have been found in Red Sea ports, such as in Berenike and Myosormos for the Hellenistic and the Roman times, as always, and also in inland sites like in Bir Samut or now in Goza. The settlement of Goza is approximately approach to the Red Sea coast at 75 kilometers. An overnight transport during few days was probably established, and we can keep in mind oysters can survive out of the sea for several days. We have mainly focused our presentation now about the food produced that pose logistical challenges due to their aquatic origin. However, what about the local wildlife? Currently, wildlife is also absent from our text, and a small percentage of faunal remains have been identified. It's 1% of the mammalian bones for now. I identified a few bones of gazellas and ibex, but I am still working on the identification of ibex because it's quite difficult to identify clearly when the bones are broken, especially in the dumps. But For now, I identify, as you can see, some horn of gazella and ibex, skulls, and long bones also. In any case, whether it's local or far away from Goza, the diversification of the meat and the fish diet was quite well organized to supply the inhabitants of Goza, but it's possible maybe only a part of a category of the population had access to these resources. To conclude, papyrology and archaeozoology are working in complementarity on the village of Goza to understand the food supplies and how people try to live in the desert. From the text, mullets and clupeids, Allo's family, are mentioned and they are probably consumed fresh. These foodstuffs mentioned in the two texts were not the usual diet of the inhabitants of Goza. Some fish may have been eaten on special occasions, such as the visit of an important person or in a festival. Further excavations will allow us to see if these fish species were always consumed on certain occasions or by a certain population. But it is interesting to notice that at Myosormos and Berenike, both families of fish, mugilids and clupeids, account for less than 1% of fish remains, when parrotfish are in the majority. These species were consumed very occasionally by zooarchaeological data, even on the coastline. In addition, people from Goza ate different species of fish and shells from different environments, not only anadromous fish. Maybe these species not mentioned in the text were common in the food supplies. That's why they are not mentioned as special food items. Another question arises: who was supplied these Red Sea commodities? Did they come from a specific port, such as the harbor of Philotera, so Mersagawasis, from the Red Sea? Or maybe some villages of fishermen on the coastline and in the valley organized this trade to supply settlements in the desert. The continuation of the excavations will probably reveal new insights. We are only at the middle of the excavation. Other discoveries on the site suggest that a portion of the village population enjoyed a higher standard of living, evidenced by the presence of baths and fine ceramics. The wealthiest inhabitants of Goza, likely those with important roles in the administration of gold mines, had access to certain food items. The discovery of animal remains in the village indicates widespread meat consumption. However, factors will all be considered to evaluate the consumption choices, such as the quality of meat, the presence of specific fish and shells, the size of specimens, and their frequency precisely across the settlement. Our collaboration will also extend to archaeobotany and ceremology, for example, to further explore the food strategies. But this first presentation provides a first glimpse of how this population from Goza in the 3rd century BC adapted to challenging living conditions to the Eastern Desert. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Laura and Nicola. So please, if you do have any questions for our 5 speakers, so does anyone have a question for our speakers in the last session? So.
Wonderful talks all around. I think everyone might get this today. Was that me or you? Okay, sorry. So regarding the oysters, I didn't catch, was there papyrological, well, ostraca evidence at Rosa or elsewhere for the consumption of the oysters as much as fish in general?
Yes, so in the ostraca, oysters don't appear anywhere, and not in Goza, not in the Roman sites. It's just the archaeological remains that tell us that there were eaten oysters in the desert. For the fish, we find fish everywhere. In the ostraca from the Ptolemaic period in Goza, like the two I just presented, and in the ostraca from the Roman period, like the ostracan from the Mons Claudianus or the ostracan from Crocodilo. So yeah, in every period.
If I just continue, because I asked a lot of papyrologists before our collaboration about oysters, if any word was related to the shell or something, and nothing at all. So that's a pity.
Would you like to add something?
As a following question, and I'm just going to show my age. This takes me back to 1996, Life on the Fringe, where we had a desert thing and we had the same discussion with Sheila and all of the ostracan people. But do you have any angel wing shells at all, which are more common, you know the ones I mean? Donax? Oh, in the Roman, okay. Oh, okay, because I was just wondering, because like with the oysters and things, I was thinking, were they bringing them in barrels? Because I had a whole bunch of those in parts of Natrun and so on. Okay. And so it's interesting to see. And also, what kind of, are you getting cattle, or is it mainly sheep and goat and pig? Pig?
Yes, I have a lot of pigs, but it depends on the sectors.
Aha!
That's why we are preparing, a GIS database with all the ceremology and the fauna remains to compare. And just by curiosity, in the last mission in February, I asked, our data manager, can you put my data just to have a look? And it was very different between the houses and the rooms. So we are working on this, but for example, in the settlement on the south, it was mainly small mammals, caprines and pigs, and on the northwest, it was more donkeys, and we have to study this and all the excavations.
Butchery marks on your donkeys?
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned this species because we have all the time cut marks, burn marks related to the cooking probably. So yeah, it's quite diversified.
And, I'm sorry, one last question. Have you gotten to the point where are you getting privileged body parts for cattle so that it might be they're being brought in or they might be preserved, or is it just a yaga, anything?
For the moment, it's not really clear, the signal. That's why we are waiting the rest of the excavation to compare all the things.
Thanks.
Maël, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for all the talks. I have a question for Julian. In all the documentation you went through, did you ever heard of something? In fact, I have to explain. In the 18th and 19th century, we know that every time they gather an expedition for a caravan or something like that, it's never in the Nile Valley. It's on the first well from the Nile Valley, which is half a day or 1 day far from the Nile Valley. And we had evidence for the same kind of processes in Hellenistic time at Abad, for example. So do you have any evidence of the same kind of processes in older times or not?
It's a very good question. In the dynastic period, I don't know of anything specifically because our evidence is mainly the inscriptions, which just tells us their point of origin rather than a mustering place, which would be good and nice to know. But I don't know of any. I don't know of any desert assembly point except where they stop to build wells and then they go on to build more wells, etc. That would be good to know.
Thank you.
I have just one comment and then another question. So commenting on this, I will go back again to the inscription of Henu from the Middle Kingdom, where he mentions that the people with the boats, parts coming from Coptos, and the troops from Thebes. And although he didn't mention where is the meeting point where these two groups are meeting, but probably it would have been somewhere in the vicinity, like east of Coptos. And even there were some suggestions that it might be Lakita. So there might be some hidden indications in the text that there was some meeting points for the caravans where they started, like starting points before they set out in the desert. The other thing, it might be a little bit of discussion, not a question. You mentioned in your presentation the land of the mountains of Coptos and also the mountains of every region as the Egyptians mentioned them.
Yep.
So do you think it is kind of how the perspective of Egyptians of the desert as a part of their hinterlands, like does this give an indication of the concept of hinterlands as an economic extension of major urban sites? Or is it just how people just looked at the desert and how they orient themselves in navigation way?
Yeah, I guess a bit of both. I think the way that document is ordered, that it shows that if they have a mine, like say east of Coptos, they would call it the mine of Coptos, and they would do that twice. So if I imagine a document before that text where they would have compiled it from, they probably had Galena comes from east of Coptos, and then maybe a little bit more information, but that would never get to the temple wall because that doesn't fit the purpose of putting it on the temple wall. Now, I think that's important in the example of mountain of Coptos where they get Galena from, because in that period it's probably Jebel Zayt. Or it could be Hawetat, but it's probably Jebel Zayt. And that's quite far northeast of Coptos, so you wouldn't necessarily think they would be accessing it that way. But it shows the route from which they took to get to that mountain. It's particularly problematic for gold because there's so many different gold sources, and you couldn't just call gold from east of Coptos because that would be way too vague to find a gold mine. Yeah.
Actually, my question came also from another group of texts from the 8th dynasty, from the tomb of Shemai. From his son, actually, not himself, mentioning the supply system of the caravans that were going for stone quarrying in the land of Coptos, in the mountains of Coptos as well. And it seems from the text that they, or he was considering Coptos as his own part of his own domain, like. But economically wise, but not politically wise, because we know also from other texts that people, expeditions have to pacify or fight the nomadic groups in
like
the
Henry.
desert. So so it's I think it might be something in between, but I cannot take from my mind the idea of economic hinterlands. However, if it is far away or not.
I mean, I think that's very valid in the sense of like some inscriptions east of Edfu mention Edfu Nome. So they are very keen to sort of mention the urban province from where they came from. I guess my point about sovereignty and borderland is more if we look at it from not the emic perspective of their culture, but try to look at it between nomads and Egyptians, who was controlling the desert. And I think the answer is that they both thought they were, or something like that. So I'm sure the Egyptians would completely conceive of it as their economic hinterland, but whether they could actualize and confirm that is something different. And this is particularly in the case east of Lower Nubia, where we know that they were challenged enough. Like we know Egyptian expeditions were killed completely. So, and you know, Pepi Nacht at Ein Sukna is the same, where the whole expedition was murdered. So whether they could had the power to actually defend their exploitative apparatus is a different one. But thank you.
We still have some online questions, so we could receive one or two of them. I think the first and the second question is directed to Laura and Nicola, and they're asking about how do they preserve the oyster shells, the oysters for 4 days. I mean, she speaks about that the fishes could be salted, but in relation to but how they preserved the oysters for about 4 days of travel or 6 days.
Yeah, for the preserve, yeah, I just checked the question. That's a question. Probably they transport. Sorry for the echo. That's okay. Probably they transport in specific containers. Maybe why not amphoras with water? We have good examples in Europe. You know, the transportation on many several hundreds of kilometers from the sea. So probably it fits only for a couple of days. They use this type of container with salted water. And for the second question about the salted oysters, why not? I was thinking about, you know, not salted but pickled oysters or
The
something
fishes,
like.
he said the fishes could be salted.
Yes, but why not for the oysters? But you know, I observed. If you want to prepare pickled or salted oysters, you remove the shells at, you know, on the coastline. And I observed, just for the anecdote, in France, for the Middle Ages, but I was working on a site where we found a lot of oysters, amount of oysters, probably 50,000 shells, and we observed the same size and a lot of cut marks all the time. And when we compared with written sources, we observed a specific trade of pickled oysters for Paris. So it's kind of this context, but it was on the seashore. And if it was this type of preparation, we should find some data on the coastline. But in Goza, we have the shells, opening marks, and so that's why I think it's fresh and not salted or pickled. Or
Thank you very much. We receive another question from Essentia. She asks about the lower social groups, if they could eat snakes, lizards, as a source of protein in Gazoos as well.
I would like to see cut marks on vertebrae of snakes or lizards, but no. Unfortunately, maybe, but no, for the moment.
Have you found any seeds of fruits?
We found, but it's our specialist, Mena Eldoric, and she's studying the data with one of her students. So we found, but I don't know exactly the data, fortunately.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone here still have a question? So can we receive this and you after, please?
This is a question for Julian. So that was fantastic, but it seemed like a lot of your data came from administrative sources in particular, which is wonderful because this is what the state is bringing together and putting into their records. But especially with like the names of the hinterlands, I'm wondering if there's any not state-run large expeditions, but smaller groups of people, especially people like hunters or, you know, 10 or less going out on their own without a state mandate that actually might be able to add to that. I'm specifically thinking of like the hunters of Coptos or the hunters of the hills of Coptos and whatever, too, might have to go look up right now for that reference for you. But individual data being able to add to state data.
Yeah, to an extent there is when you have local miners' inscriptions that give us place name data, and the place names tend to be shorthand, or they tend to be very descriptive in a way a state would never name something. So there's a place called the Hammering Place, which was obviously something to do with metallurgy or mining. There's shorthand turquoise, so the real place name is the Terraces of Turquoise, but the miners only ever use the word turquoise as a place name. So there is a vernacular local toponymy that you find in local inscriptions, but which would not channel through to, as you said, official documentary administrative vernacular. But at sites like at gold mining sites, we don't actually have the name of any gold mining site. We only have the name of the regions. So we're going from zero evidence in a lot of these cases. Oh, yes, sorry. I have a question for Martin on copper, the copper sources themselves. I always wonder, mapping all this stuff, why the copper sources in the Eastern Desert were so underdeveloped compared to Sinai, Fainan, and all these places. And one of the things I think of might be the ore bodies themselves being difficult to work, and the other one I think of is just the difficulty of going to the certain parts of the Eastern Desert. Like we find copper in Eastern Sudan sometimes that hasn't been worked in ancient times, but it's very obvious to see, so I'm surprised that no one's developed it. I was just wondering if you had any comments about this.
Well, it's a difficult question. First, it would be great to study the material that is already known. So, for example, Wadi Dara site is published only as preliminary reports, and there are references to many interesting materials from that site. And it would be necessary to investigate this not only like archaeological side, but also with archaeometallurgical or geological evidence. And based on this, let's say, known evidence from the known sites, we could know more about the process and whether we are missing something, or as you are saying, there is a lot of field work and surveys, and it's not that much of copper working sites. The thing is, we can see this the lead isotopes of the Eastern Desert copper ores in the material, in the Nile Valley, in the artifacts, and they are quite prominent. The thing is, maybe this spice thing influences the ratios, and then we have to change the interpretation, but it's like, maybe in 10 years I will be able to answer this, but not now.
Thank you.
We still do have ample time, more questions, so please go first. And I'll get back to you, Brian.
My question is for the last presentation. So I can begin with a remark. Laura, I think you have inherited the gift of Hélène Cuvigny. Wherever you go in the desert, you find libraries of Ostraca. I assume you did not find any trade name, trade designation in Ostraca. No. So, did you find any evidence? I think there is such evidence elsewhere. Any evidence that the people who went in Goza for to work in the mines, for mining, these people were supplied by relatives still living in either in the valley or in along the Red Sea, because this kind of manpower does not necessarily come from very in Egypt.
Yeah. So, as you probably know, a Roman site like the Mons Claudianus is really well known for the supply from the valley by relatives of the workers in Mons Claudianus. In Goza, apart the letter of Ammonia to Aegyptos, we don't have another clue. But we have to remember that in Goza we have very, very few letters. So it's maybe not very representative, but we have, for now, mostly accounts, and there is still half of the village to excavate. So we don't know. But for now, we have very few letters. So it's and in a site like the Mons Claudianus, we have plenty.
Because of an illiterate population, you think?
I don't think that the population of Goza was more illiterate than the one of Bir Samut, for example, at the same period. And we have a lot of letters in Bir Samut, so I don't think that it's the reason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have more question? So, okay.
I have a question to Julian. The data that you showed demonstrated that there is a clear correlation between the number of inscriptions and the geology, so that on the hard rocks there are definitely more inscriptions in the Eastern Desert. And the question is, we do know that actually the Egyptians, they left inscriptions on limestone and sandstone, and actually they preserved it. So probably this is not the matter of erosion. Like, for example, surveys around Thebes or El Kab in the Western Desert. So, and you mentioned that they started to make inscriptions when they reached these good hard stone with nice patina and stuff like this. Yeah. So do you think that for them it was really important, well, the nature of the material, because you know, there are many speculations that like hard stone was probably, they probably considered hard stones like materialized divine energy and stuff like this. So do you think that for the people who went to the Eastern Desert, material mattered?
Yeah, so I think all those things are very good points. I think all those things you mentioned come together when the decision is made by Egyptian expeditions to make inscriptions, so how long they're staying at one site, the nature of the material itself. And I should have mentioned, you're right, that like a lot of limestone, particularly on the Red Sea side of the hills, the coralline stone and alluvium is going to erode in such a way that even if they did make inscriptions, it would be gone. We see that a lot in the Nubian sandstone further south, that they did make inscriptions, but it foliates so much that you barely can see any inscriptions. But I think when they're going over what we call the Atmur Desert, so the flat desert between the Nile and the hills, the wadis are such that it's not easy to find a really nice vertical surface all the time in a place that you would stop. And then this is something I've discussed in some papers. In some parts of the desert, you're not bothered to make long inscriptions because that's not the point of being there. Your purpose of being in the desert is very practical. And in the Atbai Desert in Sudan, for example, we barely have anything more than name and title. And I think the reason for that is that it's not pleasant to be in the desert and you don't have time to play around, as my father would say. So you've got to do the job, my name, title, and then keep going. In Wadi Hammamat and Bir Dankash and Serbet al-Khadim, where there's a lot more big administration, a lot more water carriers and things like this, then you have time to make longer inscriptions, which I think is one of the big differences between the gold mining expeditions, which are quite small operations, and the quarrying expeditions, which can be quite large and well supplied. And all these things, as you said, the geology, the social reason for being in the landscape, where they are in the landscape, water sources all come together when a decision is made to make an inscription, or a decision is made not to make an inscription. Yeah. Thanks.
We have an online questions for Laura, so you could answer it. They ask about if the Goza name, is modern, or do you have ancient name?
I think that Maël Crépy could answer better than me for this one, but yeah.
The director of the mission.
So, in fact, it's coming from the Arab. We are French, so we call it Goza, but it's Rosé, and it's from Wadi al-Rosa, which is the Wadi of the Raid, because during 18th century there was a quite famous series of raids between Maza Bedouins and Ababda Bedouins in this area, and an important Maza chief has been killed during one of these raids and is buried at the head of Wadi al-Rosa.
So we still have ample time, a few minutes, if anyone have a question, or we should end our session here. So, yes, sure.
Well, thanks all for your fascinating talks. My question for Julian: how many inscriptions from Sarawi al-Khadim you include to come with these kind of results?
Sorry,
how many inscriptions you used in your corpus to come out?
The corpus, I'm more interested in the landscape, so Serebet al-Khadim counts as one. Because it's Serebet al-Khadim. As in Wadi Hammamat, which is not my point of it, is to see where they are going in the landscape and the different landscapes itself, rather than how many inscriptions are at one site, which I think has been fairly well studied. So Wadi al-Hudi, Wadi Hammamat, Serebet al-Khadim, Wadi Magara, all these we know about the inscriptions. What we don't know is sort of the roots where they're making inscriptions. So I'm particularly interested in evidence of where Egyptians are going, but there are no inscriptions, which tends to be the case. For example, along Wadi Araba, there's lots of Egyptians, but only in Wadi Sanur and Ain Sukna and Wadi Ajaf are there actually inscriptions. So they don't seem to leave inscriptions in that region for the same reasons I was just mentioning for geological. But yes, I'm not very, this study is not meant to go through every single inscription. It's very much more cursory than that.
Thank you.
Just before we finish, Christina would like to make a good announcement for the scholars and the researchers.
Yeah, it's not so big, but I mean, thank you, Ahmed, anyway. No, I just want to tell you, everybody, so if you're interested in buying books from the Ifao, the bookshop, now it's closed, unfortunately, but tomorrow you can buy books. There's 25% discount. You just say that you are attendees, speakers of this conference, and you will get the discount. It's only also for the attendants, not only for the speakers. So everybody who is here for the conference. And you can also pay by card, so not only cash. Hope is a good news. So I think we're actually a little bit in advance on the schedule. Maybe I can just go check if the food is ready so that we don't have the same problem we had for the coffee break. I'm sorry for that. It should have been food also for the coffee break this afternoon, but something went wrong. And so unfortunately, not everything goes smoothly in this kind of, what? Oh, Malesh, there's no oysters today. So maybe I can just go check if, and I mean, let's keep talk, guys. It's.
Me, myself, I would like to thank all of the speakers for this interesting sessions and informative talks, really. I liked it and I enjoyed it very much, but to still have some time, so if anyone would like to have a recommendation about something or a question, inquiry, so please do feel free. So, Selim.
How much wooden objects are surviving at any of your sites in the Eastern Desert, particularly yours? How much wood?
How much wooden object do you have in the site?
I mean, anyone, Julian, anyone. I'm just interested to see.
As far as I remember, not that much. I have a lot of food in the Ostraka, a lot of mentions of food, but it was for the mines, for the work in the mines, for furnaces and etc. I have a very interesting text about food used especially in a gallery in the mine to prevent the gallery to collapse. But wooden objects like art,
I was just thinking of, for example, because we know in Mons Claudianus we have the wagons that were of wood, but also the oyster barrels and things like that. I was just thinking of, because when we had the 96 discussion with Sheila Hamilton-Dreyer and other people, we were going through how some of the fish, if brought live, or was it in fish ponds, or was it salted? And so, but wood played a role, and I thought it would be interesting to see if anyone, since that 1996 time, found large pieces of wood that is not structural support, but might have been for transportation objects other than, because, amphora is what we normally think, that they were just bringing things in. Yeah. So anyway, I just thought I'd ask you guys.
Brian?
I guess I have a similar question about the preservation of papyri, about whether papyri preservation has been so bad that it's just absent, or the ostraca are a preferred writing surface in the cases where you've been looking at it. I think that was perhaps the case in Wadi al-Hudi, but I'm not sure.
Yes, we found ostraca mostly, but this year, in fact, Mary found 2 or 3 fragments of papyri on site, but very small. And yes, it's a question of conservation in the desert. And of course, there is no papyrus in the desert, so they used what they had in hand. So yeah, ceramics.
Okay.
We were talking about this during lunch with Meredith and I don't know, maybe you said something while I was outside, but about the thing of having like different kind of food for maybe different kind of people at Site 5 in Wadi al Hudi, and the fact that actually it seems that there's maybe a similar situation in Gosa, probably, or it's the hypothesis, maybe, like, but we don't really have, I mean, like, we have to see directly the dates from Site 5, right?
So yeah, Site 5 is much earlier than what you guys are doing. It's early Middle Kingdom. But I mean, again, I'm not the faunal expert, and this is just remembering the initial report. There's a considerable amount of Nile fish. I mean, we're only 35 kilometers from the Nile Valley. There's sheep, goat, there's cattle, and there's a substantial amount of gazelle as well. So that's kind of what we're finding in the Middle Kingdom sites.
More comments? More?
I was just showing Salima a piece of wood. Yeah, no, that was it. Okay. Sorry.
Anyone, Brian, for the third, fifth, fourth time?
I'm just trying to help everyone get to dinner. Actually, there's one more thing that I don't think we've actually discussed yet, and does occur at Wadi al-Hudi, where we've had recent analysis of carbon, of wood carbon, in which, just to burst the bubble on some future publications, we seem to be finding that predominantly it's from the desert. It's not being shipped in from the Nile, which then has the implication that they are deforesting the desert as part of the process of being there, which can have major impact, as we're actually learning nowadays. Is there any idea among contemporary sources or even other sources that are not Greco-Roman to that similar practice going on? Yeah. Apart from today, which it happens there now.
So I think your book is about charcoal production in the desert. Yeah, so like in modern Sudan, in Eastern Sudan, that has been a big issue in the whole 20th century, where there's a big industry around charcoal production of desert acacia, and there's two different groups that are involved in this, people from the Nile and people in the desert, and the people in the desert don't love the charcoal production for fairly obvious reasons. And that traditionally the Beja have established a very sort of unique and protective tradition around acacia, which has stopped charcoal production. But when there is drought, charcoal production booms because they need money. So in times of economic decline, they have to go away from herding subsistence to a cash economy, in which case charcoal is the easiest and best thing to sell. And I think that goes back to the 19th century even maybe, but I don't know whether one would be hopeful in extrapolating that backwards, but there's been really good studies on the 1970s and 80s on the deforestation of Eastern Sudan as a result of drought, which is not the herds eating the plants, it's people just burning them. Oh, sorry.
So how long would it take to sort of grow more trees in an area where there's been something like mining and there's been a considerable amount of deforestation? Has there been studies on this? Because it's maybe a possible explanation for why they're spacing mining expeditions.
It also depends if you cut the whole thing or just.
Yeah, you're meant to pollard it, but they don't always.
Yeah, regarding the question of tree and kind of desert forest restoration, the main problem is that in some part you really need the adult acacias with very long roots to take the water from the underground to the surface, because it goes to the top thanks to capillarity around the roots. And if you have grown acacia with all the shade and all the water coming up, you can have several small acacias, first because they are growing from the roots sometimes, and then through seeds dissemination. If in an area you have no acacia anymore, really no acacia, and the water table is more than, for example, 15 or 20 meters, it's impossible to make a tree grow there again. So, except if you have people, exactly like the things that the Maza Bedouins are doing right now in the north of the Albai, planting some trees and watering them, it's impossible in most areas to regrow acacia if there is no acacia at all. You need to have one starting point.
There is an online question for Julien, if you would like to answer it about the names.
That's a huge question, but in general, yes. I think every place name tells us something very useful, unless it's necessarily a photographic place name like Jebel Akmar or something where it's just like the Red Mountain. Most of the place names I know of in the Eastern Desert are or in Arabic until about the latitude of Aswan, after which you get a few Beja place names. But I think it doesn't matter what language, they tell you something specific, as we've seen with Gaza. I think there was the interesting example of one on Nugrus. So sometimes you get place names that continue. The one I know of is in Wadi Araba, where they argue it's from Coptic. It's Bahit, but they think it's from Pa Mechet, which means the north. So there's a few place names every now and then that continue from the ancient past. Otherwise, we don't have sources. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julian. I just would like to make a small comment on the names as well. The ancient Egyptian term of desert, as you might know, to indicate red land, and the Kemet to indicate the Celt or the black land, and according to the legend and the conflict between Horus and Sotech, so the gods gifted Horus at the end the black land, and they gifted Sotech the red land. Because the red land, you can say you have all of these confusions, evils, instability. So this is for said the god of confusion. But the black land, which refers to, the civilized community, gifted to Horus, who should be the heir of his father. Just it's to add something when he speaks about them. So thank you.
So actually this raises a question, where do we get our names of the wadis and the places in the desert? As researchers now. And if there is any incident when if someone encountered two names of the same wadi or not. For myself, I understand I get most of the names from the Maslahat al-Masaha maps, the maps of the 1996, because in their methodology, after making all the cartography, there were some groups of people went to the desert and verified everything, including the names of the wadi. But I wonder if there is any other sources.
Does anyone have an answer for this? Or so, Brian, would you like to add something?
No, I won't say I have an answer to it, but I will say that it's a problem because the names get fossilized in the literature and they have no basis in many cases. For example, his name was apparently made up by Jim Harrell. We didn't know that until he told us later. And Dihmit, south is nowhere near Dihmit. So these are all things that, it's been a periodic problem for archaeology, especially in Egypt, to reuse names that don't have a meaning except to archaeologists. Beyond that, I will pass the mic.
Thank you. Regarding toponymy, it's of course a huge problem. For example, I work on a lot of travels accounts, and between the travels of James Bruce, late 18th, and the travel in the same area of Maxime Ducamp and Gustave Flaubert 70 years after, almost all the name changed. So it's quite difficult. I think it's probably because it was one of the period during which there was a shift between Ababda names and Maza names, but it's not sure. This is also something that appeared in the Maza oral tradition, because sometimes they say, okay, here is the name in Arab, in Maza, but it is named after the translation of its Abda name. So it can be like that. And there is another quite big issue for toponymy, is that there is still a lot of people who are working in the desert, researching in the desert, and would just give the name they want to the wadis, and they put it in their papers, and then we see it on the papers, and we think it's that. For example, the Wadi Amamat is not this huge wadi crossing the desert, it's only a very small one, tributary to this big wadi. Another example, a colleague working on a site called the Wadi Shalalat, so the wadi of the waterfall. If you see this, you think that there is waterfall. In fact, I checked this. The last time water has flowed there is probably older than the Pleistocene. But if you see this, you have this problem. And it's something that happens a lot still today. And it's really a huge problem, and we have to be really careful about this altogether. And I have one last thing regarding toponymy. I forgot, sorry. But there is one last thing, it will come back later, but yeah.
Till you think, keep thinking. So in the late 19th and earlier 20th century, when people were doing some of these maps, they sometimes didn't know any Arabic. So they would ask local people and say, what is that Jebel called? And there were a lot of Jebel Mish Arifs appearing on the maps.
Yes, of course, yeah. And so I have two things more. The first one is when you find beer on the maps, most of the time it's water point, but it has been all put in the beer category because it was easier for cartographers. And also Vladimir Golenichev, when he crossed the Eastern Desert, tell a strange, a quite weird name for Wadi Baramia. He called him Wadi Amerik Beit, and he tried to find something which is something like Umrik Beit or something like that. And at this time, there was American surveying in the area, and I think that his guy just saw that he points the Americans, and there is this thing, and there is a quite funny one, just to conclude by too long intervention. In South Algeria, there is a map on which there is a Gebel whose name in Arabic means, wait, I'm having a pee.
And on these very poetic tones, I think we can close the second day. You manage it. Not with the goats, but with this, you managed. But we will go back to the goats tomorrow, I think. Okay. So thank you so much, everybody, for this incredible second day. Literally everybody, from the chairing person people, to the speakers, to the attendees, to everybody who's commenting here and online. It's been great. Now I think it's time to free you, and so we can go to have some fresh air outside in the garden, have a chat, and start our cocktail of tonight. For tomorrow, there's no morning session, so meet behind. I mean, behind the scenes, there's something planned for the speakers, but the speakers already know. So for everybody else, let's meet here at 2:30 we'll start the keynote lecture of Pierre Tallet. So be here a little bit earlier than 2:30, okay?
So thank you very much for all of
Thank
the
you.
speakers, for the audience, for the guy who is working on the computer and helping